Good morning and welcome to the final day of the...
Don't jinx it.
Madam Clerk, is there such thing as a crying laughing emoji for the minutes?
I will find one.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. I guess so. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson.
I guess so.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Present. Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Kelly.
Let's go.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt.
Here.
Councillor Tyers. Crying laughing emoji. And Mayor Farkas.
I am here. Thank you,
Mayor.
Madam Clerk. Before I jump into the agenda here, I had the opportunity on behalf of Calgary City Council this morning, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, to take part in the Calgary Children's Foundation Radiothon in partnership with Cure Calgary and Global Calgary. They said that if I made a $15 donation, I'd get a box of Krispy Kreme donuts, and I figured that we have 14 friends around the table, 14 boxes. Let's make sure that none of us go hangry, but we do finish by the end of tonight. So thanks, colleagues, for your patience. Thank you to the members of the public administration who have supported us through to this point. Maybe I'll go over, before we get into the remaining amendments, maybe over to CFO Tucker just to give an update on our tracking tally as far as where we're at on the operating increase side, as well as any of the new capital or FSR capacity that was created. So over to you, Mr. Tucker.
Where we left off, we are still holding at 1.14% increase in revenue from existing taxpayers, and on the FSR we started at 9.2 and we are still at 9.2 as well.
Okay. So we have approximately 35 total amendments for consideration that were provided separately. We've grouped like with likes. We have completed sections 1 through 3. We're now on new capital spending using existing capacity. I'll acknowledge now Councillor Wyness on Glacier A North growth application.
Thank you. This is in the category of using existing capacity, so we will be pulling from the offsite levies to approve this. This was actually approved in 2018 with growth applications. And as we've heard from the fire department, fire halls take longer than even what we were told to complete. So this needs to be approved now so that we can actually continue on the process of servicing the Northwest Quadrant. Our firefighters' capacity is also being drained by the number of motor vehicle accidents we are having on Stony Trail, and that is leading to increased pressure on the few fire halls we have, while also growing quite quickly in the area. It is also bringing in a tax revenue, which is why when we mentioned that we were surprised by the number, someone called it overtaxation. It's actually because we are putting people into houses in the Northwest section, and this is an important place or an important investment from offsite levies to keep them safe. So I'll open the floor to questions.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Wyness, seconded by Councillor Ewell. Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, or rather, Councillor Atkinson.
I searched up the number here, the IP 2025-0337 growth application to prepare for this, and the recommendation on this from administration was to direct administration to continue working with the applicant on the planning for future stages of capital infrastructure, including optimal timing of funding and delivery to ensure the ability of continuity of growth in the Glacier Ridge Area Structure Plan, and to direct administration not to consider the capital infrastructure and operating investments needed to enable this growth application in the prioritization of investments in the 2025 November adjustments. It says regarding the MDP, Calgary Transportation Plan alignment, that contiguous with the adjacent community of Glacier Ridge to the east. However, this development, there is no existing development directly south of the growth application. It is unfavorably located relative to all services and amenities, as it is not within 3 kilometers of existing activity centers and existing or funding public schools, and 5 kilometers of existing recreation facilities, libraries, and transit. Market demand-wise, North Sector has 10 actively developing communities, 6 to 8 years of servicing land, and 4 to 5 years of approved, not yet serviced lands, as indicated in the Suburban Residential Growth Report for 2024 May. And the financial impact says unfavorable operating cost model result for the years 3 through 10 due to the operating costs required for a new emergency response station. Year 11 onwards is a favorable result, anticipated property tax franchise fee revenue with estimated incremental direct and indirect operating costs from the new community incremental operating cost model. I guess like one of my frustrations being outside of council for the many years has been council not adhering to sort of good growth principles. We heard during questions that there are currently 40 different communities currently building out. As we spread ourselves thinner, this makes it harder for police, for transit, for fire, as we are not building out to full capacity within these areas. So I'm not in favor of pursuing this growth application.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Is there any other debate on this? Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Hi, thank you so much. My apologies for being late. In the report G 2024-002 in April, maybe to admin, the number is 22.1, and today's application is for 24. Can you just speak to that $2 million incremental change in a few months' time? Thank you.
Yes, if I could ask Director Kathy Davies-Murphy to respond to that, please.
Thank you. You're correct. In the report, we indicated 22.1 million, which represents the estimated cost of a fire hall that we used in the off-site levy bylaw. We've worked with our colleagues in infrastructure services to incorporate 2 years of inflation to bring it to $24 million. And we anticipate that there'll be increased cost going forward as we work through the design. And so part of this amendment 3 sub 1 talks about doing the conceptual design to confirm capital cost estimates. So that number could in fact continue to increase.
All right. Just maybe generally from an admin's perspective, that was something I was going to pick up at, confirm capital costs. If we approve the 23.5 and let's say it goes to 53.5, and I'm just making up that number, this approval would no matter what bind council to spend that incremental money regardless of what that new number is.
Yes, it binds council for the cost escalation as well as for the operating costs for the capital.
What about change in scope or anything like that? Like if somebody comes back, whether it's administration or the developer, and just that scope change, is that something that would have to come back as well?
A scope change for the actual fire station?
Sure, yeah, something, I'm just, maybe there's some additions or addendums and things, like what is it, or is it?
If it's a different level of service, this is, this would approve a 3-bay fire station with 2 apparatus. And so if it were something different than that the off-site levy bylaw didn't cover those costs, then we may need to come back to council to seek funding from a different funding source, like property tax.
And my apologies to Councillor Wyness, I attended late. How much do the off-site levies, how much will the off-site levies cover of the 24 million?
100%.
Oh, okay, and how long will that take to?
The build-out is anticipated by 2031.
And the levies accumulate at that every year?
We have an inflationary escalator built into the levies, and we also earn investment income from the balance that we carry.
Yeah, so fundamentally, fully funded by levies from developers. Consistent with my question in the prior capital project, what was admin's reasons for not including it in the 2026 capital budget? Capital budget of 3.6.
Thank you. This is a decision broader than funding a fire station. This is about growing, this is about city building and where and when we grow as a city, and also contributing, or really council making a decision to invest in this area of the city, along with maintenance, operations, and really serving this area of the city in perpetuity. And so within our municipal development plan policy, the requirement is to approve to approve a growth application. The policy direction is to approve both the capital requirements and the operating requirements. We didn't have sufficient operating dollars available in this year of the budget, and we believed it was a better use to look at the next 4-year budget cycle and bring it as a package, and so that council could consider where else we need fire halls. So there's 4 to 5 other fire halls around the city that are required, and we currently have off-site levy capacity for 2. And so the question really for council is this the next best place to fund a fire hall?
Oh, I see. Forgive my ignorance. So the offsite levy is not specific to the Glacier North. It's not like it's self-funding. It's a general fund, if you will, of all offsite levies across the city. Okay. So
That's
this is
correct.
So this is like a bit of queue jumping, if you will, saying, council believes this is more priority relative to admin, taking that perspective. Okay.
That's right. Administration's recommendation is that this area is premature. It's not that it won't ever grow or build out, it's that the timing is premature in this case.
Councillor Pantazopoulos, you picked up on a key theme of how the offsite levy process works. It really is a contributions by developers, but the idea is that where the demand is the greatest, the need is the greatest, the revenues that we receive can be injected to those areas at the right time.
You said this is sort of top 5. If this was not to proceed today, there would be a conversation about the 27-30 capital budget plan. How would this rank in that, or would it still sort of rank below you? I think you mentioned you've got capacity for 2. And
yes, we would need to do a full analysis at that time to understand the growth patterns, but this would probably not be in our top 2.
Got it. And has the fire department generally, there might be an inconsistency, is this something this is so critical to them, they really would like this, or are they consistent with your admin's assessment of the top priorities for fire halls? And
we work very closely, but Chief Dongworth's here, and I'd welcome him to comment on that as well. We work very closely with our colleagues in the fire department to assess their priorities.
I would love, if appropriate, to hear from the chief. We talk about prioritizations in the city, that we have room for 2. Where in the city would the 2 fire halls be best served in his professional judgment?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Pantazopoulos. I think probably the 2, if we were going rationally in terms of what needs coverage based on risk, it would probably be Rangeview and Keystone are the 2 that I see that would attract off-site levy.
Perfect, okay. I think that's just a question. We'd like to understand that reconciliation as council. If we're going back with limited resources, the top 2, why carve out something here? That's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Worship. I think some of my questions were answered in the latter half of Councillor Pantazopoulos' questions, but I'm just sort of being a new councillor here, and this is, sort of the first that we've seen one of these around this particular table. Going back through the recent infrastructure planning committees, this is come to IPC a few times, I guess, if you will, and obviously updates. I'm just kind of curious in terms of previous council direction from the last meeting, and sort of if administration could just give us a little bit of an overview of the history of this one so that we have a little bit of the background that some of the returning councillors like Councillor Wyness already have access to or knowledge of.
So Councillor Kelly, you're asking about the history of this specific growth application?
Yes, specifically this, and just as it relates to what's been before council up until this point.
Certainly. This is the 3rd round that this growth application has come to council. I'll ask Mr. Sheldrake, who's our manager of growth strategy, to comment on the history. One of the things that's important in this area is water servicing, and the North Calgary water servicing is required and is expected to be delivered in 2029. And so for that servicing requirement, it's been very premature for this area, along with other planning considerations that Councillor Atkinson touched on in his debate. Matthew, if you want to.
Yeah, that'd be great, please.
Okay, yeah.
If he doesn't mind.
Do you mind just talking about the last two?
Matthew Sheldrake, Manager of Growth and Change Strategy. Actually think this is the second time that this one has been before. I think it came in 2022 when we did our last evaluation of what were called business cases at the time, and then it's here now as a growth application under the new system that we have for evaluating the costs and benefits of new community growth.
And I think this was Councillor Atkinson that brought this up, or it came up in a question to him. The area immediately to the south of this, has this been developed yet?
It has not. I have a map I could put on the overhead to show you.
The half section immediately to the south was also the subject of a business case, I think in 22 as well. But I'll check that. It is not currently the subject of a growth application, so we don't have active interest on the south half of the section.
So this is from the report. This is attachment 2 of the report that's been referenced. So the 2-quarter sections, I'll just point them out. Those are the subject lands. The 2 sections immediately to the south of those have not been developed. So when we talk about contiguous development, we're not seeing interest in that development right now. And then to the east of this area, you can start to see the development. It's progressing east to west towards this area.
When I took a look back at some of the previous infrastructure planning committee meetings, this appeared to be coming alongside GA 2025-008. Did I have that number right?
Is that the
2004-008. I'm just wondering what the relationship between those Glacier A North growth applications are.
We'll just make sure we have the right report reference.
Yeah, it's GA 2024-008.
Yes, so that growth application is a little bit further to the east. Actually, it's about, I think it might actually be a mile further to the, it actually might be a mile and a half further to the east. And that's an area that's adjacent to the community of Amble Ridge and north of the West Nose Creek at that point. And earlier in the year, we recommended half of that growth application be approved. That was the half that did not trigger a capital cost, it only triggered operating costs. And it's because by virtue of being a mile and a half to the east, it's closer to a number of existing amenities that are already built in the area.
And so in your opinion, is there any connection between the 02 and the 08 in this particular context of what's before us today?
Not specifically, except that we are seeing the north sector build out, through a number of different stages, communities that are almost completely built out south of 144th, and then a number of communities north of 144th, which are just starting their development.
Those were all my questions. I'm a little bit concerned about the area to the south not being developed yet, so I'm hoping Councillor Wyness can sort of address that in her close a little bit to give us a little bit more insight in terms of why these 2-quarter sections and not the ones further south.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. And just to verify, the inset image is reflecting where that asterisk is on the very top left of the city overall map. Is that correct? Okay, perfect.
That's correct, yes. So it's in the northwest quadrant, and the roadway at the bottom of the map is 144th Avenue North.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Yule.
So at the top of the priority list were Rangeview and Keystone. If we approve this, do one of those get bumped off the list?
If this is approved, then we would be committing the offsite levy funds for this station. We would need to assess the best next option for the next budget cycle. And doesn't mean that the other stations don't get built. It means potentially that we have to use other funding sources or debt finance those until we have sufficient offsite levy funds collected.
Just for my debate, when we talked fire stations with administration before, the north has a lot of temporary fire stations. North of Stony Trail, there's no real permanent fire station. We do need more fire stations. I think this is a good direction to go in. So.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Wyness to close.
Thanks. The fire hall location is going to be east of the lands we were in discussion with. When I was working with GM Hamilton on it, she was supportive of this fire hall. We're trying to make our timelines coincide, and that's been a weakness of planning in the fire department, as demonstrated by the chief's discussion on how long it has taken fire halls to be built, especially if they are joint use. So you are going to have to learn the timelines of one department and what the other department needs are not in alignment, which is why we are trying to actually cost out what this fire hall is going to cost you and not just be a fire hall with no visual. And in order to do that, the steps in this motion are what we need to take so that in the 27 budget, you will actually know how much this fire hall will cost. It is 100% offsite levy funded. This area has been paying for levies, and for a while there, administration was taking greenfield offsite levies and funneling them into the inner city to keep other projects alive. And so now we are making sure that the benefiting area who is paying the offsite levies will get the resources that they are paying for. So I hope you guys can support this.
Respectfully, Councillor Wyness, we use offsite levies for the area for which they are developed, and we report on those annually in a public report.
Yes, but we've also had conversations in the last 4 years where it was acknowledged that offsite levies were not staying in the benefiting area because you were doing a citywide approach, and that is what I'm calling out right now.
We don't believe that would be the case.
You had previously confirmed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyness. That is closed. I see that Councillor Johnston had a request to speak after I'd gone to Councillor Wyness. I'm going to be as strict as possible for the continued flow of this meeting here, and we will go to engage the vote. Please, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Ewell, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Kelly, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor, all the votes are in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please display the results. The Glacier A North Growth Application item motion has carried 9-6 with Councillor Schmidt, Kelly, Dhaliwal, Pantazopoulos, Atkinson, and Jameson opposed. I will now recognize Councillor Dhaliwal on an amendment regarding parks and playgrounds.
Thank you, Mayor. This, I know, since I've been on council, always working on parks and playground strategy, always trying to make sure our parks and playgrounds are serving the needs of our residents all across the city. This PAPA program was started about 2 years ago, I believe, and that was one of the amendments I brought at that point. It has gone through its own ups and downs, relinquishments and so on. Last year, I brought exactly the same amendment because there were projects that community members had hoped to come into their neighborhoods. They had asked for through community association, through, I see Director Ripley's there, through their identification of needs in the community. So this is just another installment. It's basically how I see it is we have 1 year left till we go into a 4-year budget cycle. We need to fix it properly in that 4-year budget cycle. This is just backstopping for that 1 year to continue to give financial support to our parks team to continue working on the projects that are in the pipeline till we have a proper fix. I know they're bringing a strategy update in Q1 of next year, which will lay out a more fundamental structural strategy. So last year I brought it, the year before I brought it, and I'm not planning to bring it next year because we want to fix it properly. So I urge my council colleagues to support it so we can continue that great work, which is delivering those playgrounds and parks for our much needed communities all across the city.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston, did you want to speak to this?
Part of my research when I was campaigning was to go around to all the parks in Ward 14 and test them out. And a lot of them are in bad shape, especially like the smaller ones that are kind of off the beaten path. They're getting pretty aged. I even brought one of my big magnet that I would usually use for picking up screws on a job site, and I just ran it through some of the gravel. I found a lot of money. But also a lot of nails, some needles and stuff. So I think this money can go a long way to bring up some of these smaller parks. Ward 14 has a lot of younger families, especially kind of moving into Queensland year run. It's kind of revitalizing itself. And so I'm just hoping some of this money can be used to get some of these smaller playgrounds up to par and safe, right? I know going through the program, I think we can do a little better with this program. It doesn't seem like a lot of playgrounds got updated specifically with this program. So I'm hoping, like Councillor Dhaliwal said, going forward, we can figure out what works and what doesn't work with it. But for now, I think this would be good money spent on our kids. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Schmidt.
Just curious on process how this is assessed and the maintenance and the life cycle renewal is decided.
Maybe I'll kick it off and I'll ask Director Ripley to give us a little more color. And I'll also fill you in on some policy review that we're doing. So each playground in the city is inspected at least 7 times every year to make sure that all the equipment's in working orders. They do a bunch of tests on whether the gravel surface is safe for kids to play on, and if falls occur that they're safe. So we do a lot of inspections. We also are looking at the asset and life cycle of each playground, assess their remaining life, and try to develop a priority plan. Currently, the service levels and the funding we have for renewable playgrounds means that we're short of money to renew them, and there's some rationalization that we have to do. So part of our program that we're going to bring back to council in Q1 is to explore with council the service levels for playgrounds and whether we'd like to up the service level and increase the amount of funding for the renewal. So part of that will be that discussion on service level. But if we have Director Ripley, he can fill you in a little more on the details.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. It's an honor to be before you for my first time. My name is Kyle Ripley. I'm the Director of Parks and Open Spaces. And if I understand Councillor Smith's question correctly, you're trying to understand how projects get into this pipeline for consideration and how they're ranked once they get into that pipeline. Thank you. And so we're fortunate. Calgarians love our service and they want to see more of it. And so we have this program created to support grassroots initiatives. Now, whether they're initiated by the community association, from a councillor's office, or projects that we've identified in our work with the community association over the years, we've assembled a list And then we have criteria that we use to rank those projects based on equity, based on their ability to achieve the outcomes from our strategic plan that we brought forward earlier in the year. And we rank them against each other. We also want to make sure that we have an equal distribution across the city so that all wards get to enjoy the benefit of this funding. So we run that criteria. We have currently have roughly about $17 million worth of projects that we've ranked, that have been submitted and ranked. We also have about $37 million worth of projects that have been submitted in total. Hopefully that answers your question.
It does, and it also answers my next question, which is going to be about how the $3 million was arrived at and how effectively this would chip away. So, I mean, a long ways to go, but 3 million is better than zero in this case. So that I answered my own question there, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, Mr. Ripley, for being in front of me again. So you mentioned about the partnership. How does that work into the whole ranking system? And I'll preface a little bit with some preamble. Recently, my staff and I, we did our own evaluation of our playgrounds in our community. We did a tour of the area and looked at a number of them. And I was told there was like 400 or something, so that had a higher ranking under whatever the playground quality index or whatever the heck that reference was than the ones that we had identified, even though some of them were like 35 years old.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Chabot. Through the mayor, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking about the number of playground assets that we have in our system that aren't necessarily meeting our standard, and the number 400. It's roughly about 37% of our playgrounds are what we would qualify as poor. That doesn't mean that they're not safe. They're still usable. They basically aged out. They don't provide that quality of play that we believe children in Calgary should enjoy. We also have more playgrounds per capita than anywhere that we're aware of on Earth, which is another wonderful thing. But we also need to make sure that we're maintaining those pieces of equipment and life cycling that equipment at the frequencies required. And what we have found is that we're able to make sure that we have safe playgrounds through our inspection process that General Manager Morgan mentioned, but that quality of play is diminished. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, in part. So you did mention a couple of pretty big numbers as far as what's been identified as the need. And the $3 million, I assume, will be leveraged out with Calgary Parks Foundation and other third-party entities that can actually help to reduce that larger number that you referenced. Is that?
Yes, so through this particular program, we are working with our partners, Parks Foundation primarily, to identify projects that they can support us in the delivery of. With this particular funding that's being requested through the amendment, my colleagues in infrastructure services have assured us that they are able to provide the delivery for those projects.
And in partnership with, like you said, the community association in some instances, or maybe like Lester B. Pearson in the most recent application they just made for a new playground in Pine Ridge. Sorry, I digress. Anyways, no, I appreciate your response and the fact that the $3 million is not just $3 million. It could potentially leverage a whole bunch of other money. And so whilst it is not a huge amount, it does help to address some of the shortfalls that we have in all of our communities. And mine are the most important, just so everyone understands. Thanks. Thanks for your response. So yeah, no, I'm happy to support this, these recommendations. And as I stated, all of us have deficiencies in our wards, and trying to identify the highest needs ones and working with your community associations. Over the years, I've had the pleasure of actually helping to build many new playgrounds. And in fact, one in particular that I'm super proud of is the one in Applewood Park, where me and Manmeet Buller collaborated together to help to build that facility. It's an accessible playground, and my grandkids refer to it as the super park. And so I'm very honored to be able to participate in that way, and financially, and as far as providing, support from the City of Calgary, as well as my own personal, involvement in physically helping to build it. So I encourage all of you to consider participating in some of these initiatives as you serve in the next 4 years. Thanks. Happy to serve. Happy to support it.
Thank you. Over to Councillor McLean to tell us why Ward 13 has the best parks.
Well, because we're telling stories. There's my favorite playground story when Councillor Johnson was talking about playgrounds during the election. My opponent, apparently, when I didn't show up for a debate, decided to be having it on the swings. I think we saw that. At least 300 people saw it anyways. But anyways, thanks for bringing this motion forward, because this is a really big issue. And I think GM Morgan mentioned that there's a larger play here than the works. And I know Councillor Wyness and I are both been working behind the scenes, because we have had parks that are being actually actively demolished, or looking at lifestyle maintenance as being removed. So, but my understanding, this is going to be tens of millions of dollars if we want to keep all these parks. And as Director Ripley said, we have a ton of parks, but we certainly can't start tearing them down. So I think this is a drop in the bucket. Maybe it's a good start. So I'm happy to support this. I hope you all do as well. But I think we're going to have to look at something later down the road. Maybe Councillor Wyness are talking about a notice of motion where we can find the money to fund it, because this is a citywide dilemma that's going to need a lot of money and a lot of resources. So again, happy to support. And if anybody else has a story, please, let's just move it on. Just so Andre and mine, that should be good enough, right?
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. A couple of questions actually here. Probably Director Ripley is probably most appropriate to answer. Just first curious, the Parks and Playgrounds Amenities Program, this is the program that upgrades playgrounds that, as you said, 37% are in poor quality. I assume those are the ones that you target through this program in order to be able to up the quality of them. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, the program is not necessarily just about playgrounds. It's about amenities. And so we do have a playground optimization program that we're using to right size the amount of playgrounds that serve a particular community. This funding augments that program, but it also provides other amenities for communities. So whether it's extra benches, picnic tables, shade structures, those types of things.
Thanks. And I guess the reason I was asking the question was sort of around, like, I love parks. Like, I'm fully supportive of this. This is absolutely great. My question, I guess, is this the program that, like, as a community association or a school or whatnot, if we want, well, not a school, but if we want to upgrade a playground, that we would apply in through here in the Parks Foundation partnership, et cetera? Is that where the funding, basically what I'm getting at is the way that the program, I understand, used to work and potentially still does, is that if a community partner doesn't jump in to up the quality, the city will come in and do like a $25,000 upgrade. Is this the bucket of money that comes from?
Your worship, not necessarily, Councillor Kelly. We have a separate funding source that we have for life cycle of our amenities that we typically use for that playground optimization program. If a project is brought forward, again, through the community, through a councillor, through our own forces, and it gets ranked, it could be a playground optimization initiative, but not necessarily the purpose of the funding of this program.
And how much money do you currently have in the budget for this particular program?
This program was brought forward as a mid-cycle adjustment by the previous council. It was an $18 million program for 3 years, $6 million a year for 3 years. Through some budget adjustments last year, the program, pardon me, in 2024, the program was reduced to $14.5 million. through a notice of motion from Councillor Dollywall, it was brought up again. And this $3 million funding would bring it back to $18.5 million in total. So basically, resurrecting the program in its entirety for the end of the business cycle.
And if we wanted to increase this a little bit, if I were to bring forward an amendment to the amendment to up the number, do you have capacity to do that? Or is, basically what I'm getting at is you said 37% is where we currently are at with our poor quality playground. I'm wondering with what's proposed here, how much better that makes that number, and if an extra tranche of funding gets you even more.
So perhaps I can start answering the question, Your Worship, and then look to Acting GM Promes to fill in a few gaps in terms of capacity. I want to make it clear that this particular program is not going to put a dent in our playground life cycle challenges. We will be bringing a report forward for your consideration in Q1 of next year that will outline that and will paint a much clearer picture for you, and likely provide you with some options for how we might be able to improve that situation, or at least you have a clear understanding of our current situation if we just hold the line. Perhaps I can ask Acting GM Promes to answer the question with respect to capacity.
Yeah, I'm happy to add just a little bit more to that. So in the last 2 years, we've completed 37 different projects in this program, both internally and in partnership with the Parks Foundation. And so we have 9 projects set to go for 2026. We do have more capacity for this year to be able to deliver on more, both through our own forces and the Parks Foundation.
And if I could just follow up, if there was additional funding for this year, I don't believe there would be capacity to deliver necessarily.
Well, then I guess I won't make an amendment to the amendment if that's the case. Happy to support this as it is then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Yule.
Director Ripley, when you look at $3 million, how many parks does that represent to you?
Thank you for the question. That would, apologies, I just have to check my notes here. It's about, call it a dozen parks, dozen different sites.
Okay.
And that would vary in terms of some small amenity provision to a playground replacement.
Okay, and you talked about prioritization, how, and I heard my other councillors say that, it takes initiative from the community to kind of, they got to do their half to kind of make these parks a reality.
Your Worship, Councillor Yule, that's not necessarily the case. This is not a program where we're looking for community associations to provide additional funding. We have capacity within the program to deliver amenity. If communities want to work with us, work with the Park Foundation and augment, we can certainly work with them to do that, but it's not a requirement of this particular program.
Okay. No, I'm in support of this. We have a lot in Ward 3 of parks at the end of their life cycle, so happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Yule. I'm in the queue. Prior to close, Mr. Ripley, I just wanted to say you're very deeply missed while you're away, and we're very glad to have you here with us.
Thank you.
Councillor Dhaliwal to close.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Ripley. I echo that too. Thank you for all the great work. Yeah, I mean, next year we're going to get an opportunity to fundamentally make a structural change in these kind of programs. Too bad it's already not in our 4-year plan, because that allows us to enable other funding through Parks Foundation and all that. This is too late in the game for us to have a multiplier effect, because their applications typically are Q1, but let's hope they come on board with this. And then second thing, I hope this, before we go to next November budget, I really want to see the utilization study done on our playgrounds and parks. Often here I see the claims, my playground is in this shape, my playground is in that shape. Sometimes it's nice to have than must have. So if we do a utilization study, to see how our parks are utilized and where in different boards. That'll be great. With that, I'm closed. Council, please support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's engage the e-vote. Please.
Councillor Ewell, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The Parks and Playgrounds Amendment has the motion, or the amendment rather, has carried unanimously, 15-0. Council, we're now moving to the section of 5 and 6, which relates, firstly, we'll group amendments that relate to adding ongoing operating spending, and then we will move to a series of amendments which propose to reduce operating spending. So firstly, on the section for new base operating spending, I'm acknowledging Councillor Atkinson on a transit amendment.
Good morning, Council. Excited to bring this one to you. In front of you here is an increase of $1 million to the primary transit network and a $5 million increase to the base network, which are all of the smaller routes that sort of support the primary network. During the public hearings and the questions of administration, we had a lot of folks talking to us about their desire for increased transit service. We see it in our survey reports, and we've also had a serious lack in recent years of making sure that the operating and capital expenditures are meeting the goals set out in the route ahead strategy. In the chat, I'm just going to drop a little table for you if you want to check it out. Table 9 from the route ahead implementation plan, and it shows that in 2024 and 2025, we have not had increases to our overall operating and capital for new growth buses. We'll talk about that in an amendment down the way. But right now, we're looking at this operating number. So it says that in the upcoming year, we should have a $15 million increase to help our primary network. We have 14 million in the budget, so this 1 million allocation for the primary network just brings us up to what we're targeting in the route ahead strategy. And the $5 million, this really is not about Ward 7. This is about what we hear and what we see in all of our sort of outlying areas and making sure that they have good connectivity to the primary transit network. Ward 7, the inner city is quite taken care of by the primary transit network. So I would ask that all of my council colleagues who are trying to build up the service in their areas to connect to those. This is the kind of support that we need, and we're dedicating that specifically to the base and local network because as the route ahead sort of dictates, we want to focus on our primary transit network because of the cost recovery ratios and these kinds of things. So by actually allocating it specifically to base and local network, you're actually focusing it on some of those areas where we're really seeing a need outside the inner city. Yesterday we had an increase that, you know, while I'm not a fan of the 10-cent increase, it does give us an opportunity to pay for some of these improvements. And, you know, as long as we provide service in conjunction with an increase, we can see ridership go, in the wise words of one man on this council.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Dhaliwal. I'll jump in real quick. I wanted to ask, what was the revenue generated by yesterday's amendment that more aggressively raised the rates? Gia Morgan.
Based on the adjustment, it was $4 million in base.
Okay. So Council, I'll be happy to support this. I think if we're raising the fare revenues, as long as that's being paired with increased service, it's justifiable. I'll go through the queue now to Councillor Tyers.
I love how we all jumped at seconding this motion. It's a fantastic motion. As you guys heard my line of questioning, speaking to ward residents, I repeatedly heard about concerns regarding Calgary Transit. People are concerned about the safety on the train, reliability of service, frequency, getting to where they need to go easily and efficiently. And I support this motion to increase funding to our transit, specifically increasing funding to our base local network. More reliable frequency and better access to our neighborhoods is important. It will increase ridership, improve traffic time on Calgary's roads. So I believe we do need to take action here and fix some of these issues on our transit network. And the more ridership that we see on transit, the safer transit becomes. And Calgarians deserve to have reliable and timely service. And that's the only way that we're going to see an increase in ridership is if we invest in it. And Calgarians told me that they wanted City Hall to focus on issues in their scope and make investments where it would be felt. And I believe this motion does just that and will make a noticeable difference in the quality of transit service in our city. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tyers. Over to Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Atkinson. This is much needed. My question is for Director Fleming. I'm very happy to see $5 million going through base local network. I'm going to talk about my ward. Top 7 best performing passenger per revenue hour routes are in Ward 5. 126 passengers per revenue hour on Route 159, Route 59 Savannah, but still everyday overload calls. How much of this funding will use that kind of criteria to put service where it's needed and where it's returning money back to the city? By the way, number 8 is Pine Ridge, number 34. So, Councillor Chabot, just wanted to understand that.
Okay. Through Mayor Farkas, Councillor Dhaliwal, you are correct. Route 59 is a very busy route. This plan would see additional investments. It's actually ranked the 3rd priority for investment on our list of investment for this $5 million. So we do have routes around the city that are reflected on this list, touching almost every ward in the city. So this will benefit Calgarians in every ward.
Perfect. No, that's great to hear because, yes, suburban areas, Ward 3, Ward 5, Ward 6, Ward 1, 2, not 6 that much, but us on the ring 14, 12, if we can get more base service with this funding, that'll be great. In my ward, again, being selfish, Route 80 is also doing great. Thank you. That's all matters to me. Council, I totally agree with Councillor Tyers, with Mayor. Please, let's support it. Let's move these bus services into these communities. Thank you.
Councillor Ewell, please.
Yeah, I think what we heard throughout the engagement is we need to be funding transit better. And I think this, like the previous 4-year cycle, we were very, in a word, stingy on our transit investment. This is a step forward to our next 4-year budget where we really need to do a major investment. I know there was a lot of concern over the weekend about the phasing out of express buses. I think this is a direction forward to really help that base network to make such a phase out in the future less of an impact on Calgarians. And so I fully support this motion or this amendment, and hope the rest of council will as well.
Councillor Chabot.
Ms. Fleming, do you have any estimates on what this will do from a revenue generation perspective? I mean, it's one thing to say we're going to increase whatever, we're going to invest more into some of these routes. Any projections on whether or not this is going to generate additional revenue?
Through Mayor Farkas, Councillor Chabot, We typically estimate that we will eventually get to the revenue cost ratio on some of these routes. So we would probably see in the first year a ramp up over time as people become accustomed to the routes, but eventually this investment would lead to at least just under $2 million in revenue, and hopefully more as people buy into the service and can connect to that primary transit network.
So eventually it'll make up for the additional revenue that were generated through the fee increase. It sounds like, because we're a little short there. Have we gotten any numbers on improvements on fare evasion as a result of the implementation of the, what do you call them, the validators or whatever?
Yeah, so we have seen a 5% increase in revenue so far. We have to recognize that it's only been a couple of months, but so far that has been an improvement. The validators also get us ready for future innovation in fare products, so there's two opportunities with those.
Okay. Would that include things like zone-based fares?
Like what? Sorry?
Zone-based fares? Is that something that's...
That is probably separate. What the validators do, I mean, zone-based fares could be implemented if we were to have one of those smart cards. But what the validators do, it allows us to take payment via payment cards, which makes it easier to pay, less friction for the customer. So that's something that we're actually coming back with in the new year, a new fare payment solution, as well as potentially a new fare policy that might describe some of the ideas you're talking about.
Yeah, I've been around maybe too long, because I remember we went through this process a number of years ago, looking at a payment card system that ultimately we had to cancel the contract. So are you saying things have advanced enough now that we can actually look at incorporating that technology again?
Yeah, absolutely. The technology is now pretty proven around the world, so we're looking at how Calgary can catch up to that.
As long as it, well, I guess we were at the bleeding edge at the time, and hopefully now we can just get into the leading edge and not pay a fortune for something that's, and not have to reinvent the wheel and just use an existing wheel. Anyways, okay, well, yeah, I'm always hesitant about doing things like this without looking at it more comprehensively from a longer-term perspective. I can support something of this nature that's not overly comprehensive in its objectives, but if we're looking at something more comprehensive, like investing for the next 4 years, I don't think I could support that right now, but I'm okay with this one. Thanks.
But maybe I'll add it. This is in perfect alignment with the road ahead. So this was what was recommended in the implementation plan, so there is good alignment.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
I think as a signal to Calgarians, given that we increased their fees, this is something that shows them that they will receive the equivalent services for what they're paying. We get back to the build it and they will come. So we hear Calgary is a car city, but if you build a city for cars, then you become a car city, and this is one step closer to us providing transportation options. And I think that's great, and it sounds like we've got a lot in the works as far as making it easier to pay for your transit fare. And as we know, convenience breeds compliance. So we're on the right path, and this puts us further along that path, and it's an excellent idea.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship. Director Fleming, can you refresh our memory? But I believe these numbers that are in this motion directly align with what it was that you said would be required in order to maximize the current fleet of buses we have. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Farkas, Councillor Kelly, yes.
Perfect. That is absolutely fantastic news, because I think later on we have a motion coming forward about purchasing new buses or along those lines. But right now, this is about efficiency. We have a fleet that needs to be maximized, This does that. On top of that, the fare increase by $4 million that we passed earlier, this exceeds that by $2 million, thereby giving, not only assigning the fare increase that we just made to transit so that we can spend that money on transit, it also gives an additional $2 million to make sure that we're maximizing the fleet that we currently have. That sure seems efficient to me. So while I agree with Councillor Ewell earlier in terms of we need to have a pretty serious conversation about how we achieve route ahead in the next 4-year budget, this is exactly the right amount right now to get us through the next year. So I'm 100% in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jamieson.
Thank you, Chair. The part about this that I agree with is the investment in the base local network. I think that it was touched on by a few councillors. It's the connectors that kind of get forgotten about. And if you're a councillor in a far-reaching area of the city where you have a lot of new communities, if you would have heard this campaigning that they need service and they need more service. And I mean, frankly, they need more service than we can provide for them right now. But this is a step to I guess, enhance, the quality of the base network. And given that we did increase the fares yesterday, then, essentially this is a value, an added value that they're getting for that, that increase. And to me, it makes a lot of sense if you think of how many people do need to be reached at the far edges of the city. So, thank you. I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Pantelopoulos.
Thanks so much. Director Fleming, you mentioned a list of where these dollars would be spent. Can you sort of speak to that? What those priorities are with the $6 million?
Through Councillor Farkas, Mayor Farkas, Councillor Pantelopoulos, we have a number of routes that we would like to focus on. For example, Route 57 in Ward 5 and 10, adding some peak blocks there on the weekend, no, not on the weekend, at AM and PM peak. Route 59, adding some extra routes there, or extra service there. 61 would see additional service in the AM and PM. 63 would see some midday and evening service, which they don't have. 65 would see some Saturday and Sunday service. Route 79 currently sees service ending at 7. They're going to extend the time of that route. Route 80 will also extend the time of that route. And Route 1 will add some peak service. No, Route 108, sorry. Route 108 will add peak service and extend the route into Crestmont. 115 will see AM and PM blocks. 118 will see a little bit more service as well. And 194 evening service, and then there's a little bit on 147. So I think they're going to look at how to maximize all those routes, but those are the priority ones for now.
Just reconcile it back to the request, I think it's 14 million, increased frequency on key routes. So essentially, yeah, just maybe walk through that. Is this on top of that? So transit would have said the 14 million gets us to here, and then this is above, and just that process. So
the $14 million plus one that's in this amendment focuses on the primary transit network. So that's those core corridors where we want to have that high frequency 10-minute service 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. This service is that base network that connects everyone to the primary transit network. So there's a number of routes that aren't frequent enough. They may have 1 hour service, only weekday peak service. What we're trying to do is to add frequency to those routes so that those customers now have access to the primary transit network in ways they didn't have before.
Maybe just speak to your process, how your organization evaluates that, basically what rises to the top, what's the prioritization to extend hours from 7 till 10 and evenings and weekends, as you mentioned through this list?
Yeah, so typically we start in a community with peak service. We also have some neighborhoods that have on-demand service, so that's a different service where they can call for a ride. Once that there's an established, let's say, demand in those neighborhoods, then we look at making adjustments. So in Councillor Dollywall's ward, we see overload, so we will add service on those routes where people can't get on the bus. In others, we look to provide more frequent service when we hit, a critical mass, so that they have a bit more choice in their rides.
Do you ever do a look back and see if your assumptions played out true, and then would you amend service? If you extended from 7 till 10 on Route 66, just for an example, would you ever go back and say it didn't meet the goals and targets, and then you would amend that? And what's the process for doing that?
Yeah, so we do that. We conduct regular transit service reviews in neighborhoods. So you'll see through your term that your ward may be a focus area for transit, and that's where we say, okay, does this route need to be streamlined? Is there more efficient ways to get through the neighborhood? What time of day do we see a ton of demand? And then we'll make adjustments to those routes. What we do find, though, is typically the more service you have a positive feedback loop, so you get actually more demand. And it's actually good because it generates revenue that we can then reinvest.
I was just going to echo that. If a bus comes every hour, you're not going to get until you get to, it's almost a catch-22. You do it the 10 minutes, accelerate as quick as possible, then it becomes super convenient. If you build it, they will come. I think Councillor Schmidt said it best. So, no, it's great you have a process and a thoughtfulness, a priority and pecking order, if you will. But I would encourage that those communities where it's such a long, think of myself personally, I wouldn't wait an hour for a bus. If it was, even though you put the 30 minutes, you just got it saying, you know what, I'll just drive or take an alternate route. I'm really excited. My one question was about spending OpEx before CapEx, but having that $6 million of capacity to use the buses, and because it stayed with me that you were saying a lot of these are reaching end of life and you're pulling out of reserves, if you will. So that's comforting that these dollars can go directly and the buses and other transit methods can get on the road. So thank you so much.
Thank you to Councillor Atkinson to close.
Thank you all. Yeah, I think I'll just start off with a quick little rule that I think councillors should maybe know, given yesterday's vote to increase the extra 10 cents. It's called the Simpson curtain rule, that says that for every 3% increase in fares, you can lead to a loss of 1% in terms of ridership. How you combat that is by providing better frequent service, right? So if we're going to be doing things like increasing fares, I think it is our responsibility to make sure that this service keeps pace. I don't actually believe that this does that, to be honest. This is the maximum given our current bus capacity, and the next step in all of this, which will be coming later, is this increase to start getting the buses, and that's going to take time, but we have to start having a longer term view to build up our capacity and to start providing the transit that Calgarians want and deserve. I'm very excited for the enthusiasm around the table around providing better transit service going forward, and I'm looking forward to those conversations in the coming years. So thank you all. Thanks for your support.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the e-vote.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The motion is carried with Councillors Johnston and McLean opposed, and that was the motion on the new base transit operating spending. Are there any other last-minute submissions on new base spending, Madam Clerk?
None that I've received, Mayor.
Great. We will now move to the second budget, the second bucket, which is specified reduced operating spending. I'll go to recognize Councillor Tyers on eliminating climate and environment operating budget.
Okay, so it says eliminating climate and environment operating budget, but that's miscategorized because it's a reduction of $9 million.
Thank you.
So I think we just need to make that that clear. So, as I've mentioned in the past, Calgarians are facing an affordability crisis. We must be diligent in how we spend taxpayer money and ensure that we do so on things that Calgarians expect their councillors to focus on. Things such as ensuring that transit runs efficiently or that the roads that they drive on are in good condition. That's why I'm focused on supporting our transit network, a way to encourage better services and in turn supporting more ridership on the bus and trains, making transit safer while reducing traffic. Decreasing traffic is an efficient way to reduce pollution and making commuting easier for Calgarians. I'm focused on reducing spending at City Hall that doesn't have clear and actionable outcomes. Listening to Calgarians and advocating is very important. During the campaign, I did hear a lot about how the previous city council, their initiatives and everything that they were doing was advocating for one particular group of people. And so I think in this case, we need to advocate for smarter spending to reduce taxes, as we have been doing throughout the last few days, and I think we're doing a really good job at it, so let's just keep going. Reducing taxes and easing the cost of living crisis that so many Calgarians are struggling with. The reduction to climate change and environment file spending has been vetted by city administration. In correspondence I received from administration, it stated that the changes allow us to continue to deliver on our regulatory responsibilities, corporate risk reductions, and operational efficiencies going forward. This would reduce the operational budget from 38 to 29 million, or 23% in 2026. I encourage my colleagues to support this motion as it is a common sense amendment that will allow us to use taxpayer money in the most efficient manner possible, where we're putting our taxpayer dollars towards real solutions.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion?
Me.
Sorry. Sorry, I can't see who's.
Me.
Councillor Johnston. Yeah. Thanks. Just please identify yourself. I want to make sure I acknowledge the right person. Yeah. Going to the speaker's queue, Councillor Yule.
Just looking for admin to maybe expand on what initiatives might be affected by a $9 million reduction.
Yes, Councillor Yule, I will refer that to Director Newton.
Through the chair to Councillor Yule. So the reduction in $9 million would just change the scale, scope, and pace of the enabling programs that we have in place for the community. So these are programs that help Calgarians invest in, or incentives in education, that help them invest in reducing energy use in their homes, as well as water conservation initiatives that help lower their utility bills. And so we would look to wind down or scale back programs within this $9 million that have like a lower impact on Calgarians as well. But these are programs that do support affordability in terms of reducing energy bills as well. But again, council directs that scale, scope, and pace in which we deliver on them.
So more education-based programs will be scaled down.
Education outreach and some incentive programs.
Okay. Any flood mitigation programs being affected by this?
Pardon me?
Any flood mitigation programs being affected?
No,
by
it would
this?
not impact any of the flood mitigation programs.
Any habitat restoration?
No.
Stormwater programs?
No.
Okay, so it's mainly just education for the public.
Correct, around energy efficiency and water conservation as well.
Okay, and is there any job losses expected through this reduction?
So the one-time funding does support 7 limited-term staff. And so we would look to retain those with the existing programs that are going, but there could be potential impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thanks so much. When we discussed this last week, if you recall, a line of questioning for me was very pointed to yourself about, is there any redundancy on regulatory? And just want to confirm that this cut, the regulatory duties and obligations as identified in that memo, would not be impacted in any way, shape, or form.
Correct.
During the meeting, there was a discussion that 80 or 85% of the costs were regulatory. This is a 23% cut. Can you just sort of reconcile that? Was that a misunderstanding on my part, or because it was sort of with those numbers, if 80+% of the duties were regulatory, but it sounds like it's substantially less. Can you just did I hear incorrectly, or could you just reconcile that for me?
Yeah. So through the chair to Councillor Pantasopoulos. So the overall budget, both the base and the one-time, probably relates to the percentage of regulatory and risk reduction roles that you're referring to. The one-time budget was put in place to meet the scale and pace of the implementation plan that was approved by the previous council, and a large portion of that does support the enabling programs portion of our work.
Well, thanks for that. Yeah, it's just okay. No, note to file to sort of press a little more. I'm thinking with Councillor Tyers. We just approved a substantial increase to our base operating fund for transit, and that's amazing. I'll be putting forward a motion to increase safety for that exact purpose, to bring more people back to transit and really get that. And during the campaign, I spoke openly about that. Folks talk about staying in our lane as a city council, and when there's duplication, I think one of my colleagues brought that up, education programs, and I think somebody said reduce, recycle sort of thing. So I'm very pleased that administration looked very deep, and fundamentally our regulatory requirements are consistent, and that's something that's very near and dear. I would never support cutting regulatory. There's always efficiencies. That's just what you do. But the other ones, I think there's a clear, given our other priorities, where this council's going, I will be supporting this motion, given that the regulatory side and the flood and all those are consistent. So thank you so much, administration, for digging deep and understanding, and thank you, Councillor Tyers, for addressing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warnes.
Thanks. Do you have a more specific list of what actually gets cut in this rather than the generalities that you were previously answered? Because we should be able to know what is actually funded and not.
So, pardon me, through the chair to Councillor Warnes. Again, we would go back and look at all of our programming, but an early identification has identified a few programs that have not been launched yet, or programs that are early in their life cycle. That might include an example such as some reductions to the home energy labeling program, some of our non-market solar incentives. So these are we support the installation of solar panels into non-market housing to help reduce the lifetime of energy bills for those residents, perhaps seniors. It helps offset their costs in terms of installing air conditioning to manage heat as well. And so those are just an example of some of the programs. But we would go back to make sure that we are making reductions in areas that have lower risk to the city or low risk from a financial standpoint. So this budget is primarily fully committed. There are some areas where it's not, so we would certainly cut that first. But there are contractual obligations that we would have to fulfill and then wind down or close out those pieces of the program.
And Nicole, you said it before, I think, but this work would stem directly from what's in the implementation plan that went to council.
Correct.
But my question is, in your answer, you said there's some that's committed. What is the total amount of not committed funds? I think that kind of would be a better crux.
Just some quick math. Councillor Warnes, it's probably about $1 million is not committed. I can wait for my team to, but
that's a hard part
most of it's committed through a contract. Just over, I believe, 85% of our. Sorry. We do have most of it committed in long-term contracts. So we started early on in the business cycle to get those contracts in place, start designing the programs, and some of them are just getting to their launch phase. But we have, some consulting dollars that we'll just cancel. We won't continue to use some of that, and so we can live with this amendment, and still to continue to deliver some of the high value programs such as SEEP. So I think that is one program that's very popular by Calgarians, and we would continue to fill our commitments for that program through to the end of the business cycle.
Yeah, it's hard because I feel like I'm getting mixed messaging on this. Like, you support it, but then when you really look at that breakdown of what's committed and not committed, it makes it really hard for council to make an educated decision on this budget package. I think when it came to motions, I'm giving some critique now. If you wanted us to use a scalpel, you gave us a budget that made us use a shotgun. I don't know, because there's pieces where you want to support the cuts, but then some of it you want to keep. So how do you actually give us the information to truly make that decision?
So if I may, Councillor Wyness, through the implementation plan, council didn't approve like individual programs. They approved the outcome and the areas of focus, and then we went away and delivered determined what tactics might be used in order for that. So just to break that down specifically, it would be reductions in areas around existing buildings and homes. We would reduce in areas of supporting our partnerships in innovation, research, and pilot projects. Reductions in education incentive programs, as well as reductions in programs that make Calgary's homes more affordable through energy or water consumption reduction. So those are the 4 focus areas that were in the implementation plan. And so we would go back and look at it from the tactics that administration had worked on to deliver on those outcomes. So those are the 4 outcomes we're scaling back.
How does your water loss connect to the 22% water loss rate of all of our infrastructure? Is there any connection to that?
It's completely separate from water loss. These water conservation initiatives really support multifamily use in ensuring that they're fixing leaks. It's more of a fix-a-leak type campaign, an incentive to help low-income Calgarians address leaks in their homes, which reduce their utility as well as energy bills.
Okay, and what kind of attention has that program been getting?
Unfortunately, I don't have that specific number with me, Councillor Wyness, but we can certainly follow up.
It's so hard because we have to vote pretty quick. Okay, Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
So we discussed this before, but just to emphasize the point again, your department already relinquished $5 million of one-time funding leading up to this budget, correct?
Yes.
So this additional $9 million, the primary source of the cuts would be programs that directly benefit affordability of Calgarians?
Yes.
So then we're providing an option for Calgarians to make choices themselves as far as what they would like to do in their own homes and on their own properties to save them money.
Yes.
So it's really an affordability tool.
That is the intent of the programs.
So within the, Councillor Wyness touched on this, but perhaps a more general answer even around what kind of participation and uptake you have when you launch programs such as these ones that are being cut. Do you have any other information about generally how many slots are filled if programs max out, and if any of the programs being cut here would be likely to see high interest from Calgarians?
So the programs that we would look at, Councillor Schmidt, is ones that are early in their phases, so maybe not as huge of an uptake. We would try to minimize the impact as much as we can. But I would say overall, the programming that has been launched through Climate Environment is quite popular and has an uptake through the city as well as with our partnerships. And so we're looking to ensure that we can support them as much as we can.
And do you have policies in place for outcomes within the department that determine if a program is successful and if it is basically getting benefit for the money that we're putting into it?
So we do look at all of our programs, at least on an annual basis, and report through the Climate Progress Report on how those are going. Some programs early on not as successful, so we wind those down and move on. We are in an iterative and innovation approach in terms of how we're meeting the needs of Calgarians. But we do have a number of very successful programs. As GM Hamilton had mentioned the other day, the SEEP program, for example, is fully subscribed within minutes. The Rain Barrel program is very popular. The Climate Ready YYC grant program, which supports our community partners as well as individuals in taking resilience measures. So that's not just about energy efficiency, but it is measures that they can take to protect themselves against extreme heat and other climate-related events. So we do focus our efforts on the programs that are popular and tweak and adjust the other ones as needed, or we make decisions to wind them down.
So would this $9 million affect any of those high subscription programs that already exist?
No.
And with any of the programs lost through this $9 million, would any relate to, say, resilience around hail damage?
So right now, we don't have any programs directly attributed to hail. The Climate Ready YYC one would potentially offer that option, but we currently just have direction from council to explore what type of programming that might look like, and that would be something that would come forward through in the next implementation plan for 27 to 30.
Okay, so at this time, then this current funding would not be directed towards resilience around those types of high-cost events like hail, is that correct?
That's correct. The current funding is really around energy efficiency and affordability, and there's some smaller programs in there.
Okay, so then I suppose the message here is that what we're providing for Calgarians is just another avenue for them to save money, make their lives more affordable, and address the cost of living.
Correct.
Okay, so I mean, for those reasons, this seems like it has a practical outcome for people, and affordability is something that I think all of us heard from equally during the campaign. And, I think the message here is that, sure, we'll save $9 million on our bottom line, but we're also taking away a mechanism for Calgarians to make their lives more affordable. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas, and thank you for working with Councillor, Councillor Kemp, I guess. Well, it's Mary Jeremy, we could go Councillor Kemp. I digress. This is a really good start. I mean, again, appreciate you finding $9 million out of your $38 million budget. I would have liked to have seen even more, but I do understand there's some regulatory responsibilities, so it's, I think it's a good compromise. We can take that money and refocus on maybe some of our core services, on our needs, maybe not some of our wants. So I'm just speaking here in support of this. And I think we should understand this is one department, but if we went through all the departments across the city, some of the money that's embedded in climate, either operating or capital, is not just tens of millions, it could be in the hundreds of millions. And again, I'm not saying it's not necessary, but it's a lot of money. And we're showing some responsibility to our citizens, showing that this is a way to now maybe lower taxes a little bit more. So thank you, Councillor Tyers, administration, and I will support this.
Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, I'll support this as well. And Councillor Schmidt brought it up himself. He said another avenue. Well, again, that's redundancies. It seems like half of what's on the climate, Calgary climate website portion, everything is just sending it to either Weather Canada or somewhere else. So it's just a redundancy on every level. If it were me, I would just have all the regulatory things go to one of our 75 lawyers on staff, or have the flood mitigation go to other departments that understand and could provide the services as well. So did I hear that no jobs will be cut with this $9 million?
There could potentially be a reduction in staff that are funded through the one-time funding.
How many? Did you say 7?
Up to 7.
And what's the total amount of employees in this department?
At the end of budget deliberations, there'll be 123.
Okay, so we're eliminating, I think it was 30% of the budget. And so what are all those 120 people going to do with a third less of the budget? I would expect more jobs to be cut with 30% less funding for a department.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, do you have a specific question?
How do we cut more? I don't know about you guys, but at the door, this was a big topic. A lot of people don't see the benefit considering the redundancy of it. Like, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government department. I just don't see the need for any of this, to be honest. So I'm okay with 9 million. I wish it was all of it, but I will be supporting this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And just as Chair, I'll mention, as a council, our objective here is not to seek to cut as many specific positions as possible. It's just to ensure from a governance standpoint that the money being spent is being wisely spent. So I would just
Well,
caution.
I made promises to my constituents, and part of that
Thank
is
you,
to cut
Councillor.
waste,
I would
so
just caution all of my colleagues to ensure good governance and collegiality in terms of how we are respecting the contributions from city staff as well. So I'll move to Councillor Atkinson, please.
I was just looking at the climate implementation plan, and the flow-through diagram that's on the website there shows that almost 89% of the one-time operating funding goes into buildings and homes programs specifically. So I mean, 11% for everything else, that being a little bit on mobility, governance and reporting, nature and ecology, energy, waste consumption, people, water, city design and development. All those are 11%, 89% on buildings and homes. So can you run us through what some of those one-time operating funds going specifically to the buildings and homes programs are, just since that's largely what this, I think, will be cutting?
So through the chair, Councillor Atkinson, pardon me. The funding towards buildings and homes takes a look at both the corporation investments as well as the community investments. And through the last implementation plan, the direction that we received was to do more, go faster at an accelerated pace. Hence, that was matched with investment. I don't have the detailed breakdown of the full buildings and work as well, but I would say that just over 29 million of it, I believe, was through a climate initiative fund, and that was really to support city facilities or civic partners, pardon me, projects that were already in flight, and so we could get those energy efficiency and climate resilience improvements at projects that were in flight, and so that program is fully subscribed, and the projects, the money will flow as the projects are implemented. So we've had a big emphasis on ensuring that our corporate facilities are resilient and energy efficient. But a space that we hadn't been in a lot before was really in supporting the community. And so that's a big investment that we made in terms of helping Calgarians and the community to take steps in reducing energy as well as building resilience. To my knowledge, we had not had many resilient programs in place prior to that.
Sorry, so the 29 million in and around that you're thinking, like, it's all good, but that's towards like corporate facilities improvements in terms of climate?
Correct.
Okay, so 60, yeah, basically we've got like 2/3 of the large majority of this going towards our own buildings, which will, in theory, like, these are improvements in terms of like insulation or, right? Is that right? In
That's
our buildings,
correct.
like
Insulation, building envelope, better windows, HVAC systems, et cetera. Yeah.
which then would have ongoing operating costs
Correct.
because of heating. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Your answers are leaving me very confused. I'm going to be very honest. Are you recommending that it's okay to cut this 9 million?
Actually, I can take that one, Councillor Dhaliwal. Just to be clear, we did recommend these, so we're supportive of these programs staying. We're not supportive of the cut because they do specifically implement council direction through the approved implementation strategy. So this is a council direction.
All right. Okay, so, and my next question is, again, how did we come up with $9 million? Was it asked to cut 9 million, or is it your due diligence, like you were just talking about initiatives and all that, that we really, I just want to understand the weightage, how we came up with this number. Because going back to Councillor Schmidt's point, there's affordability aspect to it too, right? Are we sacrificing, because so far I've seen some decisions made where affordability, we talked about affordability and then we voted totally in the opposite direction. And often I'm hearing, I promise this, I promise this. Well, guess what? We represent entire Calgary, not just one ward or certain type of people. You may have promised things on the doors, but decision is about the betterment of the city. So I just want to understand, how did we come up with this number?
Through the chair to Councillor Dhaliwal, the 9 million, so in your budget package, I believe it's page 100, but I can check, there is a 12 million one-time operating budget for council to approve this cycle. We looked at what our contractual obligations would be in terms of what the 12 million for this, for 2026 was meant to be spent on. We have to retain about 3 million to ensure that we can fulfill those contracts, close them out, et cetera. So there's a financial implication around the decision. And it would be the 9 million that we would, that we could relinquish.
Okay, so 9 million is non-committed at this time. Sorry.
Sorry, I just want to make sure it's clear. The money's committed through contracts, but we can't spend it until it's approved. And so there are contractual obligations to some of it, not all of it, that we would have to go back and close out those contracts, and there are financial implications to that.
No risk to the city from litigations and all that? Maybe you cannot answer this in the public, so I shouldn't ask that, but very minimal risk, I'm assuming.
We are looking at programs that do have the most minimum risk for the city, yes.
Okay. SEEP program, will that be affected through this?
The SEEP program has been the administration fees. There are some administration fees, and so that's not part of the 12 million that council would be approving. It's part of previous budget.
Okay. So these programs are council direction based on the strategic vision that last council set in 2022. But there's an opportunity, what I'm hearing is, to relinquish these dollars. And risk is not high, plus other councils questioning there's programs that may be cut, but may not have a material impact on Calgarians.
Yes, so these programs were approved through the last implementation plan, and council has the ability to determine the scale, scope, and pace on which we deliver on that work, and so we would look for council direction on this.
I think that's the other risk, Councillor Dhaliwal, is you have an implementation plan. These programs, this funding and programs that we brought forward is intended to enable those actions, and so one of the other risks outside the contractual issues is that this work that is in this implementation plan either wouldn't proceed or wouldn't proceed at the pace that administration has proposed to you.
Okay, so that's exactly what I was trying. There's impression of commitments from residents through this program that we have given them in an informal way. Cutting this will, like Councillor Schmidt's point, affordability impact on them, educational impact on them. So there is impact to Calgarians and our partners out there.
Your implementation plan is a public document that was before council, and so these commitments are in that implementation plan, and we've talked about some of the areas already, affordability being a big one, efficiency being another one. And so we've talked about some of those areas where those impacts would be felt.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to listen to other questions and close. This council is going to get its shot at its own strategic vision starting next year. They'll be able to put their own budget next year. But this was previous council. They had a vision. They had asked the administration to put an implementation plan. These dollars, that's what I heard, commitments made. People are waiting. People are from affordability, from education. So it's a very interesting one. So I'm going to look for in the close why it's important to get rid of this $9 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Can I first ask a question of CFO Tucker? I'm just curious where our property tax change is currently at after all the changes that the amendments we passed so far.
Thank you for the question. Currently, we are 1.38 on the property tax, and this particular item that's under discussion, the $9 million, would not impact that. That would flow back to the FSR.
Got it. Okay. Back to the FSR. I really appreciate Councillor Tyers taking the time here to use a little bit more of a scalpel rather than a complete slash here, which was, I admit, was going to be my potential concern here, and because that would have caused us some regulatory issues. A couple of questions, though, Director. Yes, no, maybe kind of thing. Would this impact the rain barrel program?
No.
Would it impact the neighborhood tree program?
No.
Would it impact the native plants that we could plant in our yard for pollinators program?
No.
Did I hear that this amendment would potentially take away air conditioning from seniors? Did I hear you say that earlier?
So we have a solar, a non-market solar program that supports the installation of solar, which some people use or are incentivized to use to help offset the cost of adding an air conditioner, which increases your energy costs. So it's a systematic way, yes.
Fair. Is that solar program currently active?
I believe that it is partially active, and this would be the year to scale it up.
And I'm curious what the sort of uptake's been on that program so far.
Unfortunately, I don't have that with me right now. Sorry.
That's right. You know, this is honestly a little bit of a tough one for me because, you know, to sort of build on, we heard councillors, both Dhaliwal and Schmidt, talk about the programs that we're hearing about really sound like that would be affected are really about affordability for our neighbors, especially lower income Calgarians, which I don't think any of us around this table are supportive of that. But to sort of build on Councillor Winus's analogy from earlier, this feels a little too scattershot to me, doing this on the floor. I'd be a lot more sort of inclined to entertain this as a notice of motion where we can actually look at the details of this to be able to be a little bit more specific and purposeful about it in implementing the current strategy. But yeah, as this sort of is presented right now, it just doesn't feel quite right to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jameson.
Thank you, Chair. So $9 million seems like a lot of money for climate education. I guess my question is could it have been more than that? Because you guys provided $9 million fairly quickly as a response to the original request. Yeah, like, I'm just curious. I mean, like, was 12 million on the table, or?
Councillor Jameson, I think what was on the table originally was a deletion of the entire business unit. And so with the idea that we would lose the regulatory important things that we do, So that was what was originally on the table. This was an effort to work with the councillor to come up with an alternative as quickly as we possibly could and not have what was on the table being a very significant reduction to some really important things that the City of Calgary has to do and comply with in its work.
Thank you for that. And yes, I do recognize the importance of the regulatory aspect and that we're in compliance. And I know that it's tied in, in such a way where it is, very hard to understand from our perspective in terms of, what is, an actual flood mitigation measure, a physically built item versus, the education portion and discretionary, spending that way. I guess as a councillor, I think we all got to decide, when we're putting this budget, is this the best way to spend $9 million, or could we use this $9 million more for our infrastructure, for our roads, parks, leisure centers, the things that Calgarians, really, need right now, fire stations, So I think as I assess the best way to spend money, I think that freeing up this $9 million now to put it somewhere else is something that I would like council to consider, because we have a lot of other amendments coming that are asking for a lot of money. And this is a way we could maybe pay for some of those things without impacting more or less anything or a very small amount right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other requests to speak on this topic? Okay, before I go to Councillor Tyers to close, I just want to thank you, Councillor Tyers, as well, echoing Councillor Kelly's point in that how you've gone about crafting this motion, I think, was really thoughtful, strategic, intentional, and you've done an incredible amount of due diligence in working with administration for a least harm approach to really determine what is the best bang for your buck, as well as the least impact that could be done from any of the reductions. So I just want to say, of the motions we've had on the table today, the research, the advanced work, the background that you put into this, Councillor Tyers, really impressed me, honestly, as mayor. As far as your first motion bringing to the table and your amendment, the rigor that you put to it, I just wanted to acknowledge you in that, Councillor Tyers. Also wanted to go over to Ms. Noonan as well. I wanted to acknowledge you and your team. I want to take a moment to recognize our climate and resiliency staff. I had the opportunity to watch I think it was a news briefing with one of my former, now current colleagues, Carolyn Bowen and others. I worked a lot on the water file when I was here as a member of council previously, and there's been no shortage of misinformation and disinformation about the work that you do, the work that your team does, and I think there's been many, many times where you've been really unfairly targeted as a result of that. But every single time you showed up to this council, every time you showed up in the public, you've come focused. You've been so focused on the facts, Ms. Noonan. You've been so focused on innovation, offering practical solutions. You've been an incredible leader within the organization, and I know there's a lot of the team that rely on you that would echo those comments. So I just, on a personal level, as chair, as mayor, as a Calgarian, thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the work that is represented by you in terms of your team. And I just wanted you to know that your work really matters and it does not go unnoticed. So over to Councillor Tyers to close, please.
Yes, thank you for all the thoughtful comments from all of my colleagues, and thank you for your kind words, Mayor Farkas. Really appreciate it. I did put a lot of effort into this motion to make sure that everything was done correctly. So as discussed, I did work with administration and our GM, Deb Hamilton, who unfortunately is not here today, but to make sure that we're meeting all of our regulatory requirements and legal requirements, and I appreciated her assistance and cooperation to bring this forward. This change, as we just heard, will only affect small educational initiatives. It does not affect flood mitigation, stormwater, wildlife, rain barrels, trees, plants, pollinators. We're focusing our money on strengthening our services. The best way to help low-income Calgarians is to reduce their taxes and make life more affordable. We just invested $6 million in transit, which is a tangible action that we can take to reduce pollution. The funds saved here will go to our FSR and better prepare us for the future of all Calgarians. Please support this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Wyness, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
No.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please display the results. The motion on the Climate Change and Resilience Department, or the amendment rather, has carried 9-6 with Councillors Schmidt, Kelly, Atkinson, Clark, Eula, and myself opposed. Thank you. We will move now, hopefully in the net. We will break sharp at 12 o'clock, but let's get through what we can for the next motion here on reducing operating spending from Councillor Ward. So I'm acknowledging you, Councillor, to introduce.
Yes, colleagues, I bring this amendment forward to remove the proposed $2 million in ongoing allocation to supporting the delivery of the Home is Here strategy. While housing is a priority, this funding represents an expansion that is not essential for frontline services or immediate delivery. At a time when Calgarians are struggling with affordability and we are seeking to lower taxes, this is a responsible area to pause spending, and I stress the word pause, without undermining critical housing programs that are already in place. So a very small adjustment, basically taking the $2 million proposed increase and just pausing that. That is all.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Second by Councillor Johnston. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Johnston? Okay. Is there any debate on this motion? And it's to eliminate the proposed $2 million ongoing operating increase in the Chief Housing Office in 2026 for supporting delivery of Home is Here strategy. Councillor Schmidt.
Yes, for Chief or Director Hendry, I'm not sure which one, but what is this can you break down more specifically what this $2 million helps your team do?
For sure. So this $2 million represents a investment. Looking at what Calgarians are thinking, 86% of them in the fall survey wanted to see more investment in affordable housing and affordable housing programs. And so that's what this reflects. In specifics, it will allow a thoughtful growth of the team at approximately 17 FTEs. Those individuals will be focused on working more closely with the private sector, leveraging funding from both the private sector and other orders of government, implementing actions that we have been unable to this point really progress on that are in the Home is Here strategy. And I think finally, there is a very important compliance and governance piece as we've had a conversation. And if I can round it out to one final key point is that we are falling short of our 3,000 non-market unit goal. And so the reason for this investment is to ensure we can continue to work collaboratively with the nonprofit and the private market to build that capacity and hit that 3,000 non-market unit target as outlined by council.
To hit home on that point more, there's a lot of cross-government work and work with the private sector here that we don't hear as much from other departments. So how come that is such an important aspect to what your department does when it comes to housing?
I think, the main reason is the long-term model that has existed in affordable non-market housing is the involvement of the other orders of government, right? And we need to stand ready as a municipality to ensure we can receive those funds and also implement them here locally for the impact of Calgarians that are woefully in need of more affordable housing options. And so we see a variety of programs that get created at the provincial and federal levels. Just within the last couple weeks, we've seen the Build Community Strong Fund of $51 billion at the federal level. We've seen Build Canada Homes, $13 billion at the federal level. We've seen the launch of the next round of the Affordable Housing Partnership Program at the provincial level for $200 million. And those are funds that the other orders of government are looking to invest in communities that they know can spend them and impact a Canadian's lives. And so where we're focused on is making sure we have the appropriate staff and team that can access those funds and they can be applied here locally to impact Calgarians.
So what I'm hearing is that this is something that we can't do on our own.
Certainly not, and that's really the focus of this team, is recognizing what I would categorize as a very modest operating ask increase that we have done very thoughtfully, with the goal of having a $2 million here operating change that will be in search of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, not only from the other orders of government, but also working with the private sector that exists here in Calgary today and leveraging their knowledge and expertise and making them aware of the programs that they may not understand they could access that can keep their teams employed, can deliver housing for Calgarians. And over to the gavel for Mr. Farkas.
You can finish.
No,
but
don't worry. That is my finish.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock, and Councillor Schmidt will have the floor. Good afternoon and welcome back to the penultimate day of Calgary City Council 2026 budget adjustments. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Ewell, Councillor Atkinson, Councillor Chabot,
Present.
Councillor Clark, Councillor Dollywall, Councillor Jameson,
Present.
Councillor Johnston,
Here.
Councillor Kelly,
Super present.
Councillor McLean,
Live and kicking.
Councillor Pantazopoulos,
Here.
Councillor Schmidt,
Here.
Councillor Tyers, Councillor Ward,
Here.
and Mayor Farkas.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And before I go back to Councillor Schmidt, who has 2 minutes left on Councillor Ward's amendment, just want to say our working plan right now is to go as hard as we can till 6 o'clock. Hard stop at 6. Tomorrow in this chamber, the IPC committee will begin at 9:30 a.m. I would plan for us to resume our council meeting at 10 a.m. There's only one agenda item that's debatable for the tomorrow's committee meeting. So if committee members tomorrow can be disciplined and wrap your business in 30 minutes or less, we'll have the ability to resume this council meeting at 10 a.m. So we don't have an official motion to that effect yet, but I just wanted to signal and telegraph this for administration as well as council members who might have family arrangements. All right, over to Councillor Schmidt to continue your question.
Okay, so where we left off was the point of having to seek funding from outside investors such as other levels of government and private investors. So my next question is, this is something that is competitive, and in order for us to compete for these dollars as a city, we need staff to be able to provide outcomes and put in the time to help us get these dollars. Is that fair to say?
Mic test. I would say yes, correct. And I see COO Dalglish has stood up here.
We absolutely do need the resources, Council. But what we also need to have is a great reputation as a city for what we can do on the file of housing. We already have a good, solid reputation. It's very good. We're Canada's housing engine right now. We've got a decade, perhaps more, of foundational work that has gotten us to the place where we are producing the most homes on an absolute basis in this country. And yet we have heard we have a lot more to do. 85,000, perhaps close to 100,000 households who can't afford their housing. 86% of folks in the survey who said we need to do more. And you heard so many of the public speakers talking about the need for affordable housing and deeply affordable housing. And so there is a lot more that we need to do. We're very capable of doing it, but the work is complex. I think, Councillor Schmidt, you were getting at it. It involves the federal government and funding. It involves the provincial government funding and addressing issues like red tape. It involves the private sector and having them invest. It involves the nonprofit sector and having them invest and manage programs. And across our corporation, there's a number of different areas that deal with the housing file, whether it's regulatory approvals, the land file. So it's a very significant, complex business. And the part that we know, where we are, as Director Hendry said, falling short right now, is with respect to non-market housing for the most part. But we also need the private sector to lean in more on both that and in the whole area of housing affordability. So I think what I'm saying to you, Council, is we're very capable of doing this, but we need more in the way of resourcing to do the much more that needs to be done. This is hundreds of millions in investment in homes. This is significant work amongst partners. I think right now, Director Hendry, you're working with over 90 partners maybe within the city, and there are going to need to be more. So those resources we believe we absolutely need if we're going to progress this agenda in the way in which we think this council needs it to progress. Thank you.
And thank you for that. So right now you already run a relatively lean department where the majority of, a small minority of your budget, I think it was $6 million, is spent on staffing out of a total $37 million. Is that right?
That's correct when looking at just the operating alone. And then, of course, when you add in the capital for, say, 2026, our salaries of the people in comparison to the capital is capital and operating combined is about 2.3%. And then, of course, importantly, the capital that the council has chosen to invest is often leveraged, typically threefold, with other orders of government or private sector dollars.
So then there's the potential that $2 million of money for staff could create exponential returns on funding from private sector and other levels of government.
I would agree with that statement, yes.
And then I'll go back to, I raised this earlier, the November 6th audit that of the Home is Here strategy puts in some more precise metrics as far as your reporting responsibilities to council and the information that we would receive. So can you just confirm again your awareness of this report and what you would express as your level of support for the recommendations?
Certainly, it is one of full support. We actually requested that audit at its inception. We welcome it. As somebody who I touched on briefly, but just as a reminder, I joined in January of this year. The Chief Housing Office was officially instilled as a business unit in May of this year. This audit comes at the perfect time, not only with this new council and its direction, which we welcome, but also in my joining of this organization to be able to take the expertise of that audit and implement the changes that it's recommending with full force.
You also spoke about...
Importantly, Councillor Schmidt, I apologize, I jumped in. I think importantly to your question, the audit also acknowledged the investment that was proposed in this budget as being really in parallel with the additional and more work they were asking us to do.
And yes, thank you for that. Now, Mr. Hendry, you spoke as well about that you can't come to us from the private sector. And there's a lot of concern, rightfully so, with this council about being efficient with the money that we spend and also being able to communicate how that money is being spent. So with the expertise that you bring, can you also expand on how that informs the way that you approach us spending public dollars for the team that you manage?
I appreciate the question. Yeah, before joining the city, I spent 15 years as a private developer. And as I mentioned, kind of the progression of how we got here, this wasn't a decision overnight to make this request, but rather it was a very thoughtful process where when I joined the organization, I took a outside-in lens, looked at where we were doing great, where we were falling short, and the recommendations that you see in front of you today as regards to the $2 million of ongoing operating, that is with great thoughtful consideration based on my private side experience combined with what I see as gaps on being able to fulfill and execute the Home is Here strategy to its fullest.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just end my cross-examination here with just by saying that I appreciate this amendment being brought by my colleague, Councillor Ward, because it's given us this opportunity to continue to explore what you do and how you will be held accountable, but I don't know if I'll be able to support it because of the outcomes we're seeing, so thank you.
Councillor Pantzopoulos, please.
I really appreciate that segue into outcomes. I think I heard $2 million to hire 17 more people, and the goal is to get the 300-ish low-cost homes, and those are 121 non-market, and get it up to the goal of 3,000. Maybe just speak specifically, those 17 people, what exactly would you make those goals and objectives? And if you came back to this council chamber 12 months from now, what's success for those 17 people?
So in specific, we are looking at adding key positions that will action items within the strategy that we have not had the resources to date to be able to do. And some of those actions are extremely important. They're related to programs that we would like to start up to increase collaboration between the non-market and the private sector that will result in us getting closer to our 3,000 non-market goal and ideally achieving that 3,000 non-market goal. Again, our focus is on enabling and being a city that provides that foundation of solid planning principles, solid investment that gives not only other orders of government confidence in allocating capital to our city, but also the private sector in allocating capital to our city. Importantly then, there are 3 positions in specific that we are targeting to build those private developer and non-market developer relationships, because we cannot do it without them at the table. 3,000 is a large goal, and we require not only their labor force, but we require their expertise to make sure that we're delivering these homes as fast as possible, and then of course as cost efficient as possible to not only this council, but to Calgarians at the end of the day.
Are the business owners, the developers asking for it? Saying essentially by adding those 3 FTEs, what I would hear is saying, we can't get through, there's a huge demand for engagement with the city, and you're just not responsive. Is that the consensus from the folks that are focusing on below market housing, non-market housing?
So I would say the consensus from the development industry is always a tough one to pin down, saying that as a former member of the development industry. But what was actually very helpful, and I'll just lean on real world example today, is that I was able to answer a couple questions, and then we broke for an hour. And in that period, both my phones were exploding with a variety of messages from the non-market sector and the private sector recognizing the interest and the desire to lean in on this piece. The reason being is that as we see the ebbs and flows of the market, delivering non-market housing, taking advantage of the variety of programs that exist at the city is something that becomes quite appetizing to the private market as they look to stabilize cash flows and stabilize their own teams, right? Keeping their staff employed, whether it's developing a market house for their own purposes or delivering a non-market house in collaboration with a nonprofit partner, it keeps their superintendents employed, it keeps their electricians employed, so on and so forth. And so I would say that yes, this is something that we have heard directly from the variety of people we work with, whether that's the Real Estate Sector Advisory Committee, whether it's the Council Advisory Committee on Housing, Build, CISPA, a variety of organizations that represent what I would call kind of the development industry as a whole.
So why do you need to expand? You're already doing that, and I'd suggest you're a victim of your own success. Hundreds of millions of dollars of cash coming in with your current staff, and if I understand grants, you'd write it, do the hard work and amazing work. Hundreds of millions of dollars flowing into the city. But then that's done. So just walk me through that council. So do you need to add another FTE because your team just can't attend that meeting? They're not meeting the needs of the developers?
So I would say it's a couple things. We're seeing the volume of these programs expand, right? So something like a previous Housing Accelerator Fund represented several billions of dollars. Excuse me. We're now seeing Build Communities Strong Fund and Build Canada Homes represent, a combined $64 billion. And so there's a certain requirement of staffing to administer the programs. And then importantly, and this is a really key point as we talk about long-term affordability, these are not programs that we administer and then abandon. But rather these are programs that we administer and we check on to make sure that these units that we're creating are complying with their housing agreements that are registered on title. We're ensuring that these units are actually getting built and they're adhering to the pro formas that they submitted to us on their applications. And so there's one piece, which is implementing and allocating larger buckets of capital from other orders of government in particular. But then there's a second piece around ensuring long-term governance and compliance on those housing agreements to make sure that if it's a 20-year, 30-year, or to the MGA maximum of 40 years, we are ensuring the long-term affordability of these units for Calgarians.
I love the outcome. Can you achieve that with your current staff or a nominal increase?
I would say that we cannot. We are just not able at this time to action a variety of items in the Home is Here strategy, and we are not in a place, as you've seen, we're making great progress on our non-market. We've been able to 8x the amount of development permits, but now we need to 3x the 8x. And so we need continued investment placed in the Home is Here strategy to hit these targets that Council has outlined.
Really glad you said that, 8x on development permits. And, I'm looking at planning and development services, the FTE equivalent, the change from 25 to 26. City and regional planning, 0 people. Community planning, 5. So the 17 is actually more than city and regional planning, community planning, the GM's office, and development business. Would we be better off to achieve our goal of building more homes, and I recognize you're targeting a subset, and I'll come back to that. Would it be better to move 17 folks here? Because my limited exposure to the development community, one of their concerns is the delay. Hey, we built 25,000 homes last year. We would like to see this process accelerated. If only we had an account manager, I represent from the city to meet my needs in 2 weeks instead of 3 weeks. And those are just made up dates. What are your thoughts to your colleagues that 17 would be better served here to meet the goal of building more homes, which I think is the ultimate goal?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would like to start off by saying we really value our planning and development services partners in getting this work done. And to point that out in specific, we have something here at the city called Affordable Housing Customer Care Coordinators. Quite a mouthful, but it's very explanatory in that what they offer is a concierge kind of white glove service for the non-market in particular. They enter into a priority stream where they are put at the top of the pile on a file manager's desk. And if I could add, and I welcome to be corrected by CFO Tucker or others here, but I think those numbers you're referencing are importantly the tax-supported items. There is also fee-supported items in those departments that represent a large majority of their staff as they rely on a variety of building permit fees, application fees, so on and so forth. And so I do think this number is something that we didn't do. At the time, September 2023, there was not an increase in staffing. In 2024, there was not an increase in staffing. Here we are 2 years into a 6-year strategy and effectively raising our hand at this time to make council aware that in order to hit our housing goals as outlined in the strategy, an additional investment is required at this time.
Councillor Pantelopoulos, if I can just add a little bit. And I think you raise a really, really good point, and that is on the regulatory side, can we lean in more, and we always can. We can always get better at the quote-unquote red tape and always get better at that area. But there has been a lot of foundational work done there already to get to a place where, frankly, developers will come to Calgary and tell us about their experience in Calgary as being very different, i.e. much better than it is in other jurisdictions. This piece that we're talking about with the Chief Housing Office is working with all of those partners really before, during, and after they're in that stream and managing that process, not only the funding, but the investments, but the tracking and the reporting, and so building on the good things that we've already done. And I think the other thing maybe, Reid, just to mention, is that from an efficiency perspective, I think, Reid, you did some work and looked across the country at different housing offices and where we are per 100K per capita of a housing office and where we'll get to. We will be actually still, I think, the lowest or amongst the lowest of any housing office across the country in terms of staff per 100,000 capita. So we will still be very, very lean even with this investment.
Yeah, I think hopefully you hear from this council. Look at recent decisions for this budget. Councillor Schmidt and I supported an initiative where putting $10 million for low-cost, non-market housing directly, because we believe putting it directly to work. Councillor Atkinson just got, was it unanimous? Unanimous $6 million to transit to the specific routes where there's a problem. And I think the challenge and the struggle, you just heard from your colleagues in other, is creating more, I won't say a bureaucracy, but more sort of foundational and support versus direct drive into it. That $10 million was direct drive to houses because your colleagues in the community, business community, will now access that $10 million and the $25 million. Maybe I'll just end with, do you think we'd get more bang for our buck if that $2 million was permanently put into the non-market housing accelerator as compared to hiring 17 staff permanently? And then my time is over. Thank you.
I appreciate the question, and to address it, I think based in what we've seen, you put $2 million into a direct drive housing initiative, you will see maybe a $6 to $8 million return. You invest $2 million in the salary you see before you today, that will access tens to hundreds of millions of dollars of other order of government funding. And so my answer directly to your question is that we bring this recommendation to you as administration extremely thoughtfully as the best way at this time to invest limited funds.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Yule.
So I think a lot of my questions have been answered, but just to clarify, this 2 million will go towards new hires that will go towards the targets that we're not really hitting in our strategy, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And those targets were set by the previous council as part of their strategy. I know there's councillors around this horseshoe that would like a different strategy, and our strategy will come next budget cycle. But I liken this to our discussion about the Foothills annexation process, in that that administration was given a task without a budget, and so we made sure that they had a budget to carry out the targets that they were meant to have. This is similar in that they have targets that they're trying to reach, and this helps them reach those targets that were set for them. And so I guess, Councillor Ward, in your close, the only thing that I'd like kind of maybe cleared up is you mentioned this would be a pause. A pause until what? Like, what's the end goal of, like, when do we unpause? What's the goal behind this amendment? That's everything.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. Home is here strategy. Last council approved it. Why? Why was this strategy created? What was happening in our city?
So to answer that question, I think there was two things that occurred. We were coming to the end of our previous strategy that approached housing, the corporate affordability housing strategy. And so it was a natural time to take a look at what the future for housing would be at this city. The method that this council, or the previous council, chose to pursue was through the creation of the Housing Affordability Task Force, which occurred in June of 2022. And that task force made a series of recommendations to the previous council that, in combination with a couple other plans, things like the Ways Forward, which focused solely on Indigenous housing. There was a combination of task force recommendations, the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan, the Ways Forward, the Indigenous Housing Strategic Document, and then specific amendments that were made on council floor at that time to form a new comprehensive strategy around housing in this city.
Often during our public hearing, we often hear from proponents, we are in housing crisis. That had a role to play in this?
I think certainly, right? I think the word crisis brings with it certain sensitivities. And so what I like to focus on is the numbers. Which is that our needs assessment shows 85,000 households in 2023, which was about 1/5 of the total households, was struggling to pay their housing bills. And since then, we've seen that number only grow as we've seen massive population increase into the city. We've seen general wage stagnation. And as I mentioned in my earlier questioning last week, we have seen the market begin to soften, but we are well above to 35% plus of pre-pandemic home price levels, and home prices in the city remain very unachievable for your average Calgarian.
We did all that taxation and decrease and all that, saying Calgarians are asking for more affordability. One of the arguments against blanket zoning is it's not creating units that are really affordable. This is the first time ever 3,000 non-market housing that are really affordable are being pursued. Is that true?
Yes, this is the first time. This is an ambitious target. It's an ambitious goal, but I also think Calgary, I'm born and raised here, it's an ambitious city. And I think it's something that we can achieve. I firmly believe that with all the variety of interested parties around the table. I think this is something we can achieve. We've seen the nonprofit sector, the private sector to a small extent respond. And I think this is the perfect opportunity to continue to lean in on that and continue to demonstrate how this city can get things done and deliver affordable, long-term affordable housing to its citizens.
Okay, so in the strategy, the target is the housing units.
That's correct. It's 3,000 non-market building permits is the one objective that we talk about as us falling short of at this time. There is a variety of other objectives, but that is certainly the main target at this time because we are falling short and we need to address it.
Yeah, because we are asking you to achieve the target, but then we are also saying, why do you need that extra help? Do more with less. What are the consequences? The consequence, in my opinion, is we will not be able to meet those targets. We will not be able to deliver that affordable non-market housing, which I'm very passionate about. But we want to argue over having 3 FTEs who you just told me can unlock millions and millions of dollars that will provide real help towards non-market housing.
I would agree with that, and I would only add one additional point, which I believe COO Dalglish also touched on, is it would just shake overall confidence, right? It would just shake confidence with regards to other orders of government where they know they can spend money and they can see a return for whether it's the case in, for Albertans or for Canadians more broadly.
Yeah, because we just gave that extra funds to transit, $6 million or $5 million for base. I don't think we have automated buses yet, so we will have to hire new operators to run those buses to reach the target, which is serving those communities. Same way, what we are trying to do is get that help to reach the goals that were set by the council for affordability. Okay, great. Thank you for answering all those questions, and that's it for me, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate on this before I go back to Councillor Ward? Seeing none, I will jump in briefly. And I asked this question in sincerely the most respectful way possible, and I do not mean to be unkind with this question. But if having just a couple more folks would unlock hundreds of millions of dollars, why aren't the existing people pursuing these incredible opportunities, right? So if we're just on the cusp of these amazing outcomes, and it's just such low-hanging fruit that only a couple more people would be able to unlock it, why aren't the people that we already have pursuing those opportunities instead of doing whatever it is that they're currently doing? Sorry, I don't mean this in an unkind way.
It's a great question, and if I came before you today not prepared to answer that, that would be tough. I think the explanation is very simple. We can today, and we are today, making those requests. But there's a difference between making the request, which is often filling out an online portal or writing a letter of advocacy. There's a big delta between asking and implementing. And so the difference here is being able to have the team that can implement the funds once they have been received. And we are quite confident because of the stellar reputation that we have developed here as Calgarians with our partners in the non-market private sector, with the other orders of government, that we will receive future additional funding. And we want to ensure that we are able to implement and follow through on those commitments that we're making.
So is this 2 million purely FTEs?
This 2 million is purely FTEs, that is correct.
And what are these people doing? Are they grant writers? Or like, how can you make the claim that there's going to be potentially 100 million plus unlocked by these people?
So to make that claim, what they are doing, so it's not purely grant writers, it is what I would call program administrators as well as relationship builders. So I could break it down here. We have 6 FTEs that we are targeting to work on the actions that we have been able to, not been able to start yet at this time under the strategy, as well as really lean in on some key actions that need more horsepower to get the outcomes. We then have an additional 5 that are slated to manage, monitor, implement governance, all of that sort of stuff around the programs that we're doing. And then we have an additional 3 that are focused on relationship building. And historically, this is very common. This is not a comment on the city of Calgary, but historically, municipalities really focus on the non-market social housing aspect. They don't necessarily focus on the private industry. And so that's a gap that exists today that we're working to lean in on and ensure we're creating those connections with the private sector. And then the final 3 are for my office and my team.
Relationship building, how and to what end?
It's educating them on how small of a gap there really is from market to non-market housing, right? We've all worked jobs throughout our lives, and what I have found is that people know what they know and they like what they like and they're comfortable where they're comfortable. And so even saying we need to add a washroom that has a grab bar and a roll-in shower, that can often have a developer go, that's not what I do, my framer doesn't understand that, my team doesn't understand that, so we're just gonna keep building the same product. For grants, a lot of times they don't even know the programs that we have on offer. And so it's educating them, bringing them to the table, educating them around joint venture structures that can exist and have existed successfully, going back to the fact that this isn't necessarily something we have never done, but rather it is building capacity and increasing these connections that may have existed previously, but they allowed 100 to 150 homes a year. Now we need to enable 3,000 homes a year. And so we can't just have the same people that understand it, but rather new groups that we can educate and bring together.
And how much does this amount as a share of your overall budget, and how much of the increase?
So right now, my team's salary represents about, just doing math in my head, it represents about 1% of the total operating and capital budget. This increase, if approved, would take it up to 2.3%. And again, the team's capital budget, speaking broadly, is $260 million. That is often then when we disperse those funds, which those are generally programmatic funds, those are levered by other orders of government. So 2.3% is the answer to your question, salaries to operating and capital combined, but that capital number is significantly leveraged by our partners.
So this amount is about 130% increase in staffing? Like this is more than a doubling of your salary portion?
Yes, approximately, and it's, I believe, on the in the document, we're going from 23 FTEs to 40. So it's increase about that amount. On a salary basis, I don't have that offhand, but that gives you an order of magnitude, 23 to 40.
And Reed, if you can clarify that some of the salary for the 17 is actually coming from a reserve as well, in addition to the $2 million in operating funding. I think that's important.
That's correct. So what we've done to maybe make the math make sense in everybody's head around the horseshoe, my apologies, and thank you, CO Dalglish, is that we have some funds, and in an effort to lower our budget ask as much as possible, we looked through the budget. Again, I just joined in January, so I undertook that exercise with the team. We identified an opportunity where approximately $1 million under a previous council policy was being transferred directly to the corporate housing reserve. So we are using that $1 million under a previous council's direction to both minimize the ask in front of you today, but also aid in creating the FTEs.
And if you had $2 million per year to spend, this is the best possible way to deliver housing for Calgarians, not infrastructure maintenance, not a dedicated capital stream. It's these people in this office.
That is correct. That is my belief, and that's why it is the recommendation before you today.
Colleagues, I'm very challenged by, honestly, how generic I feel the answers were provided to us. I understand the well intent and the work that's been done, and I understand that our chief housing officer is the steward of council-directed strategy, right? So I want to make clear that my commentary is not necessarily shoot the messenger. I know that you, Mr. Hendry, you're executing a council-approved strategy with certain indicators and whatnot. Can you tell me more about what specific target areas or action areas that we're falling short on that these people would help actually meet those goals? Because prior to this, last week, we talked about how amazingly things were going within the existing envelope, within the existing advocacy and budget. So which areas are we falling short that these people can help with?
I'll start, Mayor Farkas, and thank you for that question. I think the first part of the answer, just from a direct metric perspective, is in the non-market area. And let me also start by saying that when we began to work on the idea of a chief housing office, which Calgary didn't have at the time, I thought it made complete sense that we would have a chief housing office that was focused on both market housing and non-market housing. I thought that made complete sense, just from my experience here, working here. As it turned out, when Mr. Hendry began actually talking to housing offices across the country about their housing offices, this actually would be quite unique. that other housing offices are focused on non-market housing. We would be focused on both. And I think Mr. Hendry answered well around the solution lies not only in producing non-market housing units, the solution also lies in working with the private sector to produce units and homes that are also affordable that maybe don't come into that non-market category because you reduce the pressure on that category. So I think that's important to say at the outset. This was a real direction of ours that we undertook. But to your question specifically, in terms of the numbers, right now I think in 2024, we were at 120 building permits, non-market, that we produced in 2024. That number is going to be over 300 because I think that's where we are. At the end of Q3, it's going to be 300 to 400 at the end of 2025. But the magnitude of that increase that we need to achieve from 300 to 400 to 3,000 every single year is the sort of the 8X type of work that Director Hendry is talking about. I want to introduce it in that way, but over to you, Reid.
And I can just add, we specifically, you may have heard us say that we have 88% of the actions under the strategy have either been completed or are started. And so inherently in that number, there's 12% of the actions of which there's 98. So we have approximately 10 plus actions that have not been able to be started and will not be able to be started until we receive resourcing for it. And those include things that we heard a lot in the public hearing last week around renters' rights, protections, interfaces with landlords. It's a lot of programs directly targeted at involving developers and the non-market sector. It's programs around leveraging city land. And then as well, there's a variety of actions specifically targeting Indigenous housing and equity-deserving populations.
Thank you. And is there anything else that you think council should be considering when it comes to this specific amendment? Anything that I haven't asked that you want to be asked?
All I would say is I would go back to the fall survey of where Calgarians said what should be invested in. And 86% of them said we would like to see additional investment in affordable housing programs. And that is what is before this council today. And I hope it has your support.
Mayor Farkas, I would say, if I can.
Yeah, please.
Look at our record. I think our record speaks for itself. Before the housing strategy, Calgary was producing record numbers of housing, relatively speaking. Since the housing strategy and the introduction of the non-market goal, you have seen us already lean into that, and you can see the increases already. We have a record of success. As Director Hendry pointed out, this was a thoughtful resource ask, which we think is credible based on our record, and we think we can continue to sort of see that success go into the future as Calgary and as our city, but we do believe that we need these resources if we're going to continue to build on that great record that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to briefly debate, I'm leaning against supporting this amendment, but for purely strategic reasons. If council is going to send me into a negotiation standpoint with the federal government when it comes to reaffirming our commitment to meeting our Housing Accelerated Fund goals, if council is potentially going to pursue a repeal of blanket rezoning, I need to be able to have all of the tools possible to be able to demonstrate to my federal counterparts that Calgary's commitment is solid. And I fear what a cut to this program could do to the narrative if it is considered in the body of other reductions to capital funding on affordable housing, as well as a potential repeal of blanket rezoning. It makes it much harder for me as mayor to tell the feds that we're still doing our job, but doing it in a different way. So I'm open to, still open to debate. Over to Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. You asked a lot of questions I was going to ask. So I'm part of the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. And my question is, it seemed like a lot of what your full-time hires would do would be advocate to the federal government for money, but how does Bill 18 affect the ability to effectively receive that money from the federal government? Because even as my role, even to get those grants and stuff for us, I would have to get approval from the province. So I'm just wondering how that's going to affect your ability with all of those new hires.
For sure. It's a great question, and apologies because I don't have the numbers memorized, but Bill 18, Provincial Priorities Act, I hope. The Provincial Priorities Act is obviously something that came into effect April 1st of this year. We work very closely with our provincial partners. We actually have a standing, what we call the Big City Capital Working Group meeting that really just includes ourselves and Edmonton, as well as representatives from the province, where we are discussing through these things. Without getting into too much detail, I can say that we are working very collaboratively with the provincial government on joint applications to a variety of programs that exist at the federal level. And to this date, we've seen no hiccups or issues entering into funding agreements, to my knowledge. And so I don't see that as an obstacle. Rather, I see it as an opportunity to make sure we're further aligned with other cities as well as the province.
Ms. Cote, did you have anything to add to that?
Oh, I didn't hear you come up.
Kelly Cote, Manager of Government Relations. Similar to what Reid was suggesting, we have had clarification from the provincial government that we are allowed to have conversations with the federal government and work through grants. In some cases, we have some that are exempted from the Provincial Priorities Act, and for the ones that are, once we get to solution that we're happy with the federal government, they're sent to the province for review. Now, as Reid was mentioning, in the cases where we can work with the province at the beginning to reduce the time frame for review and address some of their concerns at the front end, that's something we're already putting in place.
Okay, I would just ask that through David Duckworth, that I could be included in some of these meetings and or negotiations, just so I have all the ammo I need when I go and talk with the federal counterparts. So,
Councillor Johnson, I can assure you Ms. Cote and her team will be working with you as our FCM rep in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
If I can add, Councillor, a great example, recent example of this is the previous council's FCM rep is who, say, I would go with to Ottawa to talk about these sort of things. And so we will certainly ensure that you are involved and kept up to speed as we work with other orders of government.
Road trip. How many non-market houses did we have last year? Sorry, how many market houses did we have last year built?
Market houses constructed?
Yeah.
Last year would be approximately 20,000. I could get the exact number for you here quickly, but I believe approximately 20,000. I'll pull it up here. So last year, 21,364.
Right. So, and if I remember that little bar chart we had earlier, we exceeded the housing starts in the last couple of years, but we were falling behind on the affordable units. And we've had, was it 200 something plus million injected into the affordable housing strategy? And that was 2 years ago, 2023, was it? Well, the numbers just don't necessarily add up for me that it's actually working the way it was intended to work. And I would always fall back on, I think, even though our planning and development department here does a really good job, I think we could do better. And I think you did mention something about kind of a fast track for builders that are including affordable units in their build. What's the minimum percentage of affordable units required to be a part of that fast track?
I'll pass it over to Director Goldstein here.
Hi, Councillor. And I only come up because, remember, anything file related, planning related would come through my office and not through the CHO's office. So currently we do not have what we would say is a minimum threshold regarding affordable housing units in Alberta. We don't have that. They sometimes refer to that as inclusionary zoning. What we do have, though, is we have several incentive programs that allow density bonusing to happen in exchange for the provision of non-market housing.
Right, so if it was we had a planning council meeting where we approved a pretty nice building with a museum in it, and part of their fast track was to include, I just want to know if there's a minimum or what would be like the average for them to be in that fast track.
So the fast track, or what we would call the priority service for affordable housing, happens when we receive a commitment, so a legal commitment from the developer that they will provide these units that qualify. The qualification of those units would go over to Calgary, or the CHO's office through their housing team, to determine if yes, they are valid, and then we would accept them into that priority. The provision of how many they do inside the building, because we do not have a stipulation that says in every market development that comes forward, 10% of the units have to be affordable housing. The determination is really up to them.
To you guys or to the developer?
To the developer.
So they could have one apartment in 1,000 houses and it could be fast-tracked?
It's a combination.
Theoretically?
It's a combination of factors. I do not think that that would qualify on its own. The reason I would say that is because the qualification of having that is usually stacked with other programs. So for example, the one that we would see that you were referring to was because they were stacking that with their family's legacy and with some other money that they had put into that. So.
Okay, my fear is just that the system could be abused, that's all, just to get fast-tracked.
We are very, very cautious about this. As council knows, when everything's a priority, nothing is a priority. And so we are very, very cautious about the priority service, which is why we've defined affordable housing through the strategy as one. There are other ways of getting into it, but we are very, very cautious on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. I just want to follow up on one of your answers earlier where you talked about the market stagnation signs that are currently happening and wage stagnation. So when you have those two variables, if we have a stagnant market, what are you going to do to solve that? Like, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
And I think it provides the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the variety of grant programs on offer municipally as well as provincially and federally to help stimulate the non-market housing sector in particular, as the market sector ebbs and flows with the nature of a business cycle. Whereas our cash injections and capital injections can ensure homes are remaining to be built, and importantly, non-market homes are remaining to be built. And then those private developers that now have resource capacity, they have labor capacity, are able to shift their teams to focus on things like non-market housing delivery, because maybe the communities or the apartment buildings and so on and so forth aren't selling as quickly as possible.
So we're going to use tax money to inflate the prices to make it a viable project to move forward?
I would disagree with that characterization, because we aren't inflating the prices actually.
Well, you're not letting the market fall, because if it's if there's an oversupply, the price drops. Therefore, the cost of inputs to actually building can't be covered by the cost of sales in the market, which is actually making affordable housing. So you want to put tax money in to keep it going, is what it sounds like.
So I think it's a great question. What I would point to is two things. Is one, the units that we're creating through non-market programs, whether they're through our programs or other orders of government, are often capped at 80% of market rent or lower. And that 80% shifts with the market. So if the market gets more expensive, the 80% rises. If the market gets cheaper, the 80% lowers. So the capital injections that we're making are not raising prices. They're actually locking in affordability with a long-term delta to the market. As for the larger conversation around supply and demand, it's definitely an interesting one as Calgary has gone through its recent dynamics. For scope and scale, we will likely we will likely enable approximately 25,000 completed homes in the city of Calgary this year is kind of where we're tracking. And so when we talk about 3,000 non-market homes and reaching that target, it is a percentage of the overall market that I don't know if it would have a massive impact, especially because it has restrictions on the groups that it is renting to and interacting with that are not available to, say, the broader market writ large.
But that's a challenge we're in. We're supposed to be bringing down the price of housing, but in doing that, you make it harder to get new stock. And you can look to Toronto, where people still are not releasing the surplus units that they hold at a lower price because, and in Vancouver as well. I think there's a building going bankrupt in Vancouver because they did a 25% and they still couldn't offload the units of the condo build. And so that's, like, I'm really challenged by your answer. And then that takes me to the wage stagnation comment. If wages are still staying stagnant, then people can't afford to buy the houses, which is why we still end up with the surplus. So the more money I give you, I still end up with that imbalance of until we fix the wages in Canadian economy, you will never solve the riddle that you have before us. And I'm just very concerned about this injection. My next question is, you mentioned reserves are covering FTEs, but are we just having a one-year contract for that draw on the reserves, or is it full-time FTE that we will keep in the organization? Because using reserves to cover actually an employee that stays with us and not a one-year term, that's really problematic in a budget.
Yeah, and that's a great question. So to provide more clarity, that funding is base operating funding that through a council decision has been historically transferred to the reserve annually for the purpose of aiding housing. And so in this case, instead of transferring it to the reserve, we are applying it to FTEs. And so these would be permanent in nature because this funding is permanent in nature.
But it was supposed to be for housing, not for FTEs, right?
These, under the previous council direction, I think it was back in 2022, employee resources is a valid expenditure of these funds. And again, we took this approach with the lens of wanting to minimize this ask and be as efficient as we possibly could with the funds that had been previously assigned to us.
Okay, that just makes me want to support this more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ward to close.
First of all, I did not think we would be debating this for over an hour, so I apologize for that. This amendment, it doesn't eliminate housing services. It simply pauses a very, very small incremental expansion. We can revisit it at the four-year budget to answer Councillor Yule's question once we have a better idea of infrastructure and frontline service needs. Administration said it themselves. We are leading the country in housing. We're not changing that. We're just not increasing the budget at this time. It will not shake confidence. We're still investing $37 million and just approved $42.5 million of subsidies for housing downtown. In my opinion, this seems a bit cart before the horse. We're saying we need to hire people now to get grants. What happens if we don't get those grants? What do these additional hires do then? Let's focus our tax dollars on the core services Calgarians count on today. And with that, I am closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please engage the e-vote.
Councillor Ewell, your vote, please. No. Thank you. Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please display the results. The motion on reducing the delivery of homes here strategy for $2 million has been defeated 7-8 with Councillor Schmidt, Kelly, Dhaliwal, Pantazopoulos, Atkinson, Clark, Ewell, and myself opposed. I will recognize Councillor Ward on his next amendment. on corporate strategy, innovation, corporate initiatives.
Yes, thank you. So colleagues, this amendment is about introducing the same discipline and expectation of efficiency that every business, every nonprofit, and frankly, every household in Calgary already lives with. When revenues are tight, when costs go up, people don't simply raise more money. They tighten their operations, streamline what they do, and find ways to deliver the same service in a more efficient way. That is the reality for families and businesses across our city. And the City of Calgary should not be exempt from that, in my opinion. The amendment before you today proposes a 2.4% ongoing reduction across several corporate and administrative departments. This is not frontline staff. This is not police, fire, transit, water, or infrastructure. This is not anything that directly affects the day-to-day experience of Calgarians. These are the administrative and support functions within City Hall, the parts of our organization that should be continually looking for better ways to operate. What I am asking for here is extremely modest. These same departments have seen increasing budgets, new initiatives, and expanded roles over the past several years. A 2.4% efficiency target is something every major organization deals with in the normal course of business. I can say from my experience, if my my boss came to me and asked me to cut 2.4%, I'd be doing cartwheels down the hallways because that would be very low and very reasonable. To be clear, we're not telling them how to do it. We're not cutting programs line by line. We're simply saying find 2.4% as listed through those departments. Find it through efficiencies, through vacancy management, through better contracts, through consolidation, through doing things smarter, not by doing less. Every private sector CFO, every nonprofit director, and every Calgary resident understands that basic expectation. It is completely reasonable for City Hall to operate with that same level of accountability. If we vote yes to this, the result is $9.5 million in savings, which helps us keep our commitment to affordability and stewardship of taxpayer dollars without compromising service. This is responsible, it's prudent financial management, and I hope Council will support it. Once again, 2.4%, very reasonable.
Thanks, Councillor Warda. I just want to go to you again real quickly. This was not, or rather, this was submitted after the printing of the sheet that's in front of council. And I just wanted to ask, are the other amendments that you're suggesting coming after this, or is this to amalgamate?
No, to be clear, this is a combination of all the other amendments. So I put this to administration. They helped me with the wording and the exact numbers for each department, so thank you for that. Yep. And it just makes it a bit more clear so people can understand what we're actually targeting here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for this motion? Second by Councillor Tyers. Yeah. Councillor, did you want to speak to it?
Sure.
Before I let you go, point of clarification. I don't think that exists, but I'm still going to
make it up. I'm going to make it up. Just to clarify, the printed, we have 1, 2, 3, and this is maybe to you, Councillor Ward, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the combination of the three, and the reason I ask is, should we think about 9.5 million in addition to the proposed cuts you're here, or is this a combination of everything?
So this replaces everything that was in the printed version. So what you have printed, basically, ignore that. This is one amendment to replace all that.
This replaces C, D, E, and F. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Back to you, Councillor Tyers.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to speak to Councillor Ward and thank him so much for going through and doing this painstaking work to try to find savings. 2.4% across the board doesn't seem like too bad of an idea, especially like he did mention something about like travel and extra expenses like that, and those are the kind of things that I think we can look at and make sure that we're spending taxpayer dollars efficiently. So I appreciate the work that Councillor Ward put towards this, and I support it.
Thank you. We've had a request for division, so I will ask that each of these are voted upon separately. I'll use the bulk of my time I will enter the queue. I'll just ask each of these departments to kind of speak to what the impact of each of these would be. So 5 series of questions. I'm going to ask you first, Mr. Duckworth.
So thank you, Mary. I'll make a few opening comments. So Councillor Ward is correct. It does seem small. but this actually will have big impacts. I think the comment was this won't show up in frontline core services. It actually will. And let me explain a little bit further. So our budget recommendations before you, when they were first developed last year, we worked with the previous council who had a mandate that we come in no higher than a 3.6% increase. So the department heads, executive leadership team, and I went away and we prioritize actually all the requests from across the organization. I can tell you the requests across the organization far exceeded, which is what is in this budget. And so the executive leadership team and I focused only on asks that were around our key priorities of housing, public safety, transit, and infrastructure, and of course, risk mitigation. Any other requests across the organization did not make it into this budget. So based where we're at so far today, with nothing really coming out other than the one-time climate stuff, where you're at with your budget, the requests that you actually have in there from these departments are actually to ensure that we can deliver on what's in this budget. So just to be clear, to be able to, these are the departments and functions that enable all of the core services and all the priorities that we deliver to Calgarians every single day. So really quickly, these are areas that focus on, these are the people that perform our property assessment and collects our taxation. These are the people that provide focused oversight of council's priorities, which again, public safety, infrastructure, transit, and housing. These are the people that provide legislative services. These are the people that maintain our GIS platforms and provide data analytics. These are the people that protect our people and our assets. These are the people that perform public communications, marketing, and engagement. These are the people that oversee our finances and our financial systems. These are the people that attract, retain, and develop our talent. These are the people that manage our IT systems and infrastructure. These are the people that provide legal advice and risk management. And finally, these are the people that provide services such as procurement services for our, for example, for procuring contractors. So the asks that are in the budget right now are focused on our 4 priorities, which are already included in the budget, which at this point in time, council largely has adopted. And so with reductions in these areas, it will actually show up in our core services. And I just now maybe I can go through the GMs if you wish, Mayor Farkas, but I would turn it maybe first to Ms. Flowen just to provide a few comments.
Sure, thanks very much. So with respect to number 5 on the list, law, legislative services, and security, I can tell you that that portfolio is focused to a very large extent on risk. Any reductions that would occur, we would try to focus on the less impactful areas. And quite frankly, council, what that would mean is work will slow down. So our ability to support the delivery of capital would be reduced. And Mr. Thompson has already talked about the difficulty in delivering a very ambitious capital program. I think it's fair to say, not only for my area, but everyone's area on that list, they all play a significant factor in the delivery of capital. You can't deliver capital without people, without the finances, without procurement, without safety, without law, without insurance, without IT.
Sorry? Let's give anybody on the line to please mute.
Thank you.
So there will be an impact there. Something else that I think is really interesting to point out is that in the two councils ago, there was a council committee called the Business Advisory Committee. And that committee really focused on opportunities with the business community in Calgary. And one of the areas of focus that came forward was with respect to real estate and related land transactions. And there was a report that went forward to council and to committee, and it was highlighted how important it was to have the support of the Real Estate and Development Services team, they're not in this list, but also of law, in order to make sure that processes go smoothly and quickly. Otherwise, the city is not facilitating and advancing business interests. So through that work, we made some commitments to streamline and to continue to focus to advance that work. And I will tell you, those are the other kinds of things that will slow down as well. And it isn't because we're trying to be penalizing, but we have to make sure the city's insurance interests are covered, that we're satisfying all of our legislative duties, that our assets, people, and information are protected, and that our major legal matters are being handled. We also have a new practice note that has come out from the Court of King's Bench that requires all major litigation started after, I believe it's September 2025, now has a 3-year delivery within which litigation is supposed to be advanced and completed. For some lawsuits, that's going to be a major undertaking and very, very resource intensive. And Council, one last thing that I'll say is with all of the additions that are being made to the budget, there is a corresponding impact incrementally on all of the supporting services. So all of the additional operating that's being added, there's a potential for more insurance, for more claims, for more litigation, for more procurement, et cetera. So that there's an add-on effect as well. We do our very best to find efficiencies every day. Continuous improvement really is a main part of our business, and we try very, very hard to find the time to innovate, not just do it by accident, but we have to be focused in order to innovate and to find new opportunities. I'm really excited this year because we are just in the legal services area implementing a brand new software program that we are we are focusing on trying to find more efficiencies and new ways of reporting. And we've been talking to Audit Committee about that for the last year or so. And we're just in the initial stages of implementation. And so I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to have a focus on that and to really develop some efficiencies. I really don't know if we're gonna have the capacity to do that if we have these cuts. So that's what I have to say.
Continuing in reverse order. Maybe acting GM from PICS can comment.
Thank you. Council, these comments I make on behalf of PICS, but they're probably applicable to most of the corporate services that you see up there. This is a reduction that would be applied against a group of corporate services that support the city to be a well-run organization and to effectively deliver services to Calgarians. For this group, our work, our workload, and our resource needs are all linked closely to how busy the rest of the city is. So the more capital infrastructure that we're building, the more trains we're running, the more garbage we're picking up, the more we're running recreation programs, the more work there is for these corporate service teams. So this reduction would also impact those resources which are actually dedicated to allowing our organization to plan, to organize our work, to manage risk, to drive innovation, and to improve our effectiveness and our efficiency. Over the years of this budget, and even before that, investment in all of these corporate services has been really modest. In fact, it's been far less than proportional to the population growth of the city, and it's also been less than the rest of the city administration has grown. So year after year after year, we've asked these teams to serve a bigger and bigger operation, but we have invested very little in them. And so frankly, for many of these corporate services, you're going to find that they're strained and they're struggling to keep up already. Now, I would say on the positive side, like this situation has actually accomplished what Councillor Ward has suggested. It's created a funding environment that's provided an incentive for corporate services to become more efficient. Many of these corporate services have really substantial improvement programs underway right now. And these programs are designed to allow them to, in the future, support a bigger city without growing nearly as much themselves. But a reduction of this magnitude is going to put that in jeopardy. All of these services, they have operational tasks that they're required to do every single day. And the teams that are helping these groups get better are the ones that are going to end up taking a disproportionate amount of this cut. Just to use an example from human resources, because that's the area I'm most familiar with, I can't jeopardize the hiring of staff, making payroll, dealing with our unions. Where I'm going to have to focus these cuts is on the teams that help us become a desirable employer or those that help us support change, improvement, and efficiency. So there are a number of corporate services here that have the vast majority of their money in salaries. And that means that a reduction of this size is potentially very significant for our employee population, both our management exempt staff as well as our union staff. I can certainly provide details of that in a closed session, but I don't think that you necessarily need that. I think it's just important that you know that this will have a people impact and it will be sizable. Other areas probably have more ability to absorb a reduction without impacting people, but as GM Flowen described, it's going to impact service, our ability to procure materials, it's going to slow our expenditure on capital, and it's going to impact our risk situation. So in summary, I think it's really, really important for council to know that this level of cut, it will be felt, and it will be felt on the front lines of the organization. We will have difficulty supporting them just to keep up with the growing needs in the city. And it's going to increase our risk profile, and it's going to slow our progress becoming a more innovative and modern organization. Thanks.
Thank you, Acting GM Giuliano. CFO Tucker, do you want to provide some comments?
Sure, thank you. In terms of some of the major areas within CPFS, the area I'm responsible for, first one I'd like to highlight is assessment and tax. And a lot of our conversations over the last almost 2 weeks have been focused about the tax rate, how we tax people. We've had extensive conversations with Director Lee about the energy in how we allocate those taxes. And that's been a conversation that we've had. The bigger conversation that takes place with his entire group is with plus or minus 400,000 people who are very curious about the assessment of their properties. And as that number increases and as we grow our city, there's more curiosity about where's the assessment and their ability to challenge that assessment. So one of the things that that area has really achieved in the last, I would say, 4 to 5 years is decreasing the amount of assessments or challenges that go to full external review. And so that work has been able to lower our loss provision, essentially the amount of money that we actually recover, to a place we haven't been at before. So if we challenge that group and say, well, let's reduce some of the people potentially, because we're a heavy proportion on salaried individuals and FTEs, we would then have fewer individuals to be in those conversations. The direct result is our loss provisions would go up, and we would actually not collect as much tax revenue from individuals that we have in the city. So that would be a very direct frontline experience from a revenue perspective, but also there is growing demand for calls and responses to those calls. And again, if our response times go down, our satisfaction as well goes down. So I would just say from that category, we're very front focused from that group. The next group, just to highlight a little bit about, is finance. And you know, one of the things we've been talking about over the last almost 2 weeks has been financial things. And some of the areas that we've really looked at over the last year is faster monthly reporting. So now we report to council and executive a high-level financial report every month by the end of the following month. In addition to that, we started for the first time at the city this year quarterly financial reporting that goes to exec committee. And that is really used as a basis for the potential council decision to spend some of the positive variance in the current year. And again, delivering better service, better outcomes, and speeding that process up. Prior to that, we waited for those dollars to close out to the FSR, and then council made a decision potentially on how to allocate those dollars. So I would say, again, that really is a frontline effect, that if we're going to spend dollars sooner delivering things and meeting expectations of citizens, that would definitely be frontline facing. Another piece that's facing us, and it's been mentioned numerous times, is we're heading into a 4-year cycle. So For many people in this room today, this budget cycle was a first experience. This, not to be negative, but this is really a warm-up for the 4 years. So in terms of the number of questions, the number of support that we would have to provide to the general managers, the directors, to be able to answer questions, to be able to validate ideas, concepts, concerns, et cetera, that all have a financial impact, that all takes time. That takes time from people who are trained and knowledgeable of the city. Then we move into our supply area. The supply area, and we've spoken a fair amount over the last while, and we also have a very large capital program that we've highlighted. Our plan for 2026 is to increase our capital spending by over $1 billion in a year. And with that, that's roughly over a 35% increase in spending for capital. That capital success is triggered off of having the right people in supply that can create all of our requests for proposals, work with individuals around what a scoping document looks like, what will be our outcomes, get to a point where we actually put it out for bid, bring that back, and walk through a procurement process in a timely fashion that allows us the highest chance of success of spending that extra $1 billion in 2026 and not coming back to you in a year from now asking to move those dollars or recast them into the future because we really only spent a portion of it. So I would say that from a frontline perspective, if we delay capital and we don't build the things that are in our plan, that is very much front-facing, whether it's utilities, whether it's more structural, whether it's major exchanges, all of those things, I would argue, are very front-facing because those are the things that our citizens are expecting of us. So I would say at a high level, those, for me, just add a little clarity around my group and some of the items that we may see a difference in service if these things were to go ahead.
Almost done. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. And I'll maybe turn it over to COO Dalglish to provide some comments. Much smaller impact, but Stuart, over to you.
Sure. Thank you, David. And I'll start by saying that we didn't have input into the number that's on the slide. So, but having said that, we've looked at it, and it would be about a third of the Chief Operating Officer budget of $2.5 million, which importantly is cost recovery amongst the 4 departments in the COO portfolio. So I think if this were to be taken out of the budget, the impact would be actually a reduction of each of those budgets by about $200,000 each. So that would be from planning and development to infrastructure services, to operating services to community services. And so just to sort of clarify the funding model and the portion of the budget. Then I'll just get in a little bit to what the role in the office is about. This is an implementation role, Council. This was something that David had been thinking about for some time prior to introducing it, and it really is an implementation role. An implementation role around 3 areas. But in the context of a city that is growing, is about to become a city of 2 million people, where the challenges are complex, they are multidisciplinary, they cross organizational boundaries, they require interactions with government and other partners. So a very complex environment that we work within, but it is an implementation role. And just to let you know that when I first began in this role, I actually went out and interviewed other chief operating officers from around Calgary, private sector, nonprofit sector, sort of para-public type sectors. And it really was validated that a chief operating officer role is an implementation role. And so that's the work that we've undertaken in 3 areas. And I thought that was important, that 1/3 portion of the budget, we deliver service in 3 areas. The first, David referenced in his remarks around your agenda. We looked at the big items in your agenda and said, in the previous council agenda, and said, we want to make sure that we deliver on those during this term of this council agenda. So they were downtown, Event Center, Scotia Place, housing, Prairie Economic Gateway, safety, transit, climate, and infrastructure. Those were the areas that we chose in terms of the council agenda to make sure that we delivered. That's area number 1. Area number 2 is something that we're calling integrated leadership. And that is where, in this world of a big corporation, things are always coming up. that need escalation to a senior level corporate attention when it comes to implementation. And so a few examples on that front are the off-site levy work that we did early in my term of office, where we finalized a transformed off-site levy bylaw that today is delivering with certainty to you and to this city $275 to $300 million in revenues each year through off-site levies. When the Green Line had its issues with funding and challenges and the Alberta government and moving to a new alignment, the Chief Operating Office that Green Line previously reported into a board of directors, we actually took over the leadership of the Green Line for a period of a few months, and then through a transitionary process of a year, have actually stabilized that in a new setting, in a new environment, and things are going really, really well. So just a couple of examples. The independent liaison, the third-party independent review panel for the Bearspar feeder main, that work is being liaised out of our office, and also leaning in right now on the regional file and that work and getting to hopefully a regional collaboration table by the end of the year. So a fair amount of work there. So those are some of the examples under the integrated leadership heading that this office does. And there, in a city the size of Calgary, there is a lot in the way of incidents and escalations that are always occurring. And the third area is around service delivery and management. So we are working on and about to introduce an approach. The portfolio of this office is for 2026, $3.5 billion operating expenditure, $3.6 billion you've heard in capital expenditure. That's a total $7 billion investment in 2026. We are working on a service delivery approach that will be about services for Calgarians, some consistency across that, but also with the way in which we manage those services, so that the types of things that are coming up that need to be influencing our capital plan, need to be influencing resourcing requests to you, or continuous improvement, we are managing those in a consistent way and around better service delivery for Calgarians, using those dollars, each one, as wisely as we possibly can. So those are the areas in which we work. I think if I were to think about what that sort of a cut would mean, it would either mean taking a third out of each of those three areas, or probably dropping one of them altogether. That's sort of the type of impact that I think we'd need to be thinking about. And so those are the areas, that's the impact. And then lastly, just because all the previous speakers, I will say to you, Council, I have always in my career, for the most part, worked in a front-facing service delivery, direct customer serving type of a role. But the areas which you just heard from, I always say to them, you guys are delivering frontline customer service as well. Without who you just heard from, Les Tucker, Greg Giuliano, and Jill Flowen, without those teams, we are not as good as we need to be when it comes to delivering frontline customer service to Calgarians. It is a full team effort, and these areas count as much as the direct frontline facing service areas do. That has been a belief. I believe it's been proven out throughout my whole career. And so I just want to make sure a shout out to the importance of what you heard from each of my three colleagues ahead, and of course CAO Duckworth as well. Thank you.
So thank you, CAO Dalglish. I thought, Mayor Farkas, it was important just that you actually have this context, and I won't go through the CAO's office. It's a much smaller impact, but I did want to make a comment just around streamlining, continuous improvement, belt tightening. Clerks, if you can just go to page 113 of attachment 2. So I just wanted to point one thing out. There's a business unit on this page, about 7 items down from the top, called Corporate Planning and Performance. There's roughly 51 FTEs in 2024. Earlier this year, my team and I disbanded that business unit. We eliminated 5 full-time positions from that business unit, and we dispersed the remainder of the staff to my office, which is focused on risk and performance measurement, and the other staff went to Mr. Tucker's office. So continuous improvement, belt tightening, streamlining, we're always looking for those things. And I can tell you, at the beginning of the pandemic, we actually had a program in place, and Mayor Farkas, you'll remember this, it was called SAVE, our Solutions for Achieving Value and Excellence. We looked to eliminate, I think it was $76 million in base, tax-funded base at the time. And so we looked at many things, such as our travel disbursements, our meals, employee recognition. Things were very much scaled back then. can. I wouldn't say we're bare bones, but we certainly wouldn't want to cut that when we're trying to be an employer of choice and ensure that we're leading and developing our employees across the organization for future leadership positions. So I hope that, I know that was probably a lot, but I think it was important just to state that while this number does seem small, it actually will have significant impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, and let's just dig into this table here. I just want to confirm the numbers that I'm reading here. So on the CAO office, could we just have read out for us what the 2025 staffing and the 2026 was? Where I'm getting with this is I just want to compare FTEs for each of these departments year over year.
So I believe 2026 CEO's office is 36, and that is actually that one business unit I told you disbanded. The risk team and performance team is moving to my office as the senior executive in this organization. I think it's really important that my team and the executive leadership team have frontline access to our principal corporate risks as well as how we're doing as an organization. So that's the increase that you've seen from 2024 to 2026. So again, the CEO's office in 2026 is 36 FTEs. The Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Dalgleish.
We were 12 in 2025 and moving to 11 in 2026. I believe that's due to a transfer prior to the budget ask that we were making to Chief Housing Office to get that function going in 2025.
Thank you. So for CAO, it's been a reduction of one position year over year, and the same thing for COO?
Correct.
Good. And how about corporate planning and financial services?
Mr. Tucker.
So within that group, tax and assessment has, for 26, an increase of 3, and that was part of the original plan within the 4-year to manage the volume that was expected. And our volume, as we spoke about earlier this week, has actually gone up higher than that. When we look at finance, we have an increase of 10 positions, and that is essentially in our ability to support the areas that are looking for more demand for financial information, financial support, but also within the reporting areas that I mentioned earlier. And the last area is supply management, and that's our largest increase, and that I think is 12, and that is essentially for the growth to be able to support our capital program from a procurement perspective.
So are we talking the same buckets here? Is it, like I look up there, I see our year over year, corporate planning and financial services is 24 positions in 2025, and the same thing, 24 positions for 2026?
That's the GM office.
That's the
so
GM
there's
office.
a bunch of different line items up here, unfortunately. It's not all lumped together.
And how about the next, the people, innovation, and collaboration services?
There it goes. Sorry about that. So the PICS unit represents about a half dozen of the ones that are up there. So there's, I'll deal with them all together, but just so you know, there's collaboration, analytics, and innovation, our customer service and communications, HR, IT, occupational health and safety, and the GM's office. There's about a half dozen there. Across all of these for this year, we're looking at a total adjustment of about 28 positions. I think what's important to know, though, there's only 7 positions that we're actually looking for funding for council from. That was in the 1.2 million that was allocated to our government relations team. So there are 7 positions there. Every other position that PICS is looking for is either internally funded, or the vast majority of them are actually recovery funded. And what recovery funded means is that our clients are coming to us and saying, we need help, and they are buying that service. So for example, if you're building Green Line and you need a new safety officer, they will come to OHS and they will say, we need a new safety officer to help oversee the work at Green Line. And so the vast majority of those FTEs are being added by client demand.
Okay. And then on law, legislative services, and security?
So we have a net of +1.
Year over year?
Yeah, from 25 to 26. So we had +3 in the city clerk's office, -3 in corporate security. The GM office is staying stable, and +1 in legal services, for a total of +1.
How would you characterize just the volume of work that you're experiencing in that year over year +1?
Increasing volume, velocity, and complexity in each one of the 3 portfolios, for sure. We're finding different ways to manage that. One of the efficiencies that we're trying to work on is helping clients find ways to take on some of the work themselves. So more templates, more training, more standard forms so that they can process some of that work themselves. In the security area, it's becoming increasingly challenging, both from a physical as well as cybersecurity perspective, which is part of the ask for this year. And our Chief Security Officer, Mike Tillotson, has been very diligent in trying to find savings over the last couple of years. And he's been able to work really well to find reductions in his service. And then by asking for additional funds this year for the cyber portfolio, he still is at a net -3. So still working to find efficiencies and working very, very hard to do that, but I have to tell you, the volume, velocity, and complexity is increasing, for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a bunch of questions just to set the stage here. I may come back for debate personally, but I'm going to go to Councillor Pantazopoulos to
Thank you.
engage council members in dialogue here.
My first is to beg for forgiveness. I made the request to call because I incorrectly assumed that we would be able to debate each item individually. May I rescind that request?
Yeah, the request for division is just purely on how it gets voted on. It doesn't buy more time for each of the individual bullets.
And the reason I did that is because I actually found the debate on the housing office very informative. We had a chance as a council to individually go line by line, and I learned things during that debate. And that comes down to diligence. Unfortunately, in a prior life, as a senior leader, I cut $75 million out of a $750 million budget, 10%. And that meant lots of people thrown on the streets. We cut spending and hack and slash, and I had to wear that. And as a senior leader, I did it, because that's my job. And the way I did it was what Councillor Tyers did. Went into the organization and said, look, I see redundancy. Worked, not just with administration, worked with colleagues. And $9 million appeared because of that engagement, because we worked together and we got 9-6. I would even suggest what Councillor Johnston did with the software. Yes, it failed 1 to 14, but what passed? The detailed review and the diligence 13-2 to go line by line and look through and make those cuts. I'm a fiscal conservative. I am going to be ruthless in my 4 years to find inefficiencies and cuts. There will not be a dollar. If it's redundant, I will be the first to advocate its cutting. But when you make changes, just like we did with the software, we identified the risks. I don't see the risks. The opening didn't speak to that. When the COO says that we were not engaged, and you don't need permission. That's not the way it works. But you needed your input in saying, here's the implications. And you didn't hear that when it came through. We can't do that. I've talked to many council members saying that this budget process needs to amend. And what it's going to be in a perfect world is a committee where we do this conversation month by month, day by day, councillor by councillor, and we go through. And we don't accept, can you cut? No. You say, why? You ask that question, you come back, why? Just like Councillor Tyers did, just like Councillor Johnston did, saying come back. And we're going to have that report, and we are going to be a smarter council for it. To come in and cut 2.4, that's not the concern. It could be 10.4. That could be the right number. We are going to go line by line and create that. I think coming into this right now and taking this and not knowing the implications, the risks, that's dangerous. I am fully for efficiencies. You saw the line of questioning. You saw every single one. Redundancy, redundancy, get rid of. Every single dollar. The second thing we did as this council was get a $50 million tax reduction. It's at 1-ish%, give or take. This is not the way to do it. You focus line by line. You set your committee. You come back to Calgarians. $10 million is a lot, but the damage could be tens of hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't know it. Nobody in this council knows it. I'm going to vote against this, not because I don't believe in cuts. I'm going to be the first to support any initiative to get efficiency because it's too risky, and we have to be thoughtful when we come through the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Kelly.
I just want to build off of a little bit of what Councillor Pantazopoulos was saying there in terms of doing the work to let's see. I'm casting my mind back to when I worked here before, but the ACER program, does it still exist? Accelerating capital through, oh, I see Ms. Flowen looking at me. And I'm just curious if there might be any, yeah, does the program still exist?
Yes.
This is a hard one, maybe going back to the FTE slide. Of the departments that have been identified in here by Councillor Ward, how many positions, how many FTEs are currently funded by that program?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information right now, but I think as you heard, for council who may not be aware of that ACER program, it really is the support across the organization to deliver capital projects. One of the things that I can speak to is we are actively looking at replacing that program to find ways to minimize the impact on the overall tax rate by capitalizing positions that support capital delivery. So we are actively looking at what positions across all departments support the delivery of an increased capital portfolio and to be able to address the proper funding sources for that funding.
Thank you. I think you can obviously see where I'm going with this. Is there any capacity currently left in that program as it currently stands, respecting the fact that you're looking to sunset it?
I would say over the last number of years, we have seen us grow as an organization to the point that in 2025, we reached the council mandated maximum of that ACER program.
So there's no money left in that program for us to?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Figured I'd give it a go. To Councillor Panagopoulos' last point there, I mean, doing these kinds of things require an intense bit of digging to be able to figure out the best way possible. I tried one there, Council. Unfortunately, there's no money left in that program, so thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you. This amendment looks very familiar, but that's fine. My question is, I don't even, maybe Councillor Ward can explain where 9.5 million came from. But my question is, the comment was made that this does not affect frontline workers. I'm just going to pick on PICS, 4.675 million. It's so easy to cut 20 people in 311 call center with no effect on the city, right? No effect on the residents. Let's be ruthless. It will have no effect, right?
We actually had a cut to the 311 budget a couple of years back, and it did in fact impact the service levels, and council essentially restored the funding last year, and the results that we're getting in terms of the metrics from 311 are much more positive. If you want more detail, we do have our director in the back, but that is my general understanding, is that we did actually target cuts at one point to that team, and it really didn't, council really wasn't very happy with the results in the end.
Great, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
I want to start by focusing on the effects of this for us as a council. So we've had a lot of discussions around accountability from administration to us, and one of the suggestions was a line-by-line itemized budget, say for next year, ongoing itemized spending from the city. So perhaps with CFO Tucker, with these cuts to your department, how would that affect your ability to provide that type of and depth of reporting on an ongoing basis?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of the volume, the level of detail that we may find ourselves or get ourselves to going forward, if we were to move to a detailed line by line, just from a frame of reference perspective, the City of Calgary has over 2,000 depth IDs, and we have over 1,000 accounts. So when we break that down into a line by line level, we're talking thousands and thousands of pages of detail. So When I think about line by line, I think about possibly maybe something more detailed than what we currently have. But just even moving to a conversation or multiple conversations about walking through those lines of detail, we will actually require, I would suggest, additional staff to be able to support the general managers, the directors, yourselves, to be able to walk through that type of volume. We currently support the directors, managers, frontline supervisors, et cetera, with that type of localized support. But for us to do it at an entity level, we would be challenged by that, to be able to do that, especially in a timely manner. One of the things that we're basically acting on direction and motivation is to actually report more timely, to be quicker in our reporting back to council and to ELT. And in order to do that, we've actually moved away from as much detail so that we can produce those reports and those variances in a more timely manner. So we would have to really get into a rich conversation as we move forward in terms of expectations, what that looks like, and as well, what would be the cadence and the timing. So that was the long portion of the answer. The condensed version would be, we would be strained to manage that with our current resources.
Right, so what I'm hearing is we can have detail, we can have efficiencies. We can't, at our current funding, have both, and that these cuts would affect that. Now, we have new legislative requirements for administration to provide answers for an inquiry within 72 hours. And right now, since November 3rd, I'm looking at 417 inquiries on our council dashboard. So I'm wondering if perhaps CAO Duckworth or whoever is best positioned to answer this, but how would these cuts affect your ability to meet those 72-hour legislated requirements for our inquiries, especially if our volume stays at its current level?
So Councillor Schmidt, we would make sure that these cuts didn't impact that. My team and I would have to take any reductions away and actually be surgical, be thoughtful of what we would actually do, but that is legislated, so that's something that I would not be able to, it's staffed right now, it's well used, that's something that I would not be looking to eliminate or reduce.
But what I heard from that is that...
Sorry, just to add to that.
Sorry.
My understanding, and maybe Ms. Sloan, you can correct me if I'm misunderstood, but the inquiries we receive, our direction or mandate is to deliver as quickly as we can. The 72 hours is really around once we have an answer, we have 72 hours to make sure that all of council and the mayor has the same access to that. But it's really more a matter of how we can execute on those responses, and that's a different timeline.
Yeah, I just add, the wording in the legislation is as soon as practically possible. And so in some cases, actually even with appropriate staffing, it's going to take a very long time to answer some of those inquiries. And in other cases, if we don't have the staff, that too will add to the time frame. And then the 72 comes after we communicate the initial answer.
So then the word surgical was used, but with the way that we're approaching this, we are putting the surgeon's tools into administration's hands and effectively relinquishing control from council to go through this and direct the types of efficiencies that we would like to see, which I think is one of my primary issues with this process, and that for these types of cuts that affect people that help us do our jobs, I just feel like there needs to be more of a process where council takes control over these types of changes. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Over to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas, and thank you for putting this motion together, or amendment, Councillor ward, because nobody here is questioning the good work that our city employees do. You're outstanding. See, I'm giving compliments all the time now. What we're looking at here is just to slow the growth and spending of certain departments. Every one of these departments has seen an increase in spending and staffing since 2025, 26, and for the last 4 years that I've been here, I've seen the same, you know, not unchecked growth, but growth in employees, growth in spending. So I don't believe slowing this growth is going to pose a huge risk. In the private sector, if you said I'm only going to hire 100 people instead of 110, you know, the company would be thrilled. And I think Rob or Councillor Ward put it differently. You called it a cut. And I think we should look at it differently. It's not a cut. We're just slowing the growth, slowing the spending. And I think this motion is open enough to allow administration to make those adjustments in a way that council supports and minimizes risk. So I'll support this. And I think we need to look at every way we can just to slow our spending, increase affordability, and show the public that we're looking at refocusing our spending priorities. So yeah, again, I'll support this, and I hope everybody else does as well.
Any other questions or debates? Okay, seeing none, I will jump in just to provide a bit of debate myself. I liked where Councillor Dhaliwal went with this, and if he didn't, I was going to mention that just pushing back firmly on the idea that HR, corporate planning, law, legislative services, and Lord knows security aren't somehow frontline. These functions are really the backbone of every service that we deliver here corporately. It could be HR, who ensures that our firefighters are properly certified, that our bus operators are hired, trained, scheduled, that things like workplace investigations are handled legally and safely. And you can't run frontline services like fire or transit without things like that. It's finance that safeguards our credit rating, and it was also a lot of the people in this group that somehow found the ability for us to be able to pull $50 million out of a hat sustainably to right off the top reduce the tax increase on Calgarians by at least 2%, and even just a downgrade on our credit rating would cost taxpayers potentially tens of millions of dollars in higher borrowing costs. And that's money that we're going to have to put into our infrastructure, into roads, our snow clearing, housing, everything that Calgarians need. It's corporate planning. They're the folks that keep major capital projects on track. They're the reasons that we don't end up with cost overruns on interchanges, expansions, facility renewals. It's law who defends our city when we're unfortunately sued. They're the ones who draft the bylaws that we enforce and ensure that our actions hold up in court. And if we lose that capacity, we lose in court. We lose money, and we ultimately lose public trust. And also a shout out to legislative services. They're the ones that make democracy function. They keep our council meetings legal, transparent, recorded, challenge-proof, and without them, every decisions that we make as a body here would be open to challenge. And not to mention security. The other day I was out at Franklin Station chatting with some transit officers who work very closely with corporate security, and they would push back really hard if any of us in this chamber were to categorize them as somehow not a frontline service that Calgarians rely on. So again, the point I want to make here is that these aren't optional supports. They're the systems that protect Calgarians, and they, at the end of the day, they really help us safeguard taxpayer dollars. So underfunding them, but more importantly, undervaluing them really puts the entire work that we're doing here at risk. And I want to emphasize the point that Councillor Pantasopoulos made, is that we're going to have to be really relentless in our next 4-year budget. We're going to have to challenge these people to prove their value. I know that they're going to rise to that challenge and demonstrate it, but we have to do so really from a place of respect. We can't afford as a council to be able to pit one group against the other. We have to demand excellence, we have to measure outcomes, but more importantly, we have to back our teams so that they can meet those kind of expectations. And on a go forward, that's over the next council term here, how we're going to be able to build a stronger, more effective city hall that delivers for Calgarians. So I will not be supporting this amendment. Over to Councillor Ward to close.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. So at the end of the day, this amendment is about fairness and responsibility. Businesses in Calgary face rising costs every year, and they find efficiencies. Families face rising costs, and they make careful choices. And the city, I believe, should operate with the same principles. We're hearing about worst-case scenarios if we approve this. Let's be clear about that. I believe we're more than capable of implementing the 2.4% cut without the very selectively picked dire consequences that we have been told by admin. The FTE numbers from 25 to 26 were referenced, but for instance, under the CAO office from 24 to 25, that was not referenced. Those numbers doubled. A 2.4% reduction in administrative budgets is reasonable, measured, and achievable. It requires our corporate departments to take the same approach to efficiency that every Calgary organization is already managing. If we want to rebuild trust in how budgets are developed, if we want Calgarians to believe that we take value for money seriously, then amendments like this matter. This is how we demonstrate that we can be disciplined, that we can focus on the essentials, and that we can run the city with the same expectations we ask of everyone else. These are the kinds of decisions that move us toward a more sustainable, transparent, and accountable financial future. As Councillor Pantazopoulos referenced, if you don't support this, there will be an opportunity to support more detailed fiscal investigation as a motion arising later. And I'm glad that so many of my colleagues expressed interest in doing just that. If you don't support this, I would hope you can support that. If you're interested in putting in the work to find efficiencies, you'll have an opportunity to do that later. If you're interested in going through the budget surgically with more control, you'll be able to do that. It looks like I gained 3 supporters for that here, and I hope you'll be true to your word. I respectfully ask for your support on this. Closed.
Thank you. Before we go to the vote, the request for division was rescinded, so we will vote on this as one block unless there is another request to vote line by line. Okay, Madam Clerk, are we queued up to vote on this entire package all at once? Okay. Please engage the vote.
Councillor Ewell, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, your vote, please. No. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please display the results. On the $9.5 million cut package, the motion has been defeated with Councillors Schmidt, Kelly, Dhaliwal, Pantazopoulos, Atkinson, Clark, Ewell, Chabot, and Wyness opposed, and myself opposed. All right, so Madam Clerk, I believe that we've concluded the specified reduced operating spending section number 6.
That's right, Mayor. Number 7's next.
All right, so Council, let's push through to 3:15 here before starting our break. Hopefully we can check off a couple of these new amendments on section 7, new one-time operating spending. I'm acknowledging Councillor Pantazopoulos on C-Train safety.
Thank you so much. Rarely in public life do we see a consensus as clear as this one. Calgarians want a safe ride home on transit. A recent survey, 92% of Calgarians told us that safety on transit is their top priority. And that means it must be one of our key and top priorities as well. We've heard directly from administration that a visible, physical presence of security personnel at transit stations has a direct and meaningful impact on safety. This pilot project delivers exactly that. When people feel safe on transit, they ride more. When ridership grows, we can afford to expand service, building the cost-effective, timely, safe, and convenient transit networks Calgarians deserve. We already approved motions increasing service. There's motions coming increasing capacity. This is consistent. This pilot focuses resources where they matter the most, during peak hours and at stations with the highest rates of incidents. This ensures maximum return on investment, not just in dollars, but in public confidence. Riders will know that when they need help, someone will be there. Financially, it also makes sense. Think, if just 7,000 Calgarians choose to take transit for work or school because they feel safer, we will recover more than the cost of this pilot through increased fare revenue. Safe, busy, and financially sustained transit. That's what Calgarians have asked for, and this project delivers it. The pilot starts with 12 stations, with proposed scaling up to 20, within 6 different wards across the city, providing support. Safety must occur across the city for this pilot to be successful. When fully operational, this pilot will see 30 transit peace officers. That's important, providing safety for Calgarians. By having more transit peace officers, this will free up remaining officers and security personnel to do their jobs and make everyone's ride home safe and enjoyable. This is the Calgary transit system Calgarians want. With clear KPIs, timelines, and measurable outcomes, Council will know exactly whether our investment succeeded. These learnings can then be applied across our entire transit system to ensure we build off of our successes. Earlier in this budget process, I forwarded a detailed memo from GM Black with details of the pilot, which shows a clear path to success. I commend administration for such a clear and actionable plan of action. I am excited about this pilot because it's smart, it's data-driven, and it responds directly to what Calgarians have told us they want: safe, reliable, and welcoming transit for all. I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pantzopoulos. I believe that was seconded by Councillor Clark, yes. Over to Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. Can administration talk about the investment that the last council made into increasing transit peace officers? The last council. Zones we created, et cetera, et cetera.
Good afternoon again, Council. Ian Bushell, the Director of Emergency Management and Community Safety. Sorry, somebody used 12 font. Excuse me.
What is this, a council chamber for ants?
In 2024, a base operating increase of $15 million was approved at the mid-cycle adjustment. That included an investment for 65 FTEs, which included 53 new officers and a number of other staff. This enabled TPS, Transit Public Safety, to increase the frequency of transit public safety officer interactions, increase the visibility of uniformed officers on and around the transit system. We rolled out a district deployment model, which allowed the strategic deployment of peace officers, security guards, and outreach teams across our locations across the city. And we've opened a number of district offices in order to put our transit peace officers closer to the public that they serve. In 2025, we continued the implementation of the the public transit safety strategy. And over the course of that time between and Q2 of 2025, we have seen approximately a 20.5% reduction in crime and disorder on transit. So we have seen some direct results of that increased investment. We've also completed a number of CPTED, or crime prevention through environmental design safety audits, at 19 stations, which has contributed to enhancing the infrastructure design. We've expanded the transit district model since then and added a new Northwest district, and we've expanded the deployment of the COT team so far. Most recently, just the other day, you would have seen the Community Safety and Wellbeing Monthly Indicator Report for the month of October, which showed that transit disorder was down another 9% from September in 2024 to September in 2025. So a number of the indicators that we have are showing that we are making progress based on the investment that Council made.
Thank you very much. And now in my quick debate, this is redundant and doesn't need to be supported at this stage of mid-cycle adjustments. You need to allow the investment to play out and learn about what we should actually be investing in the next 4 years. Council has spent far more money than what this $9 million will get us, and so I would say this is not the time to be adding more money when we are already seeing a reduction. And I get it, it may have been a campaign promise, but we need to understand before we spend.
Councillor Ward, please.
Yes, I tend to agree with Councillor Wyness on this, but one quick question. This references 4 to 8 p.m. From my own personal experience, I feel like that's a safer time on transit. Does the data reflect that, or is there more sort of danger at night or in other areas of the day?
Thank you, Councillor. We originally started with a morning rush hour consideration of a pilot, and upon reflection and our crime and disorder stats, we actually believe that the evening rush hour would be a better time to show our visibility and to have more of an impact. So based on the data, it shows that an evening rush hour pilot project would be more impactful than a morning rush hour project.
Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm kind of going on the same track. We Groundhog Day on this one. It seems like we did something very, very similar last council for lighting, for increased safety, the 4 pilot projects. I think you wanted fare gates, was that correct? Big closed system, not biting?
Is that a real question, Councillor?
Can I change the 9 million to 250 million? That'd be capital anyways. I'm all for more transit safety. I'm not sure how this is going to achieve it. And this is one-time funding, so we want increased transit officers, which isn't one time. So can you maybe explain, is there some way with this $9 million, because I would like to use one time, we have room in the FSR. Does this plan make sense to you? Can we see a return? Like, is this going to help increase transit safety with what Councillor Pantazopoulos has proposed?
Thank you, Councillor. So, yes, an investment in transit public safety will see a return. I strongly believe that our indicators are showing that we are moving the needle and that an additional investment would do that.
This will complement what we have already implemented?
Yes, it will.
Okay. That's all I need to know. I'll support.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Well, I'm always loath to use one-time funding for staff because it sort of sets us up for the future. I mean, certainly we could go to limited term officers. How does that play out on a go-forward basis if it's determined that that's probably not the best solution?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I will tell you, I suppose I am taking a little bit of a risk in being willing to support one-time funding, knowing, though, that this time next year I will be coming to you with a plan that is in advance of Green Line, knowing that we will need to expand transit public safety as Green Line approaches, so that we will need to hire in advance. Plus, I also know that I am down a number of staff already, so that I will be hiring an additional class next year. So I'm willing to take the risk that should we hire one-time funding and should that be reversed a year from now, I would actually be in a place where I will still need the additional funding and I will be able to absorb the staff that we've got to make that bridge.
You'd be able to transition them into other areas, is what
Yes.
you're saying. But Green Line's not going to be in operation for some time yet.
It will be several years away, but I also know that I can't hire peace officers the day before we open Green Line. So there will be some plan coming forward next year. And I am, as I said, I am taking a bit of a risk that one-time funding. Of course, permanent funding would be better, but that is not what is being proposed.
And that's the challenge that I have with this is that whilst I appreciate that Green Line will be coming on stream sometime in the future, that isn't 100% determined yet as to when it's going to become fully operational. And even if we do have some projections of 2027, it's still a long ways out. For me, it's too far out. I prefer to look at these kind of enhancements in a 4-year business plan so that we can do it more comprehensively, make sure that we look at the whole picture of all of our transit lines, what additions we're going to provide through Route Ahead, through that 4-year business plan, additional operational costs associated with the transit system, maybe look at some alternatives that helps to reduce fare evasion to increase our revenue. I mean, all of these pieces all come together from my perspective, and I'm not a supporter of using one-time funding for operating costs, so I will not be supporting this today.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Sir, I'm sure there's a dashboard for this, but I just want to know how many tickets are currently being issued on average per day, just with what resources we have right now.
Find the right stat for you. I don't believe I have it per day, so I'd have to do some rough math.
Or whatever metrics you're using.
Yep.
Is fine. Transit-related tickets, sorry.
I'm sorry, I do not have tickets issued. I have the number of disorder reports that we responded to. So that doesn't necessarily mean we issued a ticket to every response. Are we talking crime stats? So I can tell you some fare evasion violation tickets. In Q1, 1,601, in Q2, 4,820. But those are just fare evasion tickets. But in terms of how many tickets did we issue for loitering, for public drunkenness, I cannot tell you those numbers. I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Would we have an anticipated number of tickets issued with the added security? Would those tickets go up?
No, I do not have a KPI that is to issue a certain number of tickets. So I don't target the number of tickets as a KPI.
Can I have just got the number that we were looking for from Chief Gonder. It's 17,000 tickets so far this year.
Okay. And what percentage would this be extra security to what we have right now?
So I currently have 180 officers, so adding 30 more officers, I guess we'd do some math in there. That's about 15%.
Okay. So potentially 15% more tickets?
Potentially.
Okay. Not to bring up community court again, but I will. Because of this, would more people be referred to community court based on expanding community court with the expansion of transit officers and peace officers?
So I believe if we add more peace officers, we will deal with more disorder tickets. We will increase the use of community court.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you want in?
Pardon me, I'm just trying to gather my thoughts here. It's been a long couple of days. I believe I'm very proud to support this and to second this amendment. I think that it's an important step in the right direction. I think it's well thought out, and I think Councillor Pantzopoulos deserves our respect for the efforts you've put in to make this happen. So as a councillor that will be seeing 5 of the Green Line stations coming up, we're going to be connecting transit into communities that haven't seen that before. And I think as a general rule, across the city, across every one of our wards, we heard concerns about safety on the transit system. And if one of our goals is to fundamentally shift our focus and to further support the use of transit, we have to create a sense of order and a sense of consistency in terms of what one can expect when utilizing our transit system. So I think that this does that. I think it's a small investment to further the great work that you are doing, Director. And so I encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Yule.
Director, just a question. If you're given $9 million without this direction, but with the direction of better transit safety, is this the direction you would take that $9 million?
So the $9 million specifically, and Councillor Pantzopoulos' proposal is to target specifically stations and station platforms. If we were to simply increase my budget by 30 people and $9 million, we also do community outreach, which there is a piece of community outreach team in this proposal, but we also have a bus fare evasion team. We are working on operator safety. So would I put entirely everything into this pilot proposal? Probably not. There would be a little bit of me spreading my resources around completely, whereas this proposal is specifically to focus on transit platform safety and the C-train system. So, but the question was, how could we propose a pilot that focused on platform safety, and this is what we have come up with.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And then there used to be a transit ambassador program. Do we still have that? That's not here. Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
Following on Councillor Yule's line of questioning, you mentioned SEPTED improvements that you've put in over the last couple of years, these crime prevention through environmental design. If you were to place this towards those kinds of improvements as a one-time spend, what kinds of things would you sort of see if you were to do something similar, or how might you use some of these funds to further our environmental design safety standards in transit? Yeah.
Thank you for that, Councillor. We are constantly doing station audits along with our transit and facilities partners and our OH&S partners to try to improve the safety and security of every platform. We have completed almost 20, so almost half the system so far. We would simply continue doing that. We identify things like signage that's in a wrong place, camera blind spots, places where people accumulate because it's a convenient spot to sort of sit behind, heaters in the wrong spot, those kinds of things. Signage that's away from the wall, which means somebody could be hiding behind the signage. So those kinds of improvements are what SEPTED comes along and fixes, as well as lighting and other safety improvements. So we are making our way through all of the stations. More money would potentially advance that a little quicker, but that's not entirely my portfolio. That's also station platform improvements are also really in transit and transit infrastructure budget.
Do you want me to answer further? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, through Mayor Farkas, Councillor Atkinson's, we've identified about $3 million of potential adjustments to our stations that can be made from an infrastructure perspective. That's for sign removal, lighting adjustments, adding additional panic buttons, improvements to underutilized alcoves that can't be monitored by CCTV. So we have about 300 million that my team could activate this year. Not 300, three
yeah.
million.
Yeah, okay, great.
Thank you.
It's a lot of safety improvements, yeah. The other day, we heard also about currently on buses where our CCTV footage is being recorded and is sometimes accessed after the fact if there was, an incident that we are looking into, but that new buses are coming with a live feed that we can tap into and sort of be able to sort of see what's going on and react to things more proactively. Is that a possibility with our older vehicles to refurbish them or to install live camera feeds into the buses to make our bus system safer?
So yes, it is, and I believe we estimate about $8 million to retrofit all of our current fleet with live cameras as opposed to just recorded cameras.
We will be back in 15 minutes, and Councillor Atkinson has the floor. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2026 budget adjustments of Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Wyness. Here. Councillor Ewell. Here. Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark. Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Kelly.
Hello.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt.
Here.
Councillor Tyers. And Mayor Farkas.
I am here.
Thank you, Mayor.
I believe Councillor Atkinson had the floor. Over to you, my friend.
Great. Just one more thing about sort of like activations at C-train stations. I had heard rumors around maybe bringing in some commercial back into some of the C-train stations as having some more visibility there, some of these things that sort of bring activity and sort of some vibrancy to train stations. Is that still a plan in the works?
We are currently planning to put in storefronts in both Westbrook and Brentwood to complement what's happening at Bridgeland. We also have a number of initiatives around markets and different festivities at the stations and permitting that we can do. So that's still an ongoing plan to partner with organizations around the city. And that's one of the opportunities that we have if we were to invest in that type of safety initiative in our station areas.
Sorry, investing in which type of safety initiative?
Some activations. So we have 2 activations. It requires a lot of retrofitting and things like that are ongoing. So the Westbrook station and the Brentwood stations are going to be going live next year, but we'd like to see more of that in other stations as well.
So those 2 are funded, but then the further ones would not be funded. They'd
Not
be
at this
coming on
time,
okay. What's the cost for those improvements to those 2 stations, or like on?
It's part of the $3 million estimate that Director Bushell talked about. We said, okay, here we go. So it's about, if we did about $1 million, we could do some of those activations. We could also include public art commissions and different ways to occupy parts of the space.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Worship. We need to obviously improve safety on transit. We've heard about this numerous times throughout the campaign and obviously in the media. My concern here, and what I kind of wanted to ask a couple of questions related to, is this appears to be very focused on C-train platforms and at a very specific moment in time. In Ward 4, we have a couple of C-train stations, but the vast majority of the ward is being serviced by buses to downtown. Maybe this is a question to Councillor Pantazopoulos at close, but I think I'll ask it to Director Bushell if that's okay. Is your reading of this, point number 1, is the focus security enhancements on C-train stations during the afternoon rush hour? Do you view that as any like latitude in there? Like, is there any ability within here to put any of this focus onto a bus or at a time other than the 4 to 8 p.m.?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Kelly, thank you for that question. I would hope there's a little bit of latitude for us to make adjustments where we see impact happening and to be able to demonstrate that a pilot project that focuses specifically on C-train platforms and the top 20 of our sort of offending platforms or where we see our hotspots. So I would hope that there is some flexibility in it, but certainly the question that Councillor Pantazopoulos had posed was, would a targeted time frame work? And we believe we can make that work.
The second question, again, this is potentially to Councillor Pantazopoulos at close, but I'll ask it of the director here. This is $9 million in one-time operating funding with a report back to council in Q3 2026. Is the idea here that the full $9 million would be spent by the time that report comes in? Or is it that report is an interim report i.e. the 9 million is actually being spent evenly throughout the entire year?
Thank you again for that question. So that 9 million would be a full calendar year spend, and that is that would be our intention, is that by the end of the year we would expend that full $9 million. The intention of Q3, I believe that the spring perception of safety report would be our baseline, and when we come back in the fall perception of safety will demonstrate whether or not that pilot over the time frame between spring and fall will have had any material impact.
So is the intention here, and again, this may be for Councillor Pantazopoulos at close, is the intention here in terms of the Q3 that once we've heard back, we can actually make some changes for the rest of the year before we enter into our next budget cycle?
I think that's a fair expectation of me, is to demonstrate through KPIs what we have achieved and to come back to you with a full-on plan for the next 4 years as priority continues to be, or sorry, as transit safety continues to be a priority for you.
So right now what we're asking for here is a report back, but you just said a full plan. Just wondering if you can speak to the difference to those two things in your mind.
My intention is to respond to questions and to target this particular suggestion about a pilot project for these stations. My 4-year plan, when I come back to you this time next year, will be to outline what our service delivery targets are over the full 4 years of the next budget cycle. So that will include growth plans, some results from the public transit safety strategy that we've implemented, a demonstration of how we've been achieving our KPIs, how we have continued to improve transit safety, and then plans for expanding that transit safety next year.
Great answers, considering this is just an amendment that showed up, so thank you. The last question I think I had here is just the community outreach team. Can you just give me a little bit of background on that particular team and how they operate?
Certainly. So it's a subset of our transit public safety officers. There are 2 sergeants and 12 officers that are specifically trained in outreach. They are connected with our partner agencies such as Alpha House and SafeLink and others, and they work together specifically on the transit system and in and around transit platforms on the system and in and around the properties near transit. On the other side of the house, I have a vulnerable persons team which works across all the other areas of the city.
And how would you sort of categorize the difference between them and their regular transit peace officers?
So they do receive some additional training in a number of different areas around social, sort of social impact. They also tend to be, because it's a volunteer team, so it tends to be folks who have got a background in either working with one of our partners before they became transit peace officers. I even have a couple who are social workers by training, and so there's a portion of my team that are drawn to that specific area of the transit public safety work.
And so their base level training is as a transit peace officer, and then they volunteer to join the outreach team, is that correct? Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate on this amendment? Not seeing any. I will briefly jump in. I liked the line of questioning from Councillor Chabot. It really got to the heart of my concern about this being one time. I like the answers that I got as well in terms of reporting back on results. I also really feel that this is deeply tied to the previous vote last night that we had on the fare increases on transit. It's really important for us as a council, if we're going to be asking Calgarians to pay a modest amount more for the service, that we really step up with better transit. And transit means a bunch of things. It means reliability, which the service hours provides. It means affordability, which will have elements of the low-income transit pass, but it also means safety. So if we can prove out the value of transit to more people over this next year and to be able to really attack with gusto one of the greatest impediments that Calgarians have told us is to their use of transit, is not feeling safe on transit. So if we can remove that barrier to using transit, we can overall enter into much more of a virtuous cycle where more people on transit makes transit safer, and it makes it easier for advocacy positions with other orders of government to continue to need blah, blah, blah. Continue to fund the needed investments on capital and all of the rest. So, Council, I would ask that you support this. Arguably, this really should be in the base budget to begin with, but I strongly support the pilot approach to be able to prove out the value, reporting back with the key metrics. I have no doubt that this will have a significant impact on public perception on transit. Also wanted to just briefly address some of the concerns that some of the returning members of council had. This is not a knock on the work that prior council had done. Significant work and significant investment to make transit safer. The directionality of where that previous council was going was correct, but there just wasn't enough urgency and there wasn't enough public perception of investment behind it. So the direction the council set out was the right one. This is not a repudiation of the past council's direction or approach. If anything, this augments the direction that the prior council began in the previous term. So council, I would implore you to support this. Public safety was one of the #1 issues, I'm sure, for many of you at the doors, particularly on transit. Affordability was a key element. If we didn't deliver on freezing fares on transit, we have to step up with better quality of service, and that definitely includes safety. So please support this, and over to Councillor Pantazopoulos to close.
Thank you so much. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try my best to convince those that were, quote, sitting on the fence. I think I really take to heart the prove out the value to Calgarians, and value can be defined in so many ways. During my presentation, I spoke to how 7,000 transit riders would more than pay for this initiative. If we just left it there, that is an immaterial movement. If we can get people safe and get people back, guess what's going to happen? It's going to be a great little circular effect that more people come makes it safe, more people come makes it safe, and the marginal cost of a rider on transit is zero, therefore everything comes sort of to the bottom. I think I wanted to speak a bit about concepts like redundancy and whatnot. I think when you hear our security team or our transit team sort of speak about that, you have to try all things. We have to experiment and test. And the concept of a pilot is just like in a science. If you remember, I had the privilege, there was a grade 6 class outside from my ward, and we were talking about science and things. And you hold a variable constant, you hold all variable constants and change one. This is what we're trying to do. Absolutely. Can we bring something on with bus, Councillor Kelly? Absolutely. Let's experiment and see what works. Do people come on there? Can we do it outside of the 20 stations? Absolutely. But we start with one, get the data. The fact that we bring it back in Q3, that is a cultural change. The first speech that I did at council was talking about changing the culture, a new narrative. It's coming down to that accountability. It's not going to be the be all and end all. If there's one observation I have at council sometimes and prior is the big long report that's 500 pages 24 months after. You need real-time data now. You're making changes. We would absolutely empower the experts in transit. If you're seeing something to do quicker, faster, stronger, you're going to do it. What's the saying? Fail often, fail fast, fail quick. That's what you need. Because if you don't, you're going to fail. So we will empower that. If you look at those metrics, their accountability, they're coming back to us. We can challenge and say, are you meeting these objectives? MBA 101 speaks of SMART goals, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-based. This pilot has them all. Sometimes some of our expenditures don't. This is one that has. It's very specific. Will it result in safety on transit address? Measurable, KPIs. Achievable, I think so. We've heard that from the experts. Relevant, 92% of Calgarians. This wasn't an election promise, it happened to be one, but it's to 92% of Calgarians saying, yes, transit's important. And time-bound, Q3. If this is a failure, I'll put my hand up first and say, let's cut and run as quick as we can. If it's a success, everybody in this council will say, let's keep on trucking and trying to go from there. I think building in that flexibility to the pilot, if we put it in as a permanent, we run the risk of, if there's a failure, how do we pivot that train? I think somebody talked about the Titanic sort of moving as an organization. Well, let's be the tugboat moving the Titanic. And this is that sort of project with the beast called transit. And I say that respectfully and affectionately. This is the chance we can come in. This works, if great. If it doesn't, we can pivot fast and we can come back with other ideas to make transit safe and, more importantly, get more people on transit. I hope you support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Ewell, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The motion on C-Train safety has carried 9-6 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Jameson, Tyers, Chabot, and Wyness opposed. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Over to Councillor Kelly on a motion regarding, or amendments regarding Platform Calgary.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Colleagues, you may have noticed that while I've supported other colleagues in their amendments, this is the only one I'm bringing forward. That's because my preference is to wait until the 4-year budget to fully inject our priorities into the city's business plan. I'm bringing this forward now, though, rather than at our 4-year budget, however, because innovation can't wait. A thriving tech community is obviously a vital part of creating a strong and healthy economy. Calgary's one of the fastest growing tech centers in Canada, with the tech sector now making up 7% of our economy. Over 2026, Calgary's economy is forecast to expand at twice the national rate, the national average for Canada, pardon me. And as obviously any investor knows, economic diversification is vital to generating strong returns. So we need to make sure that we in Calgary are well positioned over this next year. Platform Calgary specifically plays a vital role in fostering Calgary's entrepreneurial spirit and is making us one of the best places to start and grow a business. We've seen an explosion of activity at the Platform Innovation Centre just a couple of blocks away from here in the Municipal Building. It's really become Calgary's central gathering place for the tech community. This means that more entrepreneurs from all over the city are gaining access to the relationships and resources that they need to build companies. Since 2024, members of Platform Calgary, and I implore you to listen to these numbers, have generated over $235 million in revenue, created over 6,750 jobs, and paid over $709 million in wages to employees. In 2024, the city invested only $1.6 million through base operating funding and $0.5 million through one-time funding. That is an absolutely incredible return on our investment. This is further illustrated when you consider that Edmonton provides 3 times more support for their innovation organization than Calgary does. Calgary provides less support and achieves better results. But we are not just competing with Edmonton. We are and want to and can compete on the global stage. This one-time funding that we provide will pay for itself many times over as Calgary's economy grows. The tech sector all over the world continues to move, and a 1-year wait for our next 4-year budget is simply an eternity in the tech space. So I ask my colleagues to step up, meet this opportunity with a small increase in funding, the smallest that we've seen yet. And I'm actually going to make an amendment here, or a change, Madam Clerk, to my amendment. I'm kind of caught up in the spirit of trying to bring down the rate. I proposed here $900,000, but through conversations with Platform Calgary, I think that if we brought the number down to $750,000, we would still be able to get the same outcome based on those conversations. This investment is really about cementing Calgary's place as the innovation capital of Canada.
Unfortunately, you'll have to address that in your close. So I'm so sorry,
No,
Councillor Kelly. Is there a seconder, and then we'll have it moved as stated for 750? So seconded by Councillor Clark, and that number should read 750,000. So
yes, please.
Is there anyone who'd like to speak? Councillor Chabot.
Yeah. It's an interesting request. I guess part of my challenge is seeing this from one of our civic partners and sort of setting the stage for further requests from other civic partners. So without having something for all of them, it's hard to say yes to one. And I don't even know that Platform Calgary is requesting this money. I haven't heard from them specifically having a numerical request from us. At least I didn't receive any emails that I know of. maybe I missed it. I might have missed a few in the last week or so. So it is possible that I did receive something, but hopefully in your close, Councillor Kelly, you can address the issue around how do we then respond to other civic partners in regards to us giving an increase to one but not the others, and where did this request come from? How did it come to this number? Help me to support this, because I certainly do support everything that Platform Calgary has done, and I applaud what they've done with the limited resources that they do have. I need to be able to rationalize this with our other civic partners, as well as rationalize it to myself as to the justification for this additional ask.
So I will jump in and ask some governance questions, maybe for, who do we have from partnerships? Ms. Choi, maybe? So from a governance standpoint, the way that the motion is written, it's essentially an allotment, and to have the program's terms of reference apply, and potentially funding may go to partners like Platform Calgary. Is this a difficult motion for administration to parse, because the intent is to help a specific stated organization, but is it possible that after applying the terms of reference that none of it may go to Platform Calgary?
Thanks very much for your question, Your Worship. I think what you're thinking, or what we're talking about here, is the Civic Partner Operating Grant Program, which was a notice of motion or a direction from council, I'm going to say a few years ago. And so what that is, it's a structured and fair and consistent approach on how we provide our partners with their operating grant. And so what we established this year, the program was launched this year, and recommendations within the base envelope of $138 million was determined by an administrative grant review committee. 20 civic partners, including Platform Calgary, submitted in requests totaling about $145 million. And so this envelope was oversubscribed by about $7.4 million. We worked very closely with the mover for the wording, and we're pleased that this additional funding is going to go into the Civic Partner Operating Grant Program. What we will do is go through a bridesmaids list, if that makes sense.
Beauty contest.
Well, maybe, no, probably not. But at least we've got a list of the 7.4 of the delta. And so the way that it's worded right now, we feel as though we can take the funding, put it into the operating grant program, and distribute it to funding partners, because we do have that delta of the $7.4 million. And hopefully that answered your question, Your Worship.
Thank you for that answer, and I think it addresses Councillor Chabot's concern. I appreciate how Councillor Kelly has approached this, where obviously our colleague is a champion for a specific partner, but he's not singling out that specific partner for a specific amount of funding, and he's approached this in a way that I think is good in terms of governance generally. And I didn't have a good opportunity to ask this question, and I was hoping to maybe shoehorn it into this amendment. Many of the civic partners had reached out about a new anti-lobbying provision when it came to members of council. Is it possible to just walk through what this policy or procedure is? Is this legislative? Is it in shareholder agreements? Is it administration direction? But it's just, my understanding is that members of council can't have relatively straightforward conversations with civic partners now, just to the tune of how have you spent your money and what value are we getting. I have a little bit of concerns that there might be some unintended consequences as a result of this, or maybe what the directive is has been misunderstood by some of our partners. So I was hoping you could walk us through exactly what the policy is, what it says, and why it's in place, and whether that was council direction or city administration direction.
Thanks for the question, Your Worship. And so as part of the Civic Partner Operating Grant Program, Council approved a terms of reference. And within the terms of reference of the program was a no lobbying clause. And so what that essentially means, and it was communicated out to all of our civic partners, is once the recommendations are out and until Council makes a decision, that they would not be able to lobby on what they were provided in administration's recommendation. I'm going to ask my colleague, Kim Mustard, to see if I missed anything.
I would just add that the decision to include that in the terms of reference was based on environmental scan across other jurisdictions in terms of leading practices. And so when we brought the terms of reference to council, that was included in there. And this does not preclude partners from having meetings with councillors and talking about their work and doing the work with your offices and programs and services. This is strictly about the application and the amount requested through the program. And again, as to some of the comments here around just fairness, that some partners then would feel like, well, I didn't have that conversation and you did. So it was really to level the playing field.
So what is the directive exactly, and how is lobbying defined?
I can provide, I don't have that written definition with me here, but we have discussed this at length with partners and provided very lengthy Q&As with that information. And is very specific to that application that was submitted and to the amount submitted in the application.
So if a member of council reached out to a civic partner with a request for a meeting to explain why they requested that amount, would that catch them in the lobbying provision if it was a conversation initiated by a member of council?
I mean, our feedback to partners is if you're directly asked by a member of council if you submitted, then confirming that you submitted an application is not considered lobbying because you are speaking factually about an application to the city. But in terms of creating more rationale, making an argument for the case for support, so we understand there is some gray area. This is the first year of implementing the program, so we continue to work with our partners. We have done an evaluation of the program, and we're in the midst of implementing changes before we have to run the program again for the next cycle. So we would welcome feedback as well from councillors on the program and any experiences you have with that as well.
So I just need to be crystal clear on two elements. This was a council direction of terms of reference put forward by council, is that correct?
Yes, council approved.
So this was not administration who decided this, this was...
We brought forward the terms of reference, but the terms of reference were council approved, and this component was specifically in those terms of reference because it did involve that interaction between the most valuable partners and council.
And this does not prevent, it's not a no contact, like I went to a civic partner and they were, like I went to an event held by a civic partner.
No.
And they were shocked that I was there because they interpreted it as no contact, period.
And I would say definitely not, and we've worked closely with our consultants who have that one window in relationship with every one of those 20 partners. We've worked for over 2 years with partners around, and this conversation has been happening a number of times around this particular clause. So if you are hearing that, we would love to talk to those partners, and we obviously will reach out to them, but it's definitely not about not having contact and conversations and doing the work. It's just about the application, that amount in the application.
Is this terms of reference up for review soon, or does it come back as part of the report?
I'd have to check if we built in a review period. We are in the process of, based on that evaluation, of looking at what we need to change in the program implementation. If there are components we need to change in the terms of reference, that would have to come back to council.
Mayor Farkas, this GM Black here. I have the no lobbying little section in front of me. It's 2 paragraphs long. I could read it if you'd like.
It's all good.
Okay, I think Ms. Mustard
we got to be done tomorrow, so.
has done a great job of explaining it. But we can send the terms of reference out to all members of council so that you have it.
Please do, and maybe just a reminder as well to the civic partners. And last of all, council, I'm happy to support this. Funny enough, I kind of worry that the amount is not enough compared to the oversubscribed need. The amount might be too low, but based on the governance approach that Councillor Kelly has put forward, I'm happy to support this. Over to Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, just for lobbying, like Silvera is a civic partner, but they came to talk about their needs as well. Would that not be the same thing? Like, could platform not have come at the same time Silvera came?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Johnston, through the chair. So I think what we need to do is make it very clear that it isn't a no contact. It certainly is about no lobbying when it comes to the envelope or the recommended envelope that they received. And so when Silvera came to the public submission and provided and wanted to really share with council the good work that they do, that would not be considered as lobbying. But I think what I'm hearing from the line of questioning from your worship and also from Councillor Johnston, we have a lot more work to do, and it's something that we will communicate a little bit more clearly with our partners and to, of course, council.
And it was okay because they didn't ask for anything?
That's.
Wouldn't it be better for them to have an ask? But I get it, but I'm just like, what if they need something and they can't ask it? I don't know. To be more transparent, that's all.
So I think the Civic Partner Operating Grant Program is actually what makes the process transparent.
Okay.
And we have, it's really based on this is the ask, this is the alignment to the priority, and we've got a committee that will review that. And so I believe that the program is what's transparent.
And are those grant requests available to the public?
The Civic Partner Operating Grant Program is only available to our civic partners.
Open to the public, sorry. Like, could the request be transparent to the public?
Oh, I don't know.
I would have to look on the pages to see if it had in terms of the gap between an ask and what was approved, or the full application.
Just the full application, just to see what they had asked for, what they were promised, whatever.
It's not currently public, but that is something we could take back and have a conversation with as a team.
Okay, thank you. Platform Calgary base, it says 1.7 for 2026.
Correct.
And then one time 500,000 every year. So they receive around 2.2 every year from us. Is that?
From 2023 to 2026, because at one time is just in this cycle.
Okay. And so this extra ask would be one time on top of 2026. I think we got to stick to the essentials right now. I think they're receiving some money. It sounds like they're doing a great job. I understand the need for innovation. I mean, it took me, I don't know, almost 2 years to get my patents through. And so I understand if they're there to help with entrepreneurs and that, but it's just, they're receiving money, they're funding what they're doing right now. I don't think it's essential right now. And maybe it's something we should be talking about next year instead of this year. So, but I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Pentazopoulos.
So much. I just need to pick up on that anti-lobbying. I serve on the board of Calgary Economic Development, several others, these partners. And good corporate governance is a director, a duty of care is to the corporation. And I'm just sort of envisioning the conversation, hey, we've got some amazing investment opportunities, and as a director, boy, this is exactly what I need. And I'm sitting at a board table, so I'm not trying to get specifics, but it seems very onerous, this concept of lobbying. I'm a director. How do we reconcile that? If somebody's at platform, like just that seems so, and I'm picking on Calgary Economic Development, they haven't made any ask, but if at a board table they said, oh my goodness, we need $5 million, somebody in City Hall said no, and I come back, I just, like that seems the right thing to do. And if I'm breaching lobbying, I'll take that all day because now I've been a torn. And maybe I'd love a perspective of that. Like you've got some duties here that are conflicting. The goal is a better Calgary, and it just seems to be over. And any thoughts there? Platform does not happen to have, correct me if I'm wrong, a member of council on the board. However, will I get tripped up when CED or OSIF or Workland or Silvera or all these things? Just really speak to that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks very much for the question, Councillor Pentazopoulos, through the chair. So the no lobbying rule, the terms of reference, is really specific to the envelope. I think the question that you're asking is that a conflict or a perceived conflict of interest when you're sitting on the board. I do have my colleague here who can probably go into a little bit more detail about some of the things that we talked about this morning, about your role as a board of governors, like sitting on whether it's a wholly owned sub or a civic partner, and your role as a member of council.
Yeah, and I think the easiest answer is around when you're at that board table and feeling a conflict, then you're identifying the conflict and looking to their policies and codes of conduct in terms of your role as a director. We know that everyone around the table has relationships with civic partners in general. These are some of the iconic partners in our community operating significant city facilities. So bringing your knowledge and understanding of a sector or an organization to a conversation with your council colleagues, and you're in your role as a member of council, that's different than you being a director and coming forward as a director and speaking to council with that hat on.
If I may, I know our mayor already politely declined my offer to read to you
I think you may as well at this point, Ms. Block.
There's a section of it that I think would really be helpful here.
I'll ask, please read it. And I'm not going to take it from Councillor Pantzopoulos this time.
If I may, this is just an excerpt from it. This is specific to lobbying about a funding request from the date of submitting an application to the operating grant program until the funding recommendations have been approved by council as part of the City of Calgary's service planning and budgeting process. The requirement recognizes that civic partners meet with councillors and their staff from time to time to plan and advance operational work. But these meetings must not include lobbying related to a funding request under review through this operating grant program. So I just wanted to tug on Ms. Choi's comment about to do with the envelope. We can add the time sort of boundary on this, that this is about lobbying about a specific funding request from the date of submitting an application to the operating grant program until the funding recommendations have been approved by council.
Ms. Black, I think that's super clear. That makes a lot of sense. And so as a director, you know, they asked for $1 million, and I, as part of that conversation, I support or reject whatever the process is. And when that application goes in, I recognize from that to budget, you can't sort of whisper a number to me and say, hey, councillor, give me 100 grand more. Nope, it's in there. That's a very clear. So thank you for the paragraph. Thank you so much. That clarified the point that there's not that conflict. Just specifically on this, you know, platform, I remember I was at the Calgary Parking Authority when I think it was Terry Rock had this harebrained scheme. You're gonna build a parking lot and we're gonna take the main floor and we're gonna have this trendy place. What was it? All these ecosystems and all these things. And I sort of said, are you crazy? That's never gonna benefit. And then in a prior life, going to those events and seeing hundreds of young Calgarians and the innovation and the conversations, and it's a tech word, collaborations and collisions and all those things. And that's real. And I've seen almost unicorns. A unicorn's $1 billion, $100 million companies come out of that incubation and innovation. And there's a place for government to encourage that. I serve on CED's board for that exact purpose, is how do you get innovation? How do you get people together when young men and women don't got two nickels to rub together, but they can come down there, they can collaborate. Hey, you're working on something, I'm working on something. So I really like this organization, where it's going, where it's come from, what it's creating in the city. And the fact that Edmonton has 2 times, 3 times, you know, my goodness, how can we are the center of innovation for Alberta, if not Canada. And, you know, we've got to step up our game. So I think it's a pretty small drop in the bucket considering the multiple of investment with the amount with the tech innovation that happens in the city of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
For Director Choi, if I could just get a bit of clarification on what Mayor Farkas was touching on. So this kind of the last piece here through the, putting out to apply the program's terms of reference to distribute the funding to partners such as Platform Calgary. So just how does this work? Like, we're talking a lot about Platform Calgary, but what's the result of this motion?
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Atkinson, through the chair. So when the Administrative Review Committee reviewed all of our 20 civic partner applications, which one of them included the platform, there was a delta of $7.4 million. So of that delta, the team has prioritized, I'm not going to call it a bridesmaids list, prioritized the remaining unfunded. And so how I would interpret this amendment is to prioritize platforms and their delta, and then provide the remaining going through the established processes of the administrative, of the grant review committee is the way that I would interpret that.
Okay, so it's taking wherever platform is on that list, sort of putting it at the top of the list, and then paying out from the top down.
Yes.
Okay, great. Platform, I'll just echo that I think Platform's been doing incredible work in terms of helping to build the innovation ecosystem in Calgary. And I just really hope that Councillor Kelly can really drive home the point on sort of this being one-time funding and why use of this as a one-time fund, what this will do in terms of generating sort of economic activity and sort of a sustained use of the money that actually makes sense for it to be a one-time application. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Do that. Please close.
Thank you, Your Worship. The initial ask that I brought forward for this when we sent it to One Calgary, as we all did with our amendments, was about directing the funds directly to Platform Calgary right off the bat. There was some hesitation from administration, specifically because through the operating grant program, there's some checks and balances that come in that grant program. I agreed with them that I would like to maintain those checks and balances, and this just doesn't become a blank check effectively to Platform Calgary. This was the compromise on the language that we had reached, but as we heard from Director Choi about the bridesmaid list, that's not exactly what my intention was here. My intention was definitely that we would use the granting program to send this money through to Platform Calgary, but that they would still have to follow the process of the granting program to make sure that they were in compliance with it. Councillor Chabot, how do we stop this from being one civic partner, every civic partner doing this? The answer to that is exactly that, is that trying to put it through the granting stream so that way it is not one-offs coming to council. I have no interest in one-offs coming to council. The reason why I'm bringing this specifically today is because we have not set our priorities yet for the next budget. The next budget is where we can have the conversation about what we might want to change in terms of that granting program in order to adjust our priorities from one place to another within the Civic Partner Program. Councillor Farkas, as I mentioned earlier, or pardon me, Mayor Farkas. Whew, that's why I say your worship, so I never screw up on that, but apparently I did it anyway. For me, this is really about wanting to ensure that the checks and balances lay in there so that we can make sure that Platform Calgary is following the rules. There are other civic partners who have other operating programs. Not a big fan of one-offs, as I said. I do know that, well, I guess the one thing I'll say here too is that the no lobbying provision was a major issue as it related to this because I actually had to ask Calgary Economic Development, who are responsible for the innovation strategy, if they would recommend this. And they wholeheartedly, enthusiastically supported yes. So in that case, that partner could advocate on behalf of another partner following this rule. It was quite difficult, but I still stand by the fact that this is the best way to make sure that we will move the innovation ecosystem in Calgary forward over the next 12 months while we debate our priorities for the next 4 years.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The motion on platform Calgary Civic Partners has passed, or motion is carried rather, 9-6, with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Jameson, Tyre, Chabot, and Winus opposed. All right, I will now acknowledge Councillor Schmidt on a Calgary housing item.
Yes, thank you. So this is, I'll clarify a few things off the top. The motion is worded to specify where this funding is coming from, which is the ongoing operating budget from the Housing Land Fund in the Chief Housing Office. But as I speak in support of this amendment, or to this adjustment to the budget, I want to make it clear that this is not, the intention of this is not ongoing operating for Calgary Housing. It is to assist with, as it says, a timely real estate acquisition opportunity for 176 new permanently affordable non-market homes in Ward 4. And this will be for $10 million, and it is a project that requires this funding to push Calgary Housing across the finish line with acquiring land that will be available for them to build these 176 affordable units. So we've had a lot of discussions with the Chief Housing Officer, Mr. Hendry, about reaching this target of 3,000. And this is an opportunity that exists right now for us to be able to fund the acquisition of land to have this project built, but it does not require ongoing funding from us as a council. It's a mixed income development, which means that it would be able to follow the model that Calgary Housing uses to support their affordable housing units. So in considering this amendment, I spoke with Director Hendry, and this is an appropriate fund with enough money remaining in this year to support this project, and it would receive a refresh of funds in the new year. I'm sure he'll be able to clarify those questions later. I also checked with the wording on this, and this money must go directly towards this particular project, and if it does not, and again, I'm sure CFO Tucker could clarify this further, then this funding would have to be returned. So what this does is it pushes us and propels us towards that goal of affordable housing, which has come up for us multiple times with the housing strategy, with the downtown strategy, and with what we need to do as a city to provide the necessary support for those Calgarians who don't have a safe place to live. And given the caution that we have to not spend money that we don't have, this is money that is available and will not add to that. I see my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Seconded by Councillor Kelly. Okay. It's on the floor. Over to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, maybe I've been here too long and I'm too used to process. But typically, something of this nature, it doesn't come on the floor of council at budget finalization. It goes through a standard process of either going through a notice of motion or administration presenting something to committee. It just seems so odd and so sudden that this request comes in. I don't recall hearing anything of this. And here it is introduced to me, not at the 11th hour, but at 11:59 of a budget finalization of 4-year budget. So maybe, Mr. Hendry, you can answer this question. Have we seen anything of this previously?
Yes, to answer the question, on June, I believe it was June 20th of this year, there was a special shareholder meeting for Calgary Housing, of which this timely real estate transaction was approved by the shareholder, and authorization was given to the Board of Calgary Housing to pursue this transaction. So that would have been the first formal occasion for it to be in front of this council. Granted, it was a previous council, but it was there, I believe, on June 20th. And then as for the time constraints that we're dealing with, it's related to the real estate transaction itself, requiring confirmation of funds within a certain timeline.
So we still have meetings in December. Why couldn't it come then?
I don't know if that's a question that's best answered by myself. I can say that the amendment is on the floor, and what I could comment on is just echo what Councillor Schmidt said in his open, which is that the Housing Land Fund is a valid funding mechanism for this use, and historically, Council has at times directed directly how the funds are allocated, such as, I believe the most recent example was for some high acuity non-market housing, where that was done through a notice of motion process.
Yeah, notice of motion is typically how things are done, with the exception of when we get a report back from Chief Housing Officer that goes into in-camera discussions around acquisitions or the ability to negotiate with no specific dollars attached to it. And then council decides in camera as to whether or not they would approve that, which seems so odd that we see this here today with a specific number, which is typically stuff that's held confidential. And yeah, no, this is not a good process.
I appreciate the feedback. Again, I'd just reiterate that these numbers are provided in the confidential update that was given to the shareholder in June.
Confidential. And now this is now made public, and under whose authority?
I guess I would direct those questions to Councillor Schmidt as the mover, but I would say that I have had conversations with the councillor as well as with Calgary Housing and with the team internally here, and this was understood to be the appropriate amount of information to disclose in public, with no details around site specifics or addresses and so on.
This is bad governance from my perspective. It's something that I think council could have dealt with outside of the budgetary process. I don't like the idea of dealing with this today, now, in this fashion. So I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Could we ask a more senior member of administration to speak to that on the process? And maybe Mr. Duckworth or any of the acting GMs here in terms of why and how this is coming in this fashion?
Thanks, Mayor Farkas. I don't think I'm going to add anything new than Director Hendry already said. That is, there was a shareholder direction, and council can make these decisions, and there is a proposal here for council to do that at this meeting. I think that's really all I can add to it. And yes, there is a typical process that we go through with the land fund to make those decisions. We have governance around that, yet it really is council's choice to do something over and above that if they want to, and so that's what's in front of you today.
Can you walk through for us new members of council in terms of what the standard process is and why this is different?
I'll ask Director Hendry to do that, yes.
Certainly. So the Housing Land Fund was created. It's action item number 2 in the strategy. So it was created as a $20 million a year base operating fund. That fund, through council direction, then created a terms of reference. That terms of reference describes in detail the approval structure and the governance structure for the fund, and that would have been provided through a briefing, I believe, through Community Development Committee and council at the time that this fund was created. And so the governance structure as it currently stands is that there is a team within my office that is reviewing applications to the Housing Land Fund for funding. And then any approvals, currently at this time, actually the approvals go through the Director of Partnerships, and that just speaks to how the structure here at the city has changed. And we are going through a Housing Land Fund Terms of Reference amendment that is work that is ongoing at this time to recognize the new creation of my office in May of this year.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Kelly.
I'm really hesitant to do this, but I think it might make sense for us to go in camera to talk about Councillor Chabot's question specifically. There is a deadline for funding as of December the 19th, but there's a little bit more information that's being provided confidentially from the partner. I sort of look to Chief Hendry here to agree or disagree to have the conversation about that in camera. Looking for some advice.
I would say the decision of whether or not to go in camera is at the discretion of council, but what I would say is that there is a confidential memo that I don't know if we could ask clerks to distribute or my team could give it to clerks, but happy to have any conversations that are required at the will of council to get into the details.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, what I'd suggest, maybe from a governance standpoint, is perhaps you could move to table this item, and we could come back to this maybe later in our agenda in order for the opportunity for members of council to read that confidential memo. And I'll briefly acknowledge Councillor Schmidt.
And apologies, I was only dealing with this through the publicly available information that I was given as far as crafting this amendment. And so I can clarify further in closed, but I'm also at this point, just given where we are in the budget, I am willing to withdraw this, just given that I'm new and I was trying my best through my conversations with administration to see if this was appropriate. Just given some of the concerns of the more senior members of council, I am willing at this point to withdraw, just because I am committed myself to proper governance and procedure, and given the concerns that were raised, I would happily withdraw this because of there may have just been a lack of knowledge on my end from this.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. What I'd propose is that, Madam Clerk, is it general consent to have the item withdrawn?
Unanimous consent to withdraw, and should unanimous consent not be given, then a motion would be required.
Yeah, and I appreciate the sentiment. I also appreciate Councillor Chabot's needed commentary. What I would suggest is that we will go to that, but perhaps there may be an opportunity to still address the window of opportunity. We do have our executive committee that's coming up next week. If you wanted to potentially do a little bit more digging, package this in the form of a notice of motion. We have the opportunity to have it on the executive committee agenda to be forwarded to council, I believe December 15th. So there may still be an opportunity, but let's shave the hair off this file before proceeding with that. Acknowledging again, Councillor Chabot.
Procedurally, worst case scenario, December 15th can be brought forward as a matter of urgent business.
Yeah. Yeah, so I do want to redeem the work that you've done on this, but I think it's legitimate from a governance standpoint. So do we have unanimous consent to withdraw this item from consideration?
Sorry.
Any opposed? Seeing none, this motion has, or this amendment rather, has been withdrawn. Great, so I will go on to Councillor Schmidt again for Dermot Baldwin Way cleaning.
Yes, thank you. A much cleaner one here for me. This is a program that had been in place previously. It did not receive ongoing funding. It was through one-time funding. Dermot Boulevard, of course, right down the street from where we're sitting right now, adjacent to the drop-in center. Mobility requires $150,000 of one-time funding to continue weekly cleanups of the street, which has become an issue with encampments and with drug paraphernalia and safety. And this is something that benefits not only the users of the drop-in center, but those folks who are coming into our downtown, coming to visit City Hall, and also coming to enjoy our visitors to downtown, residents of the East Village. So for the amount that is being asked here of $150,000, I think this provides a measurable benefit for visibility and safety for everybody who is using the downtown, and it provides us further opportunity to explore the success of this program, especially given our discussions around the free fare zone of the C train, that this type of dedicated cleaning that is done in a respectful and knowledgeable way by trained staff pays for itself over and over when it comes to public safety downtown for everybody. So just given the amount here, I would ask for everybody's support so that we can continue to keep our streets in a condition that has a wider benefit than the amount.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Atkinson. Any debate? Seeing none, rather, Councillor Johnston.
Sorry, I was just hoping for more clarification on, is this for a, like a subcontractor, or is this specifically for city services?
This is provided through a contractor.
Are we allowed to know which contractor?
I can ask our Director of Mobility to come up and provide information.
Yes, Mayor, Councillor Johnston. The service that's provided is 1 to 3 hours of 2 staff doing cleaning debris, removing garbage and other things around the drop-in center, as well as in the summer months, power washing once a month through a contractor. And the contractor currently is Summit.
Summit, okay. So this would have went through procurement already. They just don't have enough to clean up the mess downtown? Is this the issue? It's just underfunded, like our city staff can't, like even us as council can't go out at lunchtime and pick up some garbage?
Certainly, Councillor Johnston, we encourage everyone to pick up litter if they see it. It's a welcome service for everyone, right? And but this service does provide that activity 1 to 3 hours a day, daily service. And then what it would allow is actually to increase that service to almost 6 hours a day. And so that would provide a much cleanlier environment and a safer environment for everyone along that corridor.
Okay. So without this, it's not going to get cleaned up properly?
Councillor Johnston, what we would do is if it weren't funded, we would have to use city resources to be able to do that. So we would just assign it and prioritize it with our Clean to the Core program. And so we do have city resources as well, but this provides that additional support and resource to be able to do that specific site.
Right. So the drop-in is city-owned, right?
Sorry, Councillor Johnston, I'm not aware of the ownership of that, so I'd need another member to answer that for you. I'm not sure.
I'm quite certain that the drop-in center is built on leased land, so the city owns the land on which the drop-in center stands.
And it's our responsibility to keep it clean?
It would be the drop-in center responsibility to keep the drop-in center clean, but this is the city road that we're speaking of.
Right. Yeah, I'm okay with this money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. And I see GM Morgan scribbling furiously. It's going to be you and me filling up that pothole on Sun Valley Boulevard in about 4 months' time. So looking forward to it.
That's expensive labor, my goodness. We'll get you some overalls, don't worry, and a safety vest.
All right, over to Councillor Schmidt to close.
I think I said everything in my opening, just that this is a practical way that we can improve the visible safety of downtown. And for a small amount of money, I think it would be a win that we can pair with some of the other public safety wins that we're looking for on this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's please engage the e-vote.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Please display the results. The motion has carried 14-1 with Councillor Ward opposed. Over to you, Councillor Schmidt, on washroom attendant program.
Yes, so this is, again, similar to the previous amendment. This is another public safety initiative downtown. The program ran through one-time funding and has not received continuing one-time funding. So the program in its previous form was $1.8 million, which allowed for some summer washrooms to be staffed by Higher Good Services was the previous service provider, and we heard from them during the public submissions. And how this works is we have staff that work at these washrooms. They monitor how the washrooms are being used, provide regular cleaning, and also monitor them for safety. And it did produce some good outcomes, but what I did to try to make this ask more reasonable and similar to Dermott Boulevard was to keep this active so that we as a council can look at its success to see if there's a way that we can utilize a program like this around the free fare zone, around better access to public washrooms. A big issue that we have is for people who don't have regular access to public washrooms, city-owned washrooms often and operated washrooms often need to be closed because of safety issues, which then directs people who need to use a washroom to public businesses like Tim Hortons, where they often get trespassing notices for disruption. Then we also have them going to our public libraries, the courthouse, this municipal building, because essentially we have very few public spaces that allow regular and safe access to washrooms. So through this program and through the funding amount, it's a continuation of staffing for Century Gardens, Central Memorial Park, and Devonian Gardens. And it will not include the seasonal washrooms in order for us to look into the success of this program and how it can be better implemented if we want to see it expand, or if it's not working, to then find another way to provide this really vital access for people to have a basic necessity. So again, the ask was kept reasonable so that we can continue to explore this and also to provide that ongoing service and to take some of the pressure off other public buildings as being the only place that many Calgarians can access a safe place to go to the washroom.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Atkinson. Over to you, Councillor Johnston.
These feel like very specific asks. I guess I'm just curious, did admin come to us for these asks, or is this strictly Councillor Schmidt finding these like on the website? Like, because I don't even know where I would have found out that, unless it was in the budget itself, but were these specific asks from admin?
Councillor Johnston, I can provide an answer to that question. The Downtown Safety Leadership Table identified a number of initiatives that it would be valuable for us to pursue in the spirit of downtown safety. And some of them made the cut and got into the recommended budget. Community court would be an example. Day spaces would be another example. But there were others that we just ran out of capacity in the funds that we were working with before we got to them. And yet they were sort of next in line. They were high priority in terms of their value. So in a conversation with Councillor Schmidt about what's happening with downtown safety, where are we progressing, and where have we run into challenges, we identified that these, both Dermot Baldwin Way and public washrooms were sort of next priorities in terms of what we would have funded if we'd had capacity. What we would have recommended be funded.
And sorry, what's the cliff notes of the washroom attendant program?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to have Director Ripley walk you through a little bit of the history and the impetus and where it came from, and give you a little bit of a.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. Councillor Johnson, we initiated the washroom attendant program, I think it was 2 summers ago, because we were seeing some significant issues with the use of, inappropriate use of our washrooms at our Olympic Plaza location. And that program proved to be a success in terms of deterring inappropriate behavior in the facility and encouraging all sorts of Calgarians and visitors to use the washroom at that location. And because of that success, we expanded the program this past season as I guess, an extended pilot, but it's not part of our base. And so the request here is to extend the program for the final year of this budget cycle. And then, of course, we would bring it forward for council's consideration through the next budget cycle.
So if you don't get this $1 million, then there's no attendance at these washrooms?
That is my understanding. The washroom attendant program would cease to exist for 2026.
And how many washrooms is it? Sorry.
It's at 3 locations.
And how many attendants does this fund?
I apologize, I don't know the exact number, but it gives us coverage from, I believe it's 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. at those 3 locations.
Like a lot of money for, like, is this 6 people, 2 shifts a day, or is it 1 shift a day? It just seems like a lot of money for 3 bathrooms. Like, are security guards, are they janitors, like what?
It's provided through a contracted services called HireGood, which has a special clientele that matches the folks they're caring for in those, in the park. So it's a bit of a unique service delivery model, but they are contracted resources.
What was that contractor, sorry?
HireGood is their name.
HireGood.
And the unique thing about this contractor is they employ individuals as attendants with lived experience. And so they're able to relate to the washroom customers that otherwise may inappropriately utilize the facility.
So non-lived people can use these toilets as well, right?
Correct. These washrooms are available for all Calgarians and all visitors alike.
Okay.
If I may, just in terms of users of the washroom, 96% of visitors indicated that they would use the facilities. Again, 81% felt safer and more welcome at the parks. And the difference in the cost for maintenance when we had attendance versus when we didn't. For instance, at one of the parks, the maintenance cost in 2024 had been over $7,000. The maintenance cost in 2025 shows as $84.60. So what we were able to do by having staff on site was dramatically reduce the inappropriate use and the things that would cause the washrooms to be closed because of damage.
And I apologize for my ignorance. I just haven't been to these bathrooms before, so I'd encourage all our council members to go do tours of the toilets. It just seems like a lot of money. I don't know yet. Think so. Yeah.
Could I just add through your worship? I think one of the other, just from the perspective of downtown revitalization, one of the key things that's been a challenge is we have these amazing public spaces within our downtown core, our parks and open spaces, and those that who would like to use them feel uncomfortable using them because of the activities that have been happening. And so having these public washrooms available, not only for those that have no other place to go, but also for the users of the park. We had the Calgary Surge. We did a partnership with the Calgary Surge Basketball Club where we did a 3-on-3 tournament and trainings and clinics within Century Garden. And some of the feedback we got from the Surge was having those clean, safe bathrooms with all those kids and their moms and dads in the park made a huge difference to their experience. And so having that service within our downtown allows us to leverage those investments that are sitting there. And if we don't have these washroom attendant programs, and this was a very successful pilot, and so it's been one of the main things that a lot of our stakeholders in the downtown are really excited about, the momentum that we have and the impact that it made. So just a bit of narrative, if I could. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLean.
Yeah. We tried this, like in Olympic Square. Remember, was that not the same program where we put out some people with lived experience? And my recollection was people were unreliable. I'm not trying to cast blame, but they didn't show up. They were in the bathrooms, you know, with their addictions, using. People didn't feel safe. It didn't. To me, it was a disaster. I'm sorry, but I didn't think it worked out so well. People, I don't think, feel safe. So please, you can maybe go to that.
Thank you, Councillor McLean, for the question, through your worship. This Higher Good is a new contractor. They've been providing the service up in Edmonton for quite a while now. So we brought them down to Calgary, and they are performing, I would suggest, beyond our expectations. We're seeing, as GM Black mentioned, significant reductions, like 90% reductions in terms of our maintenance costs for these particular washrooms. And you can imagine when these washrooms get vandalized or there's people in there inappropriately using them, regular Calgarians don't want to use these facilities. And we are now getting feedback that families are comfortable using these washrooms because of the attendant program.
That is encouraging and good to hear, because we need to have people able to use the washrooms for the downtown. And you're walking around, because I've been there. Everybody's going for a nice long walk, and sometimes you don't feel safe, or they're locked, or so I do think we need a solution, maybe a more permanent solution. Is this kind of a temporary stopgap? Because I mean, maybe, again, the intent is fantastic, but this is one-time funding, and maybe we should be looking at something more permanent.
Councillor McLean, that is music to my ears. Thank you so much. We absolutely agree that public washrooms is not a need that's going to go away at the end of the year. But we are still in the process of piloting. We've heard different members of council talk about the importance of trying things out, gathering our data, extending what's working and pulling back on what isn't. There is a whole public washroom strategy that is under development, and we'll be bringing that back with a more robust plan going forward.
Well, thank you for that. And just to go down Councillor Johnson's line of question, like $1 million. Yeah, that's 3 bathrooms and 310. Yeah, does that math check out, I guess? I mean, is it, I understand where he's coming from. It seems like a lot of money.
Could I just jump in there? I think the cost, we would love to do, and this is, we're working with across corporately with the other directors who do work downtown. It's really the basket of services that we provide to create a great, safe place and experience for all of the things that we provide as a city. So if we have safe places, we have less enforcement. And I think Director Ripley mentioned before we had this program, our park staff are dealing with the fallout of what happens in those spaces without them high usage. So we would love to come back with you in a 4-year budget with a collective impact that says here's the things that kind of go together. But to your point, it is kind of measuring how efficient that is with all the services, not just looking at one pilot on its own.
Okay, that's pretty much all I have. I know we need a solution. Bathrooms are kind of a necessity. I'll listen to debates and then I'll decide where I go.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship. There are other venues in Calgary using a similar washroom attendant program, correct? I'm thinking of CMLC specifically. Does anyone have any insight on that?
Other than, I can add that that is funded by CMLC, but I believe it is the same provider, but not to speak on behalf of them, but I think they would say similar incredible impact by having those safe, clean public washrooms for users in the neighborhood. It improves everybody's experience, especially residents and businesses within East Village.
Yeah, honestly, I've heard nothing but amazing things about the program, and it really, I mean, I appreciate your comments, Acting GM Muller, because that's exactly it. This is about like making people feel safe and welcome downtown. I know that this, washroom attendant program sounds kind of 1950s, but it is making a really big difference, and for this cost, I'm down for it. And to Councillor McLean, if you wanted to make an amendment to the amendment to turn this into ongoing base funding, I would happily second that motion if you did.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Over to Councillor Ward.
Very quick question. Does this go to a bid or procurement process, or is it just awarded to this company? Oh, I brought the whole army down. I'm sorry.
Your worship, the quick answer is it was through a competitive process that Higher Good was retained.
Perfect. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Chabot.
So, am I to assume that this is a year-round facility, heated, et cetera, and that would cover the costs of heating as well, operating costs?
Your worship, these 3 sites are year-round. The costs being requested here are specific for the attendance only.
So the operating costs are outside of this?
That is correct.
And you said 10 to 10. And so what happens after 10 and before 10?
Those are the hours where we're seeing the biggest challenges, is sort of during that daylight hours. And then we close our facilities at 11. So staff aren't, customers aren't available to use the facilities after 10.
So the facilities are locked?
Essentially closed, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. Never seen so much interest about washrooms on council floor. Anyways, just a quick question for GM Doug Morgan. Transit, was there a public washroom at Tuscany Station once upon a time?
There was and is. It is an automated public toilet that's up there, and I think the last I heard, it's about $15 per flush to have that toilet in place. So it was a test that we did, and we're currently evaluating that along with all of our washroom strategy to see what Calgarians are looking for as far as public washrooms.
So is it open right now, accessible? Or?
It is, yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me, Mayor. Thanks.
Councillor Atkinson.
I have used these washrooms before. They're great, actually. So the Devonian Gardens, I've taken my kids there. Having the attendance at the Devonian Gardens is a fantastic addition to the space on the whole. Makes this indoor public park in our downtown fantastic. On Remembrance Day, I was over across the way in Kensington for the Field of Crosses. One of these washrooms and the attendances there was attached to this kind of washroom attached to the building there, the new water treatment plant, and had the attendants there. My mom used the washroom. She was singing praises to the fact that there's a public washroom that she could use as part of being able to be at that ceremony and take it in. So I've seen the benefit on sort of the public side, and I think my experience sort of working in over at the Central Library, especially through COVID and the problems that we saw around feces in the streets and these kinds of things, which is not what we want to be having in a nice, good, strong downtown. This is the kind of program that helps us make sure that we don't go there. So I'll end on that.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt to close.
Thank you. And
Yeah, one of the main purposes for me bringing this forward is on the knock-on effects that we see for improvements in the perceptions of public safety, because as Councillor Atkinson mentioned, when we don't have safe and regular access to public washrooms, then we see that issue come onto our streets. And that is something that I think not only makes the public uncomfortable, but certainly is not a dignified way for us to provide a human necessity for everybody sitting in this room to be able to live your lives. And when you're already struggling with not having a safe place to live or to sleep, having to find a washroom becomes just another obstacle that you're facing throughout the day. And $1 million to continue this program and then give us the opportunity to explore further opportunities about how to make this work better and how to strengthen our overall public washroom strategy, I think is a positive step forward. And there's already been data collected as part of this program. I mean, something that speaks to me is that the attendants not only provide safe access to washrooms, but 3,500 requests for menstrual products and drinking water on 9,600 occasions, two other necessities of life that otherwise would not be provided. So while there is a cost associated with this, I would argue that the cost is low for what we are able to give back to people to provide them with some humanity in their daily lives. So I hope everybody will support on that basis.
Madam Clerk, please engage the vote.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Yep. All the votes are in.
Please display the results. On the washroom attendance amendment, the motion is carried 12-3 with Councillors Johnston, Ward, and Pantasopoulos opposed. I believe we have a last one for new one-time operating spending. Over to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. So you might recall we had Mr. Andrew Mosker from the National Music Centre come present to Council last week. I think you'd agree it was an excellent presentation showcasing the history and the great work that the Music Centre has done since its inception 10 years ago. The National Music Centre is Calgary's premier cultural institution and a national attraction, drawing visitors from across Canada, even around the world. It's in the heart of our entertainment district. One might say it's even our cornerstone, given that it occupies the same space as a legendary King Eddie in House of Blues. One of my favorite memories is watching a 10-piece blues band down at the King Eddie rocking the place. It was so old and condemned, you'd have to look in your beer and there'd be particles all over it, but it was still, miss that place. It's still there, it's new. The National Music Centre houses also the Canadian Music Hall of Fame, and as part of the Music Mile, I think our long-term strategy for the city is to turn that part of the city into something like if you've been to Nashville or Denver or Phoenix and other large major cities where they have an arena, an event center, convention centers. They want to put it all together. So I think that's our plan, and I think that's our cornerstone. Supporting what they're looking for here is this emotion is to support their 10th year anniversary celebrations with a $900,000 ask from the Fiscal Stability Reserve. I believe that's a modest investment, especially considering the significant cultural, educational, and economic contribution the National Music Centre makes to Calgary each year. This money is to be used for 10 big, large events across the city to promote Calgary's Music Centre using homegrown Calgary-based talent. This small ask is a one-time funding for a one-time event. We're not looking for ongoing, it's not a pilot, we're not going to raise your taxes. And keep in mind, the National Music Centre is not a civic partner. They don't receive regular funding like so many other entities do in this budget. This money will ensure the National Music Centre can continue to celebrate Canada's musical heritage while contributing to tourism, local business, and the city's vibrant cultural economy. So I ask for your support of this amendment.
Thank you. On this amendment, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kelly. Do you want to speak to this, Councillor Kelly?
So as Councillor McLean, well, you heard us in terms of the when Mr. Mosker was here and how much of a fan that both Councillor McLean and I are at the National Music Centre. I do appreciate Councillor McLean and his open pointing out that they are not currently a civic partner, so they would not have been part of that grant process that we previously were talking about. I'm wondering, though, if anyone from administration can maybe talk a little bit, though, about the relationship with Calgary Arts Development and the granting program over there.
Yes, I can. The National Music Centre does get a grant through the Calgary Arts Development Authority that we call it CADA, so you'll hear that expression. Calgary Arts Development Authority manages grants to a large number of artists and arts organizations on our behalf. They are a wholly owned subsidiary, to make a link to this morning's presentation. So yeah, that's how I would answer that question.
Thanks. And I understand that they did not receive $1 million or $900,000 in funding for this. I'm not sure if they applied for it or not, to be frank. As I said earlier, though, I'm kind of caught in a bit of a rock and a hard place here right now. As I said earlier, I'm not a fan of any partners coming to council for one-offs as much as I support the National Music Centre here. And Councillor McLean and I are having a conversation about what it might potentially take in order to bring them on as a civic partner. So I look forward to hearing the rest of the debate here. I was happy to second this to show support for the National Music Centre. And I look forward to hearing the rest of the debate as I kind of flip-flop a little bit in terms of where it is that I might like to go on this particular one.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of one-time asks like this. And don't get me wrong, I've certainly followed Cantos Music and National Music Centre since I was first elected. I'm a big music fan and a big supporter of what Andrew Mosker's doing insofar as this facility is concerned, but I don't support this kind of ask. I think something like this would be more appropriately put as a notice of motion. There's all kinds of little things that you're going to want. People are going to be asking you for over the course of your 4-year terms, and everybody wants something. And the question is how do we accommodate it? And for me, doing something like this at budget finalization is not the appropriate way of doing it. I think we need to look at things more comprehensively, citywide, consider all of the potential partners that we have to work with, as well as all of our civic entities, because they're going to be coming to you looking for additional funding too. I mean, all of them are looking for additional money. They are not part of that group, and I get that we'll have to treat them in maybe a slightly different way. I can tell you, CADA could certainly use more funding. There's a lot of programs right now that are hurting because the costs is going up for providing safety and security through our police and fire at many of the festivals and events. Again, they're struggling for additional funding to stay viable. I don't think this is the right way of funding this particular initiative, and I'd be happy to support a notice of motion to review this and look at providing some funding, but I can't support it this way in this form at budget finalization, or I mean the 4-year final review from council on this budget. So budget adjustment, no.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Over to Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thank you so much. Councillor McLean, in your close, if you could address a few. What are they proposing as their celebration? $1 million is a heck of a party, so I'd love to understand. And can I get an invite? Quarterly tourism boost. Can we quantify what that benefit is? I think we heard $1 million since they've opened 20 years ago. So just like to understand sort of what that feels like and what their celebration, and there are other departments within the city of Calgary that can work with them. Obviously, it's a great celebration. And then ultimately, yeah, sort of the full-on budget, maybe just some context there would be really, when the individual spoke, I was the first to say music is so near and dear to my family's heart, and I echo Councillor Chabot. It's like, let's make them a partner. This is such a huge asset to the city of Calgary. And as we redevelop downtown, spaces, third places, all those things, such a good, I'd love to pivot this into a long-term and how the board chooses to use the capital, of course, and then there's some stability, we have outcomes and basis. But I echo Councillor Chabot, I think there's a absolute support for the organization, amazing things that they do and continue to do. And how do we promote this, building off that, the dollar amount more sort of the intent, but if you can answer that in your close among your other questions, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Councillor Johnston?
Yeah, just trying to reiterate a little bit on that is, I mean, $900,000 for a celebration. If there was more details, like, is Taylor Swift coming to town or something? I don't know. Well, that's a lot of money for this program. So if there's more context, try to win us over. I would appreciate this.
Thank you. Are there any other requests to speak on this topic? Councillor Schmidt.
Quick question. What is the maximum, are we able to discuss the maximum grant that CADA gives out, either operational or event-based grant right now?
Councillor Schmidt, thanks very much for the question through the chair. I don't have the maximum from CADA. What I can tell you is that the city provides CADA $16 million every single year to provide arts organizations money for exactly something like this, initiatives and programming. What I also can tell you is that CADA provided the National Music Center $270,000 this year for programming, but I cannot speak to the maximum. They're independent and they've got their own guidelines, but those are the numbers that I can share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this? I'll briefly weigh in as well. I think that there's a lot of ways that we can help. I would love to support a notice of motion to have some of these local organizations with national ambitions. It could be the National Music Center as well as National Access Arts Center and others that really should be at the tier of civic partner today. I'd like to daylight and explore that going forward. I think when it comes to their debt facility as well, paying 5%, we have an opportunity through arbitrage to be able to find ways to save this organization really a hell of a lot more than $900,000 over the coming term of their mortgage without actually lifting a finger from the resources directly from taxpayers in order to be able to do so. Reluctantly, I will not be supporting this. It's not because I don't support the organization, and it's not because I don't want to commemorate their anniversary, but I just don't have enough details to be able to write the $1 million check without understanding exactly how it's being spent. That said, I would really love to partner with members of council, perhaps you as well, Councillor McLean, to step up with some significant support over the coming year to be able to demonstrate that on an ongoing basis rather than just piecemeal. Over to you, Councillor McLean, to close.
But just to be clear, it's not $1 million. It's 900,000. It's not for one event. And again, I'm not usually the one that puts forward expense. But in this, because it's in the timing, because I guess when Andrew Mosker presented, it's now. A 10-year anniversary is not a year or 2 or 3 for now. And so the idea was for him to promote our city, put on 10 large-scale events with local talent. We spent a lot of money on the Glenbow, the Contemporary Calgary platform, or the Workland, all the different theaters. Our music scene, I guess, was what we're looking to do is promote that a little bit more, and the homegrown Calgary music scene as well. It's not only that, I guess it's a bit of activating the East Village. I mean, we really want to be some billions of dollars, billions, downtown into the East Village. And here it is, kind of in a cornerstone. And it's, kind of a little bit like it's the ugly stepchild. He's not getting any money. So Not that we don't give, forget the stepchild reference. Again, this is $900,000. It is a lot of money, but they're not a civic partner. And again, that sounds like we might not have the support, so it's not a hill I'm going to die on here. But it would be nice, again, just because it is one of those things where we have so many things that Calgary's known for. You know, we have the Calgary Stampede, and then we're going for the arts theme with the Workland Center. But music, this is something, again, why not we can be the hub of the music center as well. We've put money into platform, and like I said, and all these other entities from the arts. Give it some thought. It's, I guess in the big scheme of things that we're $6-point-some billion budget, $900,000 is a very, very, very small event that might have a huge return. We could put Calgary maybe on the music map and help out a center that I think has been doing a lot of really good for our city and could probably use a little bit more of our help. So, yeah, give it a shot.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please engage the vote.
Councillor Johnston, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Let's please display the results. On the amendment on National Music Center, the motion has been defeated 4-11 with Councillors Dhaliwal, Atkinson, Jameson, and McLean, the only council members in support. All right, were there any last-minute submissions, Madam Clerk, in this section?
And not in this section. I guess it would have been in the previous one on base operating. But we do have one new addition from Councillor Clark.
And that is a base operating ask?
Correct. That was a previous category.
Council, I'm going to allow the opportunity later for Councillor Clark to introduce this. I think it would be good for us to get through this meaty game plan item. So if I can get go over to you, Councillor Dhaliwal, and if we can target to complete our discussion on this at 6 o'clock, then we'll be able to break for the...
Yeah, we can all, if we can come up with a plan to help this game, which is bringing our recreation to next level. So colleagues, the amendment before you kind of reflects a disciplined citywide investment in recreation that responds directly to what we have heard from Calgarians throughout this budget cycle. Residents have asked us to use their dollars wisely and to prioritize projects that strengthen families, support youth, and build community capacity. Recreation delivers on all of these outcomes, and the projects advanced through this amendment address long-standing pressures across multiple quadrants, not just one quadrant, multiple quadrants. It's a city-building plan. It's not specific to a certain ward or, like I said, certain quadrant. It's about taking the city recreation strategy to next level. It's about talking about the leap, staying afloat, and all that. This moves forward several key game plan priorities, including a complete Northeast Athletic Complex and upgrades to high-demand facilities across the city. We heard it from residents. The need for these investments have been demonstrated through consistent public engagement, significant in-person participation at our hearings, and sustained correspondence from families. This plan, this amendment was not cooked on the council floor. It's been going on for a month. Administration has been fully involved. We have been talking about the criticality, vitality, and importance of this game plan. Like Councillor Chabot said the other day, more we do it today, the less we have to do it in the future, and we owe this to our kids. They were here, they speak passionately about it. Like I said, it was not cooked on the council floor, so we did proper economic analysis, administration, our team from community services, finance group there, they ran their economic modeling with all the cash flow analysis, and it's very, they're very supportive of this project. They are here, the team is here, Director Johnson is here. They are here to answer any questions, because let's make a decision based on the facts, and the fact is we need to move forward. We cannot kick this can down the road or street. So with that, I'm open, and I'll be happy to answer any questions in my close, and and also Councillor Pantasopoulos, thank you for seconding this.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Pantasopoulos. Anyone else before we go to Councillor Dhaliwal to close? Going once, going twice. Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, no, I do have some questions around the funding. So the community, the infrastructure services, or sorry, the community investment reserve shows that there's going to be some money available as of 2026 onwards of 29 million. And then in 2035, then the whole 42 million, which was tax room, will become available. But what I see here, and maybe I'm mistaken, looks like it's 28 plus 65, or is the 28 from the 65? How's that all going to cash flow out? Because there's not that much money in the reserve, or not that much capacity in the reserve, at least not from what I'm reading.
Councillor Chabot, I can start by clarifying that the first bullet is identifying how the community investment reserve would be used for the 65 million, but I see that the 28.7 million identified in that second section is to be funded from the fiscal sustainability reserve.
Is that the same as the fiscal stability reserve? Sorry.
As a matter of fact, if I was a better reader, I would have identified the same correction as you. Thank you.
So the 28.5 is FSR. It's the 65 million that's going to be from the community investment. But of course, as I said, it's 29 in 2026. Is it going to be cash flowed over multiple years, or how is that going to work?
Yes, the cash flow has been sorted out, and Ms. Agnes Szaflarski from the Finance Department can certainly take you through that.
Good afternoon, Councillor Chabot, through the chair. Yes, it's going to be cash flowed out over a multiple number of years. So from a cash flow perspective, it does work. We would have enough funding to sustain the Northeast Athletic Complex addition, as well as all the other commitments that are now carried through this reserve.
Okay. And then once that's completed, which I assume is going to be like 2.2 years.
2.2 years and a quarter, yes.
So then that $42 million would then be available for other expenditures?
Well, it's actually $29 million until 2034, when we would have completed our debt commitment towards the regional rec centers. If you recall,
yes.
That was a 20-year commitment.
$70 million per quarter or something, or per quadrant. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So in this next budget cycle, 27 to 30, we would have $29 million available every year to allocate, which this would be part of. And starting 2034 sometime, we would be $42 million.
42 million.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. I'll be looking at tracking that number, because I might have a home for some of that other variance there. Okay, thanks. Thank you for bringing this forward, and for identifying a source of funds. Of course, fiscal stability reserve is not going to affect our taxes. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for being here. There's a lot of positive things that can come out of this, especially moving forward with some of the initiatives. I noticed that Emoja's on there, and of course, Emoja's looking for something far beyond what this will provide. This will help to maybe rejuvenate a field that they're currently using in conjunction with the the Calgary Marlborough Community Center. But ideally, they would like to have their own piece of dirt to build their own facility, and utilizing private sector dollars to actually build it. So whilst this is a good first step, it's not going to be the final opportunity that you may hear in this term from me, as far as helping them to move forward on a more comprehensive long-term plan. So happy to support it. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor. I do apologize to Councillor Johnston. You were ahead of Councillor Chabot. Was it just a request for division, or are you ready for questions and debate? Okay, over to you.
Yeah, I would just like to split up these in 3 different points. It seems like a lot of money to ask. The first one directly affects one specific ward, and then the other ones in respect affect a bunch of other wards, and then again the bottom one. It just, I feel it'd be better presented as 3 different points instead of one massive one. So
okay. Councillor Pantzopoulos.
Maybe further that, the last one, it's only carved out just because a different use. It fundamentally is the same. I mean, the rationale about the omnibus, I would suggest if instead of the 3, making it 2. Because the whole purpose and the reason I'm supportive and excited about this is it sets the groundwork for the 1, 2, 3, for the 9 projects to get to a base level that when we have the proper discussion in 26 and into 27 and we talk about game plan, they're at a same level. And I think that's what's really exciting about this is we set the foundation, we have a good conversation, what's important to Calgarians, and everybody's at a same level, we can sort of move it forward. That was the purpose. The specifics as we part of this discussion is just the uniqueness of the request for the YMCA, given that potentially 67, I don't know the number, a substantial amount of the funding will come from other orders of government and donations. And that was the reason it carved out. But I don't want to prejudice it, just given it's still the same. It's just a little subtlety, and that was how we drafted the language with GM Thompson. So if we could put it together for 2, that'd be amazing. But I fundamentally like the omnibus nature of it. We are moving 9 projects forward that we get to vote together as a council. And then next year we have the great fun of determining what's important to Calgarians and how can we meet the growing needs of our youth and adults for recreation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been a fan of the smaller increases. This is obviously a pretty big increase. Recreation was in the top, like 3 things I heard about around the door, that we need more recreation opportunities in the city. For the first point, we heard from how many soccer players? I don't know if we even counted all the kids in terms of it. I'll disagree a little bit with Councillor Johnston about that first one being primarily a benefit to one ward. As we heard, those kids were coming from all over the city to play soccer. Yeah, despite the fact that none of these are in Ward 4, I'm fully supportive. I want to get them all done, maybe so we can get to the Ward 4 ones coming later on. To the second point, these are all already identified in game plan as being the top priorities. We are going to get to talking about game plan in our next 4-year budget. I am very happy to see these projects move forward with the design or the scoping and design, though, because why wait on those? We already know that those are the top priority. Yeah, fully supportive of all of these projects that are on here, and despite the fact that the size is pretty large. Actually, maybe Mr. Toker, I'll ask you, if we approve this, where are we at with our overall tax rate? There's no tax in terms of these. These are all from reserves. What about our percentage of usage of the FSR then?
Thanks for the question. So from an FSR perspective, we started at 9.20, and now we are at 8.43 with these changes.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I can't believe I just said that because this is such a big outlay, but it's going to get a lot bigger as we start going through game plan and starting to try to activate it. So it's time as a new councillor to put on those big boy pants and start the ball rolling. Yeah, supportive. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston.
yeah, I'm not opposed to rec centers. It was a big topic at Doors on Ward 14, and it's just hard for me to see Ward 14 again not included in rec centers. And so 65 million to fast track one in the Northeast, and then I guess I would just like to see a bit more down south on Belmont. Like, I mean, there's a lot of new communities, a lot of new families down south, and it just doesn't seem like enough for us as a community down south. So not that I'm not going to vote for this, it's just if we can divide it up, I think it'd be easier to maybe visualize. Like, I understand this is potentially all going to go through next budget cycle, but I just wish we'd have more time to actually talk about it so I can make my pitch to get Ward 14 within this game plan as well. So I'm not sure the procedure is, but I guess if we could divide it up, or if not, then I can vote on it as it is. So,
Councillor Schmidt?
Just very briefly, Ward 8 feels this as well. Killarney is the only publicly operated rec center left in the whole ward, but I do think this gets us further down the path where we need to go to providing accessible recreation for everybody in Calgary. And so I'll support this because I'll be at the table myself again pretty soon here. So just to say that every person in every ward should have this kind of access, and this is a plan that provides a huge amount of refreshment and access, and that should only be seen as a positive.
Councillor Atkinson.
I know you said there was like cash flow things for the community investment reserve. I'm just like looking at the remaining balance in my pink book and concerned at, in terms of the ask and the number I'm seeing there as a remaining balance.
Yes, that remaining balance takes into account all the commitments that were made through this budget cycle, but this reserve receives perpetual annual funding, which means we can schedule those commitments and the cash flow and do a comprehensive analysis to ensure that we do not run into a cash flow situation. What's important is to track the commitments.
Okay.
So.
And nothing has been removed or uncommitted because of this this allocation?
No. This just adds on to our list of commitments. We have some capacity to shift things around depending on how our capital projects progress in terms of cash flow. That's why it's important to balance the two. But as part of our 4-year budget conversations, we usually bring this as a funding source to council to allocate to corporate priorities and projects as brought forward by council.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
My other question is just like these ones in particular. I know Councillor Dollywall said that these were not just pulled out of a hat, that there was choices made that sort of made these the ones that we're speaking to today. Can anyone speak to how that selection process has come
Yeah,
to?
thanks, Councillor Atkinson. I'm Heather Johnson, the Director of Recreation and Social Programs, and I'm thrilled to take a question on game plan. So these, first of all, Council has approved the game plan strategy. One of the recommendations approved was for us to come back in 2026 with a prioritized capital list. The team has been hard at work on that, and we will be coming back in 26. And the projects that you see here under the game plan umbrella are in the first tranche of projects that we would look to move forward through full funding in the next budget cycle. So they are all in the top sort of 11 priorities within game plan. And just to further that, the reasons these ones is they are ones we can move ahead on. We have the land, we're in a position that we can actually, with some advanced planning dollars, Director Huber's team and Director Fromhertz's teams can actually move forward the planning work, the design work, those kinds of things, so that we're more ready for the full funding in the next budget cycle.
That is great. Thank you. The YMCA one, would that have been a part of your evaluations, or has that one come online since the work that you and your team would have been doing to make the allocations in terms of coming to the 8 that are proposed there?
Yeah, that one has, I would say, is an emergent opportunity identified by the YMCA and the developer. So brought that one to our attention. It's not currently in that tranche of prioritized projects, but would bring value to the members of the community in that area around that facility.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Tyers?
Yeah, can you tell me how the 28.7 million of the capital budget, how is that going to be divided amongst all of those projects? Yeah, like is it even or is it depending on what status they're currently? Because in my area, the Rocky Ridge Field House is currently, I believe the planning stage is finished and now they're in design and construction, and that's currently unfunded. And by the wording, it says to advance plan and design and upgrades to additional amenities, blah, blah, blah. So does that mean that the Rocky Ridge Fieldhouse would receive full approval and funding for the design and construction, or what does that mean?
Thank you for the question through Mayor Farkas. The dollar amounts for each of the individual projects vary, and I can turn to my friends in infrastructure services for those details. But what I would say about all of those projects, except for the Umoja one, I'll pause it for a second, but the ones in the sort of numbered list, all of the funding that's being asked for at this point with regards to those is planning and design work. It's to get those projects closer to construction. So to specifically take your Rocky Ridge question, what's under construction in Rocky Ridge is a 2-field athletic park. It's under construction, supposed to be open next summer. Really excited about that amenity in the Northwest. And we've done the work to know that we have the land and we have the space for a field house. So what Director Huber's team would be taking on is, and Director Fromhertz's team, would be the next stage of getting that, shovel ready, if we want to use that term. So none of these projects are the construction dollars. If we could construct these all for $28.7 million, I would be thrilled. None of these are the construction dollars. We'll be coming back for that in the next cycle. I said I would pause the Umoja project. As Councillor Chabot indicated, that's a first phase of working with Umoja in Marlborough Park, and that is actually the construction of their field. It's the upgrade to an existing field in the park's inventory. So that one is construction, the rest planning dollars. What have I missed, Director Huber?
Did you have any specific questions on what we're looking for the allocation of funding per project to be?
Yeah, just like the 28.7 million, like it's a really specific number. So I'm trying to see like what the breakdown is between projects.
Sure, I can go through it. Shoaldace Athletic Park, that's about advancing the master plan for that site. That is $1.2 million. Forest Lawn Aquatic and Fitness Center, that's developing the schematic design and design development. That's $4 million. Southland Leisure Center, it's the renovation and expansion. It's the schematic design of that work, $5 million. Belmont Recreation Center and Athletic Park, it's advancing the conceptual design, $2.5 million. Rocky Ridge Fieldhouse, that is advancing into design, $6 million. New Brighton Athletic Park field upgrades, again, design, $4 million. Kingsland Athletic Park, design, $4 million. And Umoja Field construction, $2 million.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, this amendment looks pretty good to me, and it doesn't seem like we're depleting our reserves too badly. We heard from all the kids. We want to really make sure that we're investing in athletic facilities. And after seeing the breakdown in forwarding, like the plan and design process for all of these, I think this is worth supporting. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jamieson.
I'm not sure how this process works, but I'm requesting that we vote on all three of these separately. So three, because
we'll have three.
I know it was requested, but then it said to go to two, and I'm just wondering if we could keep it at three. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, I wanted to get into a little bit more of a philosophical conversation. When we think about equity and access to these amenities, is a certain target of number of facilities per ward the right metric that we should be thinking about? Because when we think about the ward boundaries changing so much, should we be thinking about this in the terms of like the political boundaries, or should we be thinking about it in terms of, does the average Calgarian have access to X number of services within their daily drive, for example? Like, not to pick too much on Ward 14, but it looks like a very long, skinny ward that wouldn't really have a lot of facilities, despite the fact that just to the north it touches the Trico Center, to the west it touches the Belmont facility, and not to mention that probably a third of it is green space because of Fish Creek Park. So want to open the floor to you to think about how us as a council can be balancing the needs of our ward with the understanding that the ward is just a political boundary rather than a unit that may not make sense from a public policy or city planning perspective.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mayor Farkas. And first and foremost, I would say that one of the fundamental principles of game plan is what we call level the playing field, and that is about equitable access to recreation facilities across the city. We know that we have areas in certain growth communities that we call recreation deserts. There simply are no rec facilities. And then we have areas of the inner city that may have quite a number of facilities, but facilities, frankly, that aren't going to survive very long. And we need to really look at the replacement and upgrade of those inner city facilities. So providing service across the city equitably is an absolute goal of game plan. Secondly, I would say that many of these facilities, they're all located somewhere, but most of them have a more regional catchment. I mean, the Northeast Athletic Complex is a great example. That's going to be an athletic complex of the scale of Foothills or Shoaldice, and it's going to provide a ton of service for Calgarians all over the city. You heard the cricket folks, you heard the soccer folks, they will come from across the city to use these amenities. So we know that many of these are really at least regional, if not citywide facilities. And then finally, to your third point, ward boundaries matter. But when we're looking at analysis of our rec facilities, which we did a lot of for game plan, it's actually about how Calgarians access them. So what matters is the transportation network. What matters is those real differences in how a Calgarian can access these facilities. And so they may not be perfectly distributed by ward, but our goal, and happy to talk more about it at any time, is to distribute them across the city in terms of people's ability to access them. And Councillor, Johnston, to your particular concern about Ward 14, we hear that. What I would say is the Belmont facility that's in this package, and by the way, the Belmont Fieldhouse is under construction as we speak, and will be open in a couple of years, and will make a huge dent in our Fieldhouse gap. That was in Ward 14 when that project began, and now it's not because of a change in ward boundaries. So it really is Calgarians' access to these facilities that drives our analysis and decision making.
And as a share of the making waves scenario for the capital allotment, how far does this get us even for a single year?
I'll give you two answers. In terms of hard dollars, not very. In terms of the support for game plan, the desire to move projects from conceptual, which these all are at this point, they're a good idea right now and not much more than that. This funding starts to move them through that pipeline. It shows that these matter. It gives us in the city time to do the planning, to start to look for funding opportunities, to work with other orders of government, because we've got some certainty as to what's coming next. And so I think, philosophically, that this is a tremendous step towards game plan, and then we'll work with council and we'll work with our colleagues on a funding strategy to get to the hard dollars to move these all forward into construction.
Is there anything else our council should be thinking about when it comes to drawing down the reserves for these opportunities or others? Is it your fair characterization that the projects that are listed are actually the priority rankings?
Absolutely. Northeast Athletic Complex is underway. That was a project that 2 councils ago committed to, And through the evolution of that project, we're at a point where we don't have sufficient funding for the whole project. And what this tranche of funding will allow is for that whole project to now move ahead full steam, which ultimately is more cost effective, it's more time effective, it's going to be a better use of that space, it's going to allow full usage of it sooner. So that is, if you ask me right now, what's my #1 priority for funding, it is the Northeast Athletic Complex. And then, as I said earlier, all of the rest of these are facilities in the first tranche of game plan, and they're facilities where we have the land, we can make these decisions, we can plan these facilities, and we can move them forward.
And then just maybe one more time, I heard it suggested that maybe the Northeast Athletics facility is only for Ward 5, but is this intended to serve a greater population?
Absolutely. Again, you saw the soccer community, you saw the cricket community. Those will be the two primary users of this facility. It will accommodate lots of other activities, but it's got soccer and cricket specific amenities. And you saw the support from Calgary Minor Soccer, all those kinds of folks. These will serve both of those communities citywide, absolutely.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Yule.
I just wanted to touch on Councillor Johnston's, or what Mayor Farkas said. You know, Ward 14 is skinny and missing a lot of stuff. Ward 3 is fat and missing a lot of stuff as well. But I would say
it's not a competition.
No, I'm just saying. But I am supporting this in that through Airport Trail, it connects to this Northeast Athletic Complex. It will greatly help Ward 3 in the future as well. So yeah, which is crossing boundaries, but it will be something that I'm going to be supporting.
All right, Councillor Dhaliwal to close.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the councillors who are showing support. This is great if we can get 8 votes. Colleagues, this is a decision that will outlast all of us. We can choose to delay and pay more later, or we can choose to invest in the facilities that shape healthy, connected communities for decades. The youth who came here this week trusted us with their voices. This is investment into the city. This is not about specific quadrant ward, like I said before. Again, when I heard Brooke, 14-year-old, his comments were support and do the right thing for thousands of children in the city. Kaylee, please help me with my dreams and please help my friends. And last, it was Reese who said, push me to the best version of myself. And this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna invest, we're gonna start the new strategy, which is gonna be probably one of the best, if not the best, in Canada, and we're going to produce athletes that will be going out there and looking back and saying that council at that day made the right decision, and this is the investment that they're reaping benefits of. Let's not play politics. If you're not going to vote for #1, don't vote for #2. Don't cherry pick. Pick holistically, vote holistically for the entire strategy. Don't break into pieces. Keep the politics out, because this is about the future of our kids. This is about sending the strong message that we are committed to do the best and keep our politics out of this chamber. And like Councillor Pantazopoulos said, if we want to change the culture, it starts with doing these kind of decisions. With that, I'm closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On recommendation 1, the Northeast Athletics item, the motion is carried unanimously, 15-0. Let's go to the second recommendation, the planning and design work.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Madam Clerk, please display the results. On the planning and design works, or design work, the motion is carried unanimously, 15-0. And now, Madam Clerk, let's engage the vote on the third recommendation. And this is for the $3 million for the West District YMCA.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Johnston, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On this item, the motion has carried 14-1 with Councillor Tyers opposed. Before the next item, recognizing Councillor Dhaliwal to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. We made the right decision today, and I know those kids will be
the rules unfortunately don't allow me to allow you to wax poetically. But, thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal, for the hard work. You know, if I may opine from the chair, I think that this motion demonstrates this council at its best. Consensus building. I know that behind the scenes there were probably 10 or 12 different amendments that you, under your leadership, Councillor Dhaliwal, were able to achieve broad consensus for. So this is a demonstration of us hard at work alongside administration, members of the public. So thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Yule, you think we can do illuminated crosswalks in
I think we can.
10 minutes or less?
We can zip through this one. It's my only amendment in this budget. I think we can look at the funding source like we talked about yesterday. It's going to be coming from corporate capital grants, so it's not going to touch the base. It's not going to touch our FSR. This is a program that the last council had. And the program is basically that each councillor is given the opportunity for 2 rectangular rapid flash beacons for their ward, a little bit of discretion that goes above and beyond what's warranted in the mobility's warrant scale. And so I would love for your support on this. It's like something we heard at the doors, safety for pedestrians. Something we've seen this year is a lot of pedestrian deaths. I think this is a program that each of us can really take and put into action rather quickly to show that we're doing something about pedestrian safety. So I'd love for maybe past councillors to maybe speak on how they've used this in the past, just to give some support. But hopefully all you all can support this quickly.
All right, that's been moved by Councillor Yule, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Over to Deputy Mayor Jameson.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing that I like about this is that it's not coming out of the fiscal reserve. It's not coming out of base. It's coming out of the corporate capital grants, which I think is fantastic. If we get any ability to tap into any of these grants that don't touch the FSR and don't affect the tax base, and you know, this seems like an easy yes to me. And also, you know, these crosswalks are a big deal to these communities, you know, especially ones that are near schools. A lot of kids are at risk at a lot of these crosswalks, and I know we've all heard a lot about it. So, for those reasons, I will be supporting this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very happy to second this motion. I think I was going to say it's my second favorite in here, but it might be my favorite. I don't know. We allowed to have favorites. This traffic safety, both pedestrian and vehicular, is the #1 thing in my inbox right now. I'm guessing for many of you it's the same thing. This is us actually doing something about that. not only do I like the fact that we're making movement against it, it's specifically what residents are asking for. It also gives control to the community and the area councillor in terms of some discretion about where the placement of these is. To our previous conversation, this is fair for every ward. Every ward is getting 2. I certainly hope we can do a 15-0 on this one. This feels as close to a no-brainer yes as we can possibly get. Thank you.
How's it fair? I count 14 councillors, but 15 members around the table. There's none for the mayor.
The mayor will get 30.
Well,
28.
The mayor gets the credit and the blame for all of this, so I think I'm included. Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, and to the mayor's comments, there is a provision under the MGA where we can actually fix that. We could actually create a 15th ward and have us all elected at large, and then we could select who the mayor is. I said that. So yeah, no, I fully support this program. I've had the benefit of being able to dedicate a couple of locations that didn't score quite high enough on the warrant score. I would encourage members of council, though, if they want to pursue the application of 2 of these rectangular rapid flash beacons in their area, that they should go through the warrant score process. I mean, it's all well and good to be informed by the public as to where they think it should go, but ultimately it needs to go through a process to determine where the highest and best needs are. They are very effective. In fact, arguably more effective than the overhead ones because they are at eye level, and so they do tend to get people's attention. So I fully support the program. In fact, it was administration that brought forward the opportunity for us to allocate 2 in each of our respective wards because there was enough of a variance in their budget to accommodate that. Appreciate administration's initiative to allow us to move forward with that, and happy to support it through council's direction, and I think we will all benefit from it. Calgarians will benefit from this, so happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ward.
Very quick question. I think GM Morgan, you can answer this. Typically, we put 2 of these at one crossing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So this would be for one crosswalk, just so everybody's clear. Okay, that's it.
Oh, sorry, 2 locations. So in this budget, it's 2 locations.
So it's 4?
Would be 4 beacons.
Oh.
So 2 locations. And just for your clarity, we will help you. We will do analysis and let you know in your wards where we're seeing the highest risk areas. So it won't be a quote-unquote a free-for-all. Yeah. We'll work together to make sure we're doing the best for the community in the investment we make, but it is 2 locations.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt.
Strongly in support of this. I think we will see another amendment coming forward for more traffic safety measures. Every pedestrian death is a death that shouldn't happen, so I think a good message for us to send as a council is that we are an anti-death council, so we'll be strongly supporting this and other traffic safety measures.
Councillor Johnston.
Kind of just to reiterate that, but there was quite a bit of a writing campaign, and I love when public gets involved. And so, I mean, a lot of what was approved the last couple of days here were from public being involved in this process. So I think just going forward, like, I think this is a great way to show the public that we heard them and we're listening. And I mean, I'm not against spending money as long as it's going to something that's like traffic calming measures, something like this. I think this is very important going forward with infrastructure, especially with a city that's growing so quickly. So many new bodies all over every ward. So this is, I hope we can expand this past next year. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. Fully supportive of this. Thank you, Councillor Ewell. Why is it always Ward 3 has to bring these kind of amendments? No, and it has made a huge impact, at least around the city. I know in Ward 5 we got some RFBs, and they're not just put randomly. Trust me, these guys will send us the list of all the intersections that with the count, and you get to pick where you want them based on the data. So thank you for bringing this amendment. I urge you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Yule to close.
Yes, thanks everyone, and yeah, Landon, Councillor Johnson, I hope that, I wanted to continue this program so that we could look at it in the 4-year to make sure that we see the value in 2026, so we can keep moving it forward in the 4-year program. And closed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please engage the e-vote.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. Great. The motion has carried unanimously, 15-0. So, Council, it looks like we're going to have to go another day. Before I bang the gavel here, could I please have a motion to reconsider our break time? Okay. Moved by Councillor Yule, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jamieson. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. Because of tomorrow's committee meeting, we're going to have to start this council meeting just a tiny bit later. I'm proposing that we start at 10 a.m. in the council chamber. IPC will have 30 minutes to complete their one agenda item. And if they don't, I'd urge the chair just to recess to the call of the chair for the resumption and completion of our budget. So moved by Councillor Chabot, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jamieson, that we reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. I just want to give a recap of the last 57 days. The results of our proceedings have been: we've gone from a tax increase for the typical home of 5.8%, reflecting a $13.11 per month tax increase. We've gone from that to a 1.38% increase for the typical home of about $3.90 per month. Or in other words, we've gone for the typical home from an increase of $157 per year to $47 per year, and that's about $110 lower per year as a result of our proceedings. So congratulations, Council, on the hard work. We got a little bit more work to do to get this across the line tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10, or earlier if you're on that committee.